Chapter 1. The World of One Piece. A gentle breeze caressed the valley, causing the yellow flowers and green grass within to sway gracefully. On the opposite side of the valley, a young boy lay sprawled in the middle of a hillside, mercilessly flattening the delicate flowers and tender grasses beneath him. This boy, reclining on the slope, was evidently marring the valley's picturesque scenery, inciting a desire in onlookers to confront him with a reprimand. Were a human to approach and deliver a thorough thrashing, perhaps the boy would be moved to tears of regret. This boy, whose limbs lay feeble and whose eyes appeared vacant, was known as Li Wenjin. He, too, yearned to understand why he found himself in such a position on the hillside. Just moments prior, he had been at home, having just finished watching the latest episode of One Piece, harboring a grudge against the author for the plot's twists, and had finally drifted into slumber. However, upon awakening, he discovered himself nestled in a valley, a revelation that filled him with profound confusion and uncertainty. Even if it were a prank, it seemed ludicrous to him that anyone would go to such lengths to transport him to this remote location. For he resided in a city devoid of such expansive valleys, only the distant rural areas might boast such enchanting landscapes. Upon awakening, Li Wenjin was naturally anxious, desperately seeking a path back home yet. When he climbed to the summit of the small hill to survey the city's whereabouts, he was met with sheer bewilderment. He found himself on a small island, surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean, with not a trace of a city in sight. Stunned for a considerable time, Li Wenjin began to scour the island for signs of human habitation, convinced that someone was playing a cruel joke by marooning him on this isle. The island was not large. Within 2 days, he had searched its entirety, yet he found no evidence of human activity. The island was oval-shaped, spanning approximately 50 kilometers, adorned with wildflowers and grasses, yet devoid of forests, presenting a typical valley landscape. There were no ferocious carnivorous beasts on the island, only ordinary creatures such as wild rabbits and pheasant, small animals that posed no threat. Having subsisted alone on the island for 5 days, he could only forage for a few wild greens to stave off hunger, drinking from the stagnant water in the valley to barely sustain himself. He had once contemplated capturing a rabbit or a pheasant for sustenance, but his physical condition rendered him incapable of catching them. After enduring 2 weeks of solitary existence on the island, he could no longer withstand the torment, teetering on the brink of mental collapse. After all, a person accustomed to modern society, clutching a smartphone and computer daily, suddenly finding themselves on an uninhabited island was a truly harrowing experience. Furthermore, the absence of any human interaction was a testament to his resilience in not losing his sanity. In truth, Li Wenjin was merely a typical office worker, leading a monotonous life of work and leisure. Indulging his favorite anime, though not affluent, he considered himself to be living quite well. Yet now, abruptly cast away to a deserted island, stripped of conversation, smartphones, and computers, forced to seek food and water, his endurance of 2 weeks was indeed remarkable. As the fortnight drew to a close, Li Wenjin began to succumb to despair, lying down on the mountainside, reluctant to rise again. He merely wished to lie in stillness, awaiting the arrival of death, convincing himself that this was merely a nightmare, and that upon his demise, he would awaken back in the realm of reality. As he languished in this state, on the verge of unconsciousness from hunger, a warship adorned with a seagull flag approached the vicinity of the island where he lay. The warship, bearing the seagull flag, appeared somewhat battered, as if it had recently endured a fierce battle. At the bow of the ship stood a strikingly poised female officer, a cigarette perched between her lips, gazing at the island ahead, commanding her soldiers, "There's a small island ahead. We will rest there for a day and repair the ship before returning to Navy headquarters tomorrow." 4 Navy soldiers, their eyes alight with admiration and respect, responded resolutely, "Understood, Major Tina." Major Tina, merely 24 years of age, had already attained the rank of major at Navy headquarters. Her mission to the South Sea was to apprehend the notorious criminal, Cain Taejin Luo, who bore a bounty of 42 million berries. Though lacking the powers of a devil fruit, Cain Taejin Luo was an exceptional swordsman, nearly on par with his swordmaster, rendering him a formidable adversary for Tina. Their encounter had taken place upon the open sea, where Tina swiftly dispatched Kane Tate Jinluo's vessel with her black gun array. However, she had not anticipated that he would swim aboard her warship, successfully slaying several of her soldiers. The Navy soldiers were utterly powerless against Kane Tate Jinluo's assault, forcing Tina to fend for herself against his attacks. The outcome of the battle was ultimately Tina's victory, yet Kane Tate Jinluo had left her ship in tatters, incapable of making the return journey to Navy headquarters. In a state of desperation, Tina was left with no choice but to head back towards the Navy headquarters, pausing briefly at a nearby island to repair her vessel before making the journey back. The island she chose to stop at was none other than the small isle where Li Wenjin lay unconscious. As the Navy ship docked at the shore, the soldiers immediately disembarked to search for usable timber, during which one soldier stumbled upon the unconscious Li Wenjin. At this point, Li Wenjin's appearance had regressed to that of a 14-year-old boy, a stark contrast to his former 25-year-old self. Li Wenjin was, of course, aware of his youthful transformation. However, his thoughts were solely consumed with the desire to return home, leaving little room for contemplation about his sudden change in age. As the Navy soldier passed by Li Wenjin, he noticed the boy's childlike form, and, moved by compassion, chose to carry him back to the Navy warship. Had Li Wenjin appeared as a grown man, the soldier would have likely still rescued him, but he would have bound him first, as no one could ascertain whether Li Wenjin was a villain. On the brink of death, Li Wenjin was cradled by the Navy soldier and brought aboard Major Tina's warship. Upon resting aboard the ship, Tina observed the soldier returning empty-handed in his search for timber, yet holding a peculiar child in his arms. She immediately inquired, "What is the story behind this child?" Reporting, "Major, this child was found on the island. He appears to have fainted from hunger," the soldier promptly replied. Tina furrowed her brow, gazing at Li Wenjin in silence. Her contemplation was not whether to save him, but rather where to take him. Transporting Li Wenjin to Navy headquarters seemed implausible, as a child without any identification would not be permitted entry. After much deliberation, Tina finally instructed the soldier, "First, we must ensure he revives. Once he awakens, we shall determine how to proceed." Upon hearing Tina's words, tears welled in the soldier's eyes as he responded, "Major Tina is truly compassionate." Tina, accustomed to such reactions, replied directly, "You should prepare some food for him, otherwise he may perish." As the soldier took Li Wenjin away, Tina distanced herself from concern for the boy, for every day at sea, there were those in distress. She could not extend her care to each one. Li Wenjin's encounter with her was merely a fulfillment of her duty, assisting him to a place where he might survive, thereby completing her obligations as a member of the Navy. Chapter 2. Tina. Upon awakening once more, Li Wenjin immediately realized he was no longer in the flower-laden valley, but rather resting upon a bed. This discovery filled him with excitement, although the bed was not his own. The presence of a room and a bed signified that he was not alone. There were others nearby, and that meant he could return home. He chose to disregard his rumbling stomach, springing to his feet and striding toward the door. However, after taking only a few steps, he felt a slight dizziness, reminiscent of his previous experiences aboard a ship. Yet he paid it no mind. He was eager to engage someone in conversation. Upon stepping through the door, he confirmed he was indeed aboard a vessel, as the vast ocean and the ship behind him greeted his gaze. In that moment, Li Wenjin surmised that someone had passed by the island and rescued him, or perhaps the individuals who had marooned him were now returning him to his original world. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Wenjin was determined to converse with someone and clarify his current predicament. Thus he made his way toward the source of the loudest voices. As he approached within 5 meters, he spotted a large seagull flag emblazoned on the sails of the ship, a design that, as a devoted fan of One Piece, he recognized instantly as the Navy's emblem from the anime. There was no mistaking it. A violent gust of wind surged forth, causing the naval vessel to sway abruptly. At the same moment, Li Wenjin, who had been lost in thought while gazing at the naval flag, was jolted back to reality. Upon awakening, Li Wenjin found himself at a loss, unsure of how to respond to his inexplicable situation. Although he had read about such fantastical occurrences in novels, experiencing it himself left him feeling unnervingly cold. The world of One Piece was hardly a realm where an ordinary person could exist safely here. Everything hinged on strength as a mere commoner. Li Wenjin knew that his existence in the One Piece anime would likely amount to no more than a fleeting cameo. His mind was awash with a torrent of chaotic thoughts when a naval officer, noticing his dazed state, called out to him, "Hey, kid, the storm is fierce, you should head back to your quarters." Snapping back to attention, Li Wenjin turned to face the soldier, however. Before he could discern the officer's identity, another colossal wave crashed against the ship, causing it to tilt perilously in a panic. Li Wenjin quickly dropped to the deck to avoid being thrown overboard. Positioned on the left side of the vessel, where it was beginning to lean toward the sea, Li Wenjin realized that if he did not secure himself, the surging water could easily sweep him off the deck. The treacherous conditions outside compelled him to seek refuge in his cabin, yet the water had already flooded the deck, rendering it treacherously slick. He dared not make a move towards safety. At that moment, he could only cling tightly to the ship's railing, fighting against the relentless tide that threatened to engulf him. The tumultuous winds and waves arrived swiftly and departed just as fast. Yet for Li Wenjin, it had sapped every ounce of his strength to remain aboard. Once the storm subsided, as he lay on the deck gasping for breath, a naval soldier approached him. Looking down with an air of superiority, "You really are pathetic. How could you be so exhausted from such minor turbulence? How on earth did you end up on that deserted island?" Though utterly fatigued, Li Wenjin managed to sit up and inquire, "What time is it? Where are we? Where are we headed?" The naval soldier, clearly irritated, retorted, "Shouldn't you be thanking us for saving your life first?" Realizing his impatience, Li Wenjin quickly amended his tone. "Thank you, dear naval officer." Upon hearing Li Wenjin's gratitude, the soldier appeared satisfied and replied, "Major Tina wishes to see you come with me." As Li Wenjin stood, he grasped the soldier's uniform and asked, "Could you please clarify the questions I just asked?" In a surprisingly good mood, the soldier casually responded, "It is the year 1516 of the Sea Circle calendar. We are currently in the South Sea, and we are heading back to the naval headquarters." For a moment, Li Wenjin had entertained thoughts that this vessel might belong to some wealthy pirate enthusiast indulging in One Piece cosplay. However, the soldier's casual remarks solidified the reality that he had indeed traversed into the world of One Piece. Li Wenjin, an observant employee attuned to the moods of his superiors, could easily discern the truth in the soldier's expression with the ship bound for the naval headquarters. Any falsehood would soon be laid bare, rendering deceit unnecessary. Following the soldier in a daze, Li Wenjin was soon led to the bow of the ship, where Major Tina was directing the crew to clear the deck of water. As the naval soldier approached Tina, he saluted and announced, "Major Tina, the child you requested to see has been brought to you." Tina gazed at Li Wenjin, who was staring at her with a vacant expression, and her mood instantly soured. She began to suspect that the child they had rescued might possess a questionable intellect. "Is this child we saved, perhaps, lacking in mental acuity?" Tina directly questioned the Marine sentry. The Marine, perplexed, had not detected anything amiss with Li Wenjin during their conversation. He seemed like a perfectly normal child. Thus, he prepared to respond that Li Wenjin was fine. However, just as he was about to answer, he caught sight of Li Wenjin, who was in a daze behind him. He instantly understood the reason for Tina's suspicion that Li Wenjin was mentally deficient. The Marine, incensed, whirled around and smacked Li Wenjin on the head, exclaiming, "What's wrong with you, kid? Hurry up and thank Lieutenant Commander Tina for saving your life." Li Wenjin was indeed in a daze, captivated by the sight of a real-life character from One Piece, and a beautiful woman at that. Despite Tina's limited screen time, the seasoned One Piece enthusiast readily recognized her. He was now utterly convinced that he had transmigrated into the world of One Piece, eliciting a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The excitement stemmed from the prospect of traversing the beloved world of One Piece. However, the trepidation arose from the realization that he, an ordinary human, was ill-equipped to survive in this world. Unlike other transmigrators who were bestowed with a golden finger, he possessed nothing, leaving him feeling profoundly unbalanced. As Li Wenjin pondered these bizarre circumstances, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his head, followed by the Marine's irate voice. Jolted back to reality by the pain, he immediately addressed Tina. "Thank you for saving my life, beautiful lady." His survival in the world of One Piece hinged on Tina's goodwill, and he felt compelled to ingratiate himself with her. If she were to cast him off in some godforsaken place, his demise would be all but certain. Tina, flattered by Li Wenjin's compliment, felt a surge of delight. However, as a lieutenant commander in the Marines, she needed to maintain a semblance of composure. Nevertheless, her tone towards Li Wenjin softened noticeably. "Where are you from? And why were you on that deserted island?" Tina inquired. Tina's question set off a flurry of thoughts in Li Wenjin's mind, for he knew that a wrong answer could jeopardize his chances of being rescued by Tina. Drawing upon his 4 years of experience navigating social situations, he quickly replied, "I was working away from home when I accidentally fell into the sea and drifted to that deserted island." Li Wenjin's response was rather unremarkable, as countless people perished at sea every day in the world of One Piece. His survival on a deserted island could be considered fortunate. On board the marine warship, Tina had anticipated Li Wenjin's answer, as he did not appear to have been robbed by pirates. It was more likely that he had fallen overboard during a voyage. After a moment of consideration, Tina said, "Where is your hometown? I will send you back." Upon hearing Tina's words, Li Wenjin immediately began to devise a plan. He had no desire to leave Tina's side, as he believed that his chances of survival were greatest in her company. "I have no home and no family. I am a wanderer, seeking work wherever it may be found," Li Wenjin replied. His strategy was to evoke Tina's sympathy, hoping that she would take him back to the Marine headquarters, thereby ensuring his safety. He even entertained the notion of securing a position as a clerk within the headquarters. However, Li Wenjin's aspirations were swiftly dashed by Tina. "Since you have no home, I will send you to Sato's Island. The head of the Marine branch, there is a friend of mine. You can live a good life there." Sato's Island was a stopover on Tina's route back to Marine headquarters, and the head of the Marine branch, there was a classmate from her academy days. Tina's offer to send Li Wenjin to live on Sato's Island was already a considerable act of kindness, but Li Wenjin did not perceive it that way, as he was reluctant to leave her side. "Beautiful lady, could you take me to the Marine headquarters? I want to join the Marines," Li Wenjin pleaded, his eyes filled with anticipation, hoping that Tina would grant his request, thereby increasing his odds of survival. Tina was pleased by Li Wenjin's flattery, but she shook her head, replying, "You cannot join the Marine headquarters without proper identification." Although he had anticipated this response, Tina's words still left Li Wenjin feeling dejected. "Then, beautiful lady, could you send me to Shimatsuki village in East Blue?" Since he could not go to Marine headquarters, he would have to settle for East Blue, the region he was most familiar with, as he believed that he could survive there. Moreover, Shimatsuki village was home to Kushiru's Isshin Dojo, making it a relatively safe haven. If he could become a disciple at the Isshin Dojo and forge a good relationship with Zoro, he might even make a name for himself. Originally, Li Wenjin had considered going to Fusha village to find Luffy and Ace, but he ultimately abandoned the idea, as he feared that their reckless nature might lead to his demise. He concluded that it would be safer to seek refuge in a more ordinary place like the Isshin Dojo. While his plan was sound, Li Wenjin's hopes were once again shattered by Tina. "We are returning to Marine headquarters and cannot take you to East Blue. However, I can give you some money, and you can take a ship from Sato's Island to East Blue. On Sadmo's Island, there exists a merchant vessel bound for the East Sea," to which Tina shook her head in response. Filled with a sense of helplessness, Li Wenjin pondered the grim fate that awaited him should he be unable to accompany Tina to the East Sea. Alone at sea, in the face of pirates, he knew the crew aboard the merchant ship would offer him no assistance. The likely outcome for him would be a tragic demise. Contemplating his sudden separation from his family and his venture into the perilous realm of the Pirate King, he squeezed his eyes shut, forcing out a few tears. With a heart-wrenching expression, he gazed at Tina and pleaded, "Dear sister, is there truly no way for you to escort me to the East Sea?" Upon encountering the pitiful Li Wenjin, Tina sighed thoughtfully and ultimately expressed her resignation. "It is impossible for me to escort you to the East Sea. However, I can arrange for someone to take you there. Do bear in mind, though, that his temperament is rather unyielding, and accompanying him to the East Sea might present some challenges." Though somewhat disheartened, Li Wenjin had no choice but to accept this outcome. He feigned delight and replied, "Thank you, beautiful sister." Tina did not respond to Li Wenjin, but instead turned to the naval ensign behind her, instructing, Please call Colonel Smoker and inquire whether he has departed for the EC. If he has not yet left, ask him to await my return at the naval headquarters." The ensign promptly obeyed the command, while Li Wenjin's spirits soared. Accompanying Smoker to the EC would undoubtedly be far safer than traveling with Tina, as Smoker, possessing the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit, was virtually invincible in that region. "You should return to your room and rest," she advised. Upon arriving at the naval headquarters, "I shall arrange for someone to escort you to the East Sea," Tina remarked to Li Wenjin. After exchanging words with Li Wenjin, Tina chose to disregard her presence, as they were not particularly acquainted, leaving little to discuss. Moreover, Tina believed she had already extended her goodwill. Had it not been for Li Wenjin's amiable demeanor, she would have been disinclined to involve herself in her affairs. Tina turned on her heel and departed, while Li Wenjin did not retreat to her quarters. Instead, she assisted the naval soldiers on the deck in clearing the accumulated water, simultaneously inquiring about the specifics of the world of One Piece from the sailors. In truth, Li Wenjin yearned to approach Tina to glean the current circumstances, yet Tina's aloof demeanor deterred her from doing so, compelling her to seek answers from the sailors instead. The sailors, while not particularly attentive to Li Wenjin, were willing to respond to her inquiries, as her assistance lightened their workload. They provided her with information that had already been disseminated in the news and newspapers. Together with the sailors, Li Wenjin toiled until nightfall, exhausting herself in the process. Ultimately, she managed to clarify her current situation. It was the year 1516 of the sea calendar, with 4 years remaining until Luffy set sail. As for her location, she found herself in the South Sea, with a 3-day journey ahead to reach the naval headquarters. Of course, the 3-day estimate was based on traveling aboard a naval warship. Were she to embark on a conventional vessel, the journey would require at least a month. During the evening respite, Li Wenjin found himself resting in the same chamber as 10 naval soldiers. He refrained from disturbing their slumber, instead quietly contemplating his future course of action. Despite possessing an ordinary physique, he harbored a fair degree of confidence in his ability to survive on a secure island. However, in the world of One Piece, truly safe islands were nearly non-existent, which left him somewhat troubled. Furthermore, having traversed into the realm of One Piece, he felt a strong desire to encounter the myriad beauties and formidable warriors that populated this universe, a sentiment befitting a seasoned pirate enthusiast like himself. Regrettably, after meticulously inspecting himself from head to toe, he discovered no sign of any extraordinary abilities, which left him feeling quite disheartened. Now that he had crossed over into the world of One Piece, the fact that he was merely an ordinary person was a bitter pill to swallow, plunging him into a state of melancholy. Initially, he harbored hopes of locating a dojo where he could study advanced swordsmanship and become a master swordsman. Yet, upon realizing that he was already 14 or 15 years old, he could only sigh in resignation. Every formidable warrior began their training from a young age, and at his age, the prospect of attaining peak prowess through training seemed almost impossible. The only avenue available to enhance his strength lay in consuming a powerful devil fruit, with no other means of empowerment coming to mind. With a hint of apprehension for the future, Li Wenjin gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 4. The system in the subsequent 3 days leading to the naval headquarters, Li Wenjin spent his time wandering the deck alongside the naval soldiers, aiding with tasks within his capabilities. This was not solely his desire, but rather an opportunity to engage with Tina. Unfortunately, Tina appeared to have little interest in a man as feeble as Li Wenjin. Even when his modern jokes elicited a smile from her, she merely regarded him as an amusing child. This left Li Wenjin feeling quite dejected, although he managed to capture the interest of the naval soldiers with some contemporary humor. Tina never sought him out, leaving him at a loss on how to attract her attention. At noon on the 3rd day, while lost in thought at the bow of the ship, Li Wenjin suddenly spotted a military vessel approaching. He immediately intended to inform the sailors. However, before he could turn, a naval soldier patted him on the shoulder and said, "Wenjin, it seems we are about to part ways." "Brother Landu, what do you mean? Have we not yet arrived at the naval headquarters?" Li Wenjin inquired of the soldier who had addressed him. Landu approached Li Wenjin and pointed towards the slowly advancing warship, stating, That vessel belongs to Colonel Smoker. You need not proceed to the naval headquarters. As he gazed at the approaching ship, Li Wenjin fell into a profound silence, simultaneously troubled about his future. Observing Li Wenjin's quietude, Landu patted his shoulder and remarked, "You, my boy, are quite intriguing. I initially intended for you to join us, but you are simply not suited for combat. I hope you can manage to survive well in the East Blue." Turning to Landu, Li Wenjin noticed him producing a stack of berries, which he promptly extended towards him, saying, "Here, Wenjin, this is 500,000 berries, gathered for your journey. May you find your relatives and live on resolutely." Li Wenjin explained to the naval soldiers that he wished to go to East Blue because he had relatives in the village of West Shimoki. With a heart full of emotion, Li Wenjin gazed at Landu and embraced him tightly, sorrowfully expressing, "Brother Landu, I truly cannot bear to part with you." Landu, gently patting Li Wenjin's back, replied with a hint of exasperation, "Wenjin, you are being quite dramatic, aren't you?" Ignoring Randu's words entirely, Li Wenjin was genuinely saddened. A small part of his sorrow stemmed from bidding farewell to Tina and the others, while the greater part was due to leaving the safety of his world and stepping into the perilous realm of pirates. Li Wenjin was just an ordinary office worker, living a peaceful and carefree life in modern society. Now, suddenly parting from his parents and entering a world where death could be lurking at any corner. It was only natural for him to feel despondent. Disregarding whatever Randu was saying, he clung to him, seeking to vent his emotions and express the misfortunes and overwhelming gloom he had encountered over the past 20 days. At that moment, although he was an adult, once he had released his pent-up feelings, he ceased to dwell on the past and began contemplating how to survive in the future. The means of survival, represented by the 500,000 berries that Randu had given him, served as his capital for existence. Consequently, Li Wenjin released Randu, wiping away the traces of tears, and accepted the berries that Randu had handed over. "Brother Randu, I heard that naval soldiers are quite poor. How could you have so much berries?" Li Wenjin asked, puzzled. Randu, annoyed, slapped Li Wenjin on the head and retorted, "Who said we are all poor? We are wealthy." Li Wenjin felt speechless at Randu's statement, having learned over the past few days that the naval soldiers, except for those who had families to support, spent their earnings immediately without any concept of saving. Now, Randu's claim that the 500,000 berries were gathered by the naval soldiers for him was utterly unbelievable. Sensing Li Wenjin's skepticism, Randu leaned in closer and whispered, "Actually, most of these berries were provided by Major Tina. We only contributed 100,000. It seems that you're quite favored by Major Tina, and we, the soldiers, are envious." Upon hearing Randu's words, Li Wenjin was taken aback, not by the revelation itself, but by the sudden voice in his head. Recharge of 500,000 berries completed. System officially activated. The emergence of a system left Li Wenjin astounded. He realized he possessed a hidden talent, his golden finger, yet had merely failed to uncover the object that activated it. The pathway to activating this golden finger was simply financial resources. However, it was not entirely his fault for being unaware. When he regained consciousness, he found himself on a deserted island devoid of treasures. On the naval ship, the soldiers were all financially strapped, and the 500,000 berries he received were the first money he had ever encountered. Now, Li Wenjin yearned to comprehend the system's functions swiftly, for that would allow him to enhance his capabilities and ensure a prosperous existence in the world of pirates. If he could leverage the system to become a formidable force, entering the pirate world could transform from a sorrowful ordeal into a rebirth of sorts. Previously, Li Wenjin had lived a life of conformity, where even the slightest ambition was ruthlessly crushed by reality. If he could become a strong individual in the pirate world, he could reclaim his dreams. But all of this hinged upon the system's capabilities. As he attempted to explore the system's functions, Randu slapped him on the head again, snapping him back to reality. "What are you doing? Were you even listening to me?" Randu exclaimed, irritated. Though jolted awake, Li Wenjin suppressed his excitement and replied, "Brother Randu, you mentioned that the berries were given by Sister Tina, which got me a bit worked up." Randu was exasperated, retorting, "That was 2 minutes ago. I said that Colonel Smoker's ship has arrived." Turning around, Li Wenjin spotted a naval vessel approaching within 500 meters, likely to meet them in under 2 minutes. Randu patted Li Wenjin on the back, urging, "Hurry and follow me. We need to see Major Tina. She will arrange for you to board Colonel Smoker's ship." "I understand, Brother Randu." Although Li Wenjin was eager to discover the system's functions, the priority was to bid farewell to Tina, who had saved his life and provided him with a substantial amount of berries, thus enabling him to activate the system. She was, in essence, his savior and benefactor. Chapter 5. Smoker on the left side of the deck. Major Tina's ship had already joined forces with Colonel Smoker's vessel. The two ships now sailing side by side with a mere 2 meters separating them. Smoker, cigar in mouth, stood on his ship, addressing Tina with evident displeasure. "Tina, you made me wait 3 days at headquarters. What could possibly be so important? Am I not allowed to seek you out if there is no pressing matter?" Tina, visibly irked, responded, "Smoker, I don't appreciate your tone." Smoker took a deep drag from his cigar, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "I've been assigned to the East Blue and have delayed my duty for 3 days. I want to know the reason for your summons. That is not unreasonable." "Tina, you dare to reprimand your superior and are concerned about complaints?" Smoker's attitude was met with Tina's disdain, but she recognized that she had wasted his time. Thus, she pulled Li Wenjin forward. "This child was saved on my journey. He is an orphan, but he has a relative in East Blue. I need you to take him to West Shimogi Village." She gestured towards Li Wenjin. "Just for this kid, I had to wait 3 days?" Smoker shot a disgruntled glance at Li Wenjin. "Tina, I handle my affairs without your interference. Just tell me if you're willing to take him." She fixed her gaze on Smoker. Seeing Tina's expression, Smoker let out a resigned puff of smoke and replied, "For the sake of our shared history. I'll take him to East Blue, but I'll only take him to Loguetown. He is on his own from there." Tina understood Smoker's nature, and his agreement to transport Li Wenjin was already commendable. She turned to Li Wenjin and asked, "You heard that. Do you want to go to East Blue with him? If not, I can send you to Sodom Island." "Sister Tina, I wish to go to East Blue. I will figure out how to return to West Shimogi Village myself." Although he had activated the system, Li Wenjin decided on East Blue, where powerful pirates were less prevalent, allowing him to gradually enhance his strength through the system. In other seas, he might not even become strong before being eliminated by formidable pirates, rendering the system useless. Therefore, he chose East Blue, a suitable place for newcomers to hone their skills. Upon hearing Li Wenjin's response, Tina addressed Smoker, "I'm entrusting this child to you." Smoker glanced at Li Wenjin, finally understanding why Tina was so protective of him. It seemed the boy had won her favor. "Get him over here quickly. I want to leave this dreadful place," Smoker said impatiently, as he had likely been inundated with complaints from those dissatisfied with his absence over the past 3 days. Tina promptly arranged for Li Wenjin to board Smoker's ship. With the gangway set up, Randu pushed Li Wenjin towards Smoker's vessel. The short distance of merely 2 meters allowed Li Wenjin to reach Smoker's ship in just a few strides. Upon boarding, Li Wenjin turned back to wave at Tina and Randu, calling out, "Sister Tina, brothers, I promise to repay your kindness in the future." His gratitude was genuine, for without their intervention, he might have perished from hunger or fallen victim to ruthless pirates. Watching Li Wenjin waving and calling out to them as he departed, Tina felt a twinge of regret. She had developed a fondness for the boy, or else she would not have sent him to East Blue or provided him with such a generous sum of money. However, she perceived him as too fragile to thrive as a naval officer. If not for that, she might have considered recruiting him into the Navy. As for his identity, it was not an issue for Tina, for as a major, she could easily recruit an ordinary person as a soldier. If Li Wenjin had been a powerful individual, Tina would have been unable to accept him into the Navy, given the likelihood of such strong figures being spies. On Smoker's ship, he had no interest in Li Wenjin. The moment Li Wenjin boarded, he ordered the crew to set sail, eager to depart the naval headquarters and avoid further troubles from Admiral Sengoku. Li Wenjin continued to wave at Tina and the others until their figures faded from view, then plopped down on the ship's deck, staring vacantly at the distant sea. While appearing lost in thought, Li Wenjin was actually focused on investigating the system. However, before he could delve into it for even a minute, a voice interrupted him. "Hey, kid, this isn't Tina's ship. You need to work here as payment for your journey to East Blue. Do you understand?" Smoker stood Bazida Li Wenjin, his expression indifferent. Though irked by Smoker's abrupt interruption, Li Wenjin knew he had to comply and nodded obediently, indicating he would follow Smoker's orders. Smoker, noticing Li Wenjin's willingness to cooperate, called out to the second floor of the ship, "Dasky, come out. I have a task for you." 5 seconds later, a cute girl stumbled out of a room and hurried towards Smoker, nearly tripping down the stairs, which left Li Wenjin feeling rather bemused. "Smoker, reporting for duty." Dasky gasped, having run up to Smoker. Smoker paid no attention to Li Wenjin's thoughts and pointed at him, instructing Dasky, "This child is your responsibility. You two will handle the cleaning of the ship." Dasky adjusted her glasses, glanced at Li Wenjin, and calmly replied, "I will ensure the task is completed, Colonel Smoker." "Then you can start now," Smoker commanded, giving Li Wenjin no opportunity to rest. This made Li Wenjin internally curse Smoker for exploiting child labor. Originally eager to explore the system further, that ambition was dashed as Dasky had already taken hold of him, leading him into the ship's cabin. Despite being pulled along by the cute girl, Li Wenjin pondered whether he could persuade her to grant him some time to study the system. However, Dasky, though young, was meticulous and did not allow Li Wenjin any chance to slack off. She diligently guided him through cleaning the entire ship. By the time they finished cleaning the warship, evening was approaching, and Li Wenjin was utterly exhausted, wishing only to lie down on the deck and rest. At that moment, he was cursing Smoker in his mind, for it was evident that the ship had not been cleaned in a long time, with rubbish and dust strewn everywhere. It was clear that Smoker had deliberately set him up for this task. Chapter 6. The Lottery. After cleaning the ship, Li Wenjin sat on the bow of the vessel, gazing at the distant sky as the sun gradually descended, enjoying the refreshing sea breeze. After resting for 5 minutes and regaining some composure, he intended to continue exploring the system. Yet, before he could begin, Dasky suddenly approached him and handed him a box meal. "Li Wenjin, this is your dinner for tonight," Dasky said with a serious expression as she offered him the meal. "Dasky, you're younger than me. You should call me Brother Wenjin," Li Wenjin replied. At 15, Dasky was not necessarily younger than Li Wenjin's current appearance, but in his mind, he felt older, and thus he insisted she refer to him as brother. Unfortunately, Dasky paid him no mind. Seeing that Li Wenjin was trying to take advantage of her and refusing the box meal, she bluntly stated, "I want to call you brother. Do you want to eat or not? If not, I'll take it back." Hastily accepting the box meal from Dasky, Li Wenjin opened it and began devouring the contents voraciously, finishing it in just a minute. After eating, he handed the empty box back to Dasky, who had yet to leave, and inquired, "Dasky, whereas Colonel Smoker?" Dasky took the empty box, shot Li Wenjin an annoyed look, and replied, "Colonel Smoker has already gone to rest. You should do the same." Li Wenjin quickly asked, "Where's my resting quarters?" "There are many empty rooms in the first floor cabin. Just find one that's unoccupied to rest in," Dasky said straightforwardly. Smoker's ship was a medium-sized vessel with numerous cabins for accommodation, and with fewer than 20 crew members aboard, many rooms were available. The reason for the low number of soldiers was that most had already been dispatched to Loguetown in East Blue, leaving only 20 sailors behind to operate the ship while Smoker waited for Tina. "I understand. You can go back now. I shall rest here briefly before retiring to my quarters." Li Wenjin intends to delve into the intricacies of the system before seeking repose in his room. Consequently, he dismissed Tashiji. Tashiji, disinclined to engage with Li Wenjin, acquiesced to his desire to remain on deck. However, before departing, she couldn't resist remarking, "Please refrain from addressing me as sister in the future. I am demonstrably older than you." Amused by Tashiji's words, Li Wenjin retorted, "Understood, Tashiji, my little sister." Li Wenjin's deliberately drawn-out pronunciation irked Tashiji, who glared at him before turning away, ceasing further interaction. Observing Tashiji's retreating figure, Li Wenjin chuckled and then directed his attention to a thorough examination of the system's capabilities. The system's functionality, pivotal to Li Wenjin's future strength, demanded meticulous scrutiny. After half an hour, Li Wenjin comprehended the system's primary functions, a fusion of replication and lottery mechanisms. Whether additional functionalities existed remained unclear to Li Wenjin at that juncture. The replication and lottery functions enabled the system to replicate inanimate objects from the world of One Piece, contingent upon Li Wenjin's participation in the lottery. The lottery comprised 4 tiers, ordinary draws costing 100,000 berries, intermediate draws costing 1 million berries, advanced draws costing 10 million berries, and top-tier draws costing 100 million berries. The potential prizes remained unknown to Li Wenjin due to a lack of prior experimentation. However, his aspiration centered on acquiring potent devil fruits to augment his strength. Furthermore, Li Wenjin discovered that his body within the system possessed 10 keepable slots and a backpack with 100 inventory spaces. Upon familiarizing himself with the system's features, he felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of the 4 lottery tiers, as the system granted him, as a novice, 1 guaranteed draw at each level. After considerable deliberation, Li Wenjin opted to initiate with an ordinary draw, mentally selecting the corresponding option. Herrick the Pirate's Sock increases defense by 32 points. Li Wenjin was rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond to the peculiar nature of the item, which also possessed attributes. He was uncertain of its efficacy. Adding to Li Wenjin's frustration, he lacked a means to assess the defensive attribute. He couldn't simply subject himself to an assault, lest he be inadvertently slain. His demise would be unjust. Ultimately, Li Wenjin opted to keep Halleck's socks within his system backpack and proceeded to draw a mid-tier lottery. Chopper's Healing Balm, a panacea for bodily injuries, capable of mending any wound short of missing limbs. Contemplating this item, Li Wenjin found himself in a quandary, for its efficacy, though undeniable, was limited to a single use, precluding any possibility of experimentation. Resigned, Li Wenjin sequestered Chopper's Healing Balm and initiated the extraction of a high-tier lottery. Ghost Spider's Longsword augments strength by 180 points. Upon beholding this artifact, Li Wenjin's heart surged with elation, for it presented an opportunity to ascertain the utility of the drawn items. He promptly equipped Ghost Spider's Longsword, whereupon he perceived a gradual surge of power coursing through his physique, instilling in him a sense of invincibility. However, the sensation proved ephemeral, vanishing as swiftly as it had manifested. Upon opening his eyes, Li Wenjin, imbued with newfound vigor, unleashed a punch upon the deck, cleaving a gaping hole through the planks. Stunned, Li Wenjin's mind reeled with a maelstrom of thoughts. The attributes conferred by the lottery items were indeed efficacious, a revelation that stirred Li Wenjin profoundly. He mused that if a single Ghost Spider's Longsword could amplify his strength to such an extent, then adorning all 10 equipment slots with these blades would elevate his might to unprecedented levels. This prospect filled Li Wenjin with unbridled jubilation. Chapter 7. Chop Chop Fruit aboard the naval vessel's deck. Li Wenjin, having equipped Ghost Spider's Longsword, immersed himself in boundless reverie until a naval soldier's voice roused him. "Hey you, what was that noise? Did you break something?" Li Wenjin snapped back to reality, gazing up at the naval soldier addressing him from the watchtower. He then cast his gaze downward, discovering the gaping hole he had inadvertently punched through the deck. Without further ado, Li Wenjin comprehended the reason for the naval soldier's summons, attributing it to the sound of the deck fracturing. Fortuitously, the dim lighting obscured the details of the deck from the watchtower, prompting Li Wenjin to offer a hasty explanation to the sentinel. It was merely a barrel toppling over, nothing of consequence. From the watchtower, Enki grumbled, "Be more cautious. Avoid causing damage to the ship, lest you incur Smoker's wrath." Observing that Enki remained stationed at the watchtower, Li Wenjin breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon turning his gaze back to the breached deck, a sense of melancholy washed over him. He lacked the means to mend the gaping fissure, leaving him uncertain as to how to placate Smoker. Yet, his thoughts soon coalesced into a promising scheme. After ensuring his solitude, Li Wenjin ascended to the naval vessel's second deck and approached Tashiji's quarters, rapping 5 times upon her door. Tashiji, who had been diligently polishing her weaponry within her chambers, was startled by the sudden knock, nearly nicking her hand with the blade. Exasperated, she set down the sword and proceeded to the door, eager to confront the intruder. Upon opening the door, Tashiji was met with Li Wenjin's countenance. She retorted with displeasure, "Why are you here instead of resting? And why did you knock without speaking?" Li Wenjin dared not voice his intentions, fearing that Smoker, whose quarters were adjacent to Tashiji's, might overhear his presence. "Keep your voice down, lest you disturb Smoker," Li Wenjin whispered. What do you need? If it's nothing important, leave me be, Tashiji replied, her tone still laced with annoyance. Clearing his throat, Li Wenjin declared, Tashiji, I've discovered a hazardous area on the deck and sought you out to investigate. Upon hearing of a potential danger aboard the naval vessel, Tashiji's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Lead me to it. Show me where this danger lies. With his ruse successful, Li Wenjin's heart swelled with triumph as he led Tashiji toward the site of the breach. Arriving at the breached deck, Li Wenjin gestured toward the gaping hole, proclaiming, Here it is, Tashiji. See how perilous it is? Tashiji furrowed her brow, retorting, Isn't this where you usually dine? Why, I brought you food earlier. I didn't notice this rupture. Did you cause it? Li Wenjin hastily shook his head, exclaiming, How could that be? You know how feeble I am. How could I have created such a large hole? Tashiji eyed Li Wenjin with suspicion, finding his words somewhat dubious. However, she was aware that his strength was less than that of an average soldier, making it seem improbable that he could have caused the damage. After a moment of contemplation, Tashiji, gazing at the gaping hole in the deck, suggested, Let's find some planks to patch it up. Otherwise, Lieutenant Commander Smoker will be displeased. With the deception successfully executed, Li Wenjin, in high spirits, declared, Rest assured, Sister Tashiji, I shall accomplish the mission. Annoyed by Li Wenjin's continued use of sister, Tashiji retorted, If you call me sister again, I'll make you repair this entire cavity by yourself. Li Wenjin promptly fell silent, as he was eager to return and draw a top-tier lottery. Being solely responsible for the repairs would take an eternity. Seeing Li Wenjin's compliance, Tashiji immediately led him to find planks to mend the deck's void. However, both of them were inept repairmen, and they merely managed to find a few planks to cover the aperture, preventing anyone from falling through. The deck repair endeavor was completed in 20 minutes. Tashiji, upon finishing, immediately retreated to her quarters, avoiding further interaction with Li Wenjin. Consumed by thoughts of the impending lottery draw, Li Wenjin did not provoke Tashiji. Instead, he swiftly returned to the first-floor cabin, located an unoccupied room, and secured the doors and windows to draw the top-tier lottery opportunity. Seated on the bed, his heart filled with anticipation, he expended the final top-tier lottery chance. The item drawn was the chop-chop fruit, the devil fruit of Buggy the Clown, which grants the ability to dismember one's body, evading enemy attacks. Gazing at the devil fruit in his system inventory, he hesitated whether to consume it. Given his possession of the system, ingesting a devil fruit seemed somewhat imprudent, as it would preclude swimming. Moreover, the chop-chop fruit was not an exceptionally formidable devil fruit. Had it been a Logia type, Li Wenjin would have devoured it without hesitation. After much deliberation, Li Wenjin conceived a question. Could the devil fruit be considered equipment, and could it be placed in the equipment slot? Acting on this notion, Li Wenjin promptly placed the devil fruit in the equipment slot, much to his delight, as it indeed fit. With the devil fruit secured in the equipment slot, he immediately commenced experimentation, eager to ascertain whether he could utilize the chop-chop ability. To his gratification, he discovered that the devil fruit's power was accessible even when stored in the equipment slot. Experimenting incessantly with the chop-chop ability within the confines of the room, Li Wenjin discerned a limitation. He still needed to hone his control over the fruit's power, as he could only divide himself into 3 segments. To achieve more intricate dismemberment, he required diligent practice. Li Wenjin devoted half an hour to familiarizing himself with the devil fruit's capabilities. Subsequently, he prepared to conduct one final test to determine whether he was susceptible to seawater. This assessment was straightforward for Li Wenjin. He simply exited the room, located a bucket in the cleaning area, collected some seawater near the ship's edge, and proceeded to the soldier's washroom, where he doused himself with a bucket of water. The results were exceedingly gratifying for Li Wenjin. He experienced no discomfort in the water, although he remained uncertain of the sensation of being submerged in the ocean. Li Wenjin was confident that he was impervious to seawater. Chapter 8. System Capabilities. Li Wenjin returned to his quarters, his heart brimming with elation. He no longer harbored any apprehension about surviving in the world of One Piece. Li Wenjin now contemplated how to amass greater wealth, draw more exceptional items, and elevate his strength to an indomitable level, enabling him to traverse the world of pirates with impunity, pursuing his desires without restraint. Envisioning his future prosperity, Li Wenjin involuntarily rolled twice on the bed, expressing his exuberance, which inevitably led to him tumbling onto the floor. Regaining his composure, Li Wenjin arose and resumed his study of the system, focusing on whether items drawn from the lottery could be retrieved from the system inventory and whether they retained their attributes. The only attribute-bearing item available for testing was the long sword of Enigmo. Consequently, he prepared to detach the sword from the equipment slot to ascertain whether it could be retrieved. Li Wenjin mentally commanded the long sword to materialize, but he was immediately met with a system warning. Items materialized will retain their original attributes, but cannot be returned to the system inventory. Upon receiving the system warning, Li Wenjin immediately rescinded his intention to materialize Enigmo's longsword. Were he to summon the sword, he would be compelled to wield it constantly to augment his strength, which he deemed inconvenient. Moreover, the system had preemptively confirmed that materialized equipment retained its attributes, obviating the need for further testing. He was now delighted by the prospect of wielding a greater array of equipment. The system equipment slot could accommodate 10 pieces of equipment. By materializing the equipment, he could personally don additional gear, potentially augmenting his strength exponentially, an extraordinary boon. However, he currently lacked even the 10 pieces of equipment required to fill the slots, let alone materialize additional gear for personal use. Li Wenjin's gaze immediately shifted to the 500,000 berries given to him by Hina. He intended to use the funds to draw from the lottery, hoping to acquire useful equipment. 500,000 berries would allow for a minimum of 5 draws. However, Li Wenjin would need funds for sustenance upon reaching the East Blue. Consequently, he reserved 100,000 berries and used the remaining 400,000 for 4 lottery draws. Empty. Joseph's blade. Strength 28. Empty. Li Wenjin was crestfallen. He now understood that the probability of acquiring items from the lottery was not particularly high, and low-level draws were unlikely to yield valuable items. Although disheartened, Li Wenjin had no choice but to accept the system's low lottery draw rate. After all, the system was merely an inanimate object that he could not alter, and he would need to rely on it in the future. Li Wenjin continued to experiment with the system's various functions until the early hours of the morning, finally retiring with a contented smile. As for Joseph's blade and Harlock the pirate's socks, Li Wenjin naturally equipped them in the equipment slot. Li Wenjin currently possessed few pieces of equipment. Once he acquired more powerful gear, he would naturally replace them. For now, he would make do with what he had. After a night's rest, Li Wenjin was awakened by Tashiji, who sought him out to assist her in cleaning the warship. Although weary, Li Wenjin promptly arose, prepared to work alongside Tashiji. He had no desire to work, but his current strength was no match for Smoker. Thus, he had no choice but to diligently follow Tashiji's instructions, lest he incur Smoker's wrath. After completing his ablutions and attire, Li Wenjin emerged from his quarters and joined Tashiji on the deck. "Sister Tashiji, you look particularly radiant today," Li Wenjin remarked, unable to resist teasing her. Tashiji immediately bristled, exclaiming, "I am not your sister. If you call me sister again, I will demonstrate my swordsmanship." Tashiji glared at Li Wenjin, clutching the hilt of her sword, poised to unsheathe it should he utter the word sister again. Before Li Wenjin could respond, several Navy soldiers on the deck joined in the commotion, shouting, "Tashiji, give that glib-tongued brat a good thrashing. Tashiji, can you handle him? What will you do if you can't defeat that ruffian?" The Navy soldiers' teasing left Li Wenjin speechless. He hastily apologized to Tashiji, saying, "Sister Tashiji, it was all my fault. Please refrain from drawing your sword." Hearing Li Wenjin's apology and his use of sister, Tashiji merely snorted, "I'm not your sister either. Behave yourself in the future." As Tashiji departed, Li Wenjin sighed in relief. Although his current strength was sufficient to contend with Tashiji, he preferred not to expose his abilities, as Smoker was still aboard the warship. Were his strength to be revealed, Smoker might perceive him as a spy and eliminate him or cast him into the sea, a dire fate for Li Wenjin. Thus, it was best to maintain the status quo. Lost in thought, Li Wenjin was suddenly hailed by Tashiji, who had already distanced herself. "What are you doing? Come and work with me." "I'm coming," Li Wenjin responded, hurrying after Tashigi. Seeing that Tashigi did not clash with Li Wenjin, the Navy soldiers lost interest and ceased their attention, as they were merely seeking amusement. Li Wenjin and Tashigi swiftly completed the cleaning of the warship, primarily because they had thoroughly cleaned it the previous day, requiring only maintenance. With the work finished, Tashigi returned to her sword training, avoiding further conversation with Li Wenjin, which left him bored. He could only sit beside Tashigi, observing her training. As for Smoker and the other Navy personnel, Li Wenjin had no desire to converse with them, as they invariably regarded him with disdain. He had no wish to invite further unpleasantness. As Tashigi trained, Li Wenjin stared unremittingly, preventing her from concentrating. Consequently, after 20 minutes of training, Tashigi abruptly turned to Li Wenjin and demanded, "Why do you keep staring at me?" Li Wenjin fainat inusansa, as he had done nothing to provoke Tashigi. "I have done nothing to provoke you. Why are you suddenly yelling at me?" Tashigi was at a loss for words, as Li Wenjin had indeed done nothing except observe her training. Unable to formulate a response, Tashigi retorted in frustration, "I dislike being watched while I train. Go away." Li Wenjin was speechless. "If I cannot watch you train, may I sit here and observe the ocean?" Having spoken, Li Wenjin turned away from Tashigi and began muttering to himself while gazing at the distant sea. Chapter 9. Bounty Hunter Tashigi resumed her training, but she was unable to concentrate, as Li Wenjin's muttered words, like mosquitoes, invaded her ears. Li Wenjin was deliberately teasing Tashigi, so he was reciting the story of Journey to the West, curious to see how she would react. Li Wenjin's storytelling skills were not exceptional, but the tale of Journey to the West was captivating to Tashigi, preventing her from focusing on her training. Her mind was consumed by thoughts of the monkey and his future escapades. After half an hour, Tashigi had unconsciously approached Li Wenjin, listening intently to his story. Having said that, Sun Wukong's soul was captured by the ox head and horse face. What will Sun Wukong do in the Netherworld? To learn about Sun Wukong's adventures in the Netherworld. Tune in next time. Li Wenjin, having spoken for half an hour, felt parched and decided to cease his narration. However, as Li Wenjin stood up, preparing to depart, Tashigi seized his shoulder and implored, "Continue. Will Sun Wukong die?" Li Wenjin turned, regarding Tashigi with a knowing smile, but remained silent. Nevertheless, Tashigi immediately blushed, her face flushed. Tashigi realized that her actions could be misconstrued, but she was eager to hear the rest of Sun Wukong's story. Therefore, she brazenly threatened Li Wenjin, "Recite the rest of the story, or I will punish you." Tashigi's perceived ferocity was merely endearing to Li Wenjin. "Sister Tashigi, I have been speaking for half an hour. Surely you can allow me a sip of water." Li Wenjin fainat griavansa, deliberately teasing Tashigi. Regarding Li Wenjin's feigned grievance, Tashigi relented. "Wait here. I will fetch you water." Watching Tashigi's departing figure, Li Wenjin mused that she was still a child. Li Wenjin shook his head and sat on the deck, awaiting Tashigi's return with water. Within 2 minutes, Tashigi returned, carrying water to Li Wenjin and eagerly handed it to him, saying, "Drink quickly, and then tell me the story of Sun Wukong." Li Wenjin drained the cup of water and said to Tashigi, "Very well, since my sister Tashigi is so obedient, I will tell you the story." Tashigi was no longer concerned with Li Wenjin calling her sister. She was solely focused on hearing the story of Journey to the West. Li Wenjin was also bored. Since Tashigi was willing to listen to his stories, he eagerly complied. Tashigi and Li Wenjin spoke quietly, arousing the curiosity of the Navy soldiers on board. They approached to investigate, and upon hearing the story of Journey to the West, they eagerly gathered around Li Wenjin, listening to his narration. Li Wenjin continued until 5 in the afternoon, when his throat became hoarse. Tashigi and the Navy soldiers finally released Li Wenjin, allowing him to return to his quarters to rest. Having returned to his quarters, Li Wenjin now knew the meaning of self-inflicted suffering. Sea voyages were monotonous. Having a storyteller on board was exhilarating for the soldiers. After hearing the captivating tales, they spread them to the other Navy personnel, eventually reaching Smoker. After a day's rest, Li Wenjin awoke in the morning and opened his door. He found 2 Navy soldiers loitering outside his door. Upon seeing Li Wenjin, they exclaimed, "Little brother, you're finally awake. Tell us the rest of son Wukong's story." Li Wenjin was speechless. He had been promoted from brat to little brother in the eyes of the Navy soldiers. "Brothers, I have cleaning duties to perform," Li Wenjin said. "Don't worry, we have already completed your cleaning duties. Lieutenant Commander Smoker will not bother you." Li Wenjin stared at the two soldiers, amazed that a story could have such power. He admired their dedication. Unfortunately, Li Wenjin would rather clean the warship than tell stories, as the former required only 2 hours, whereas the latter would continue until nightfall. Li Wenjin did not want to tell stories, but the Navy soldiers led him to the deck, where he encountered an even more disconcerting sight. A table and several chairs had been placed on the deck, and Tashigi and 5 Navy soldiers were already seated, awaiting his arrival. Helpless, Li Wenjin followed the 2 soldiers to the deck and sat down. And in the expectant gaze of Tashigi and the Navy soldiers, he continued the story of son Wukong. The journey to Loguetown required 7 days, and Li Wenjin spent those 7 days completing the story of journey to the west for Tashigi and the others. Along the way, Lin Xiao did not encounter any pirate attacks, presumably because they were sailing on a warship of the Navy headquarters. Most pirates would flee upon seeing such a vessel. Even formidable pirates would not provoke the Navy headquarters unless they had a vendetta or sought to make a name for themselves. During that week, Li Wenjin became acquainted with Tashigi, and even Smoker spoke to him on occasion. Li Wenjin wished to become closer to Smoker, as Smoker was en route to Loguetown to assume the position of chief of the Navy branch. Li Wenjin intended to become a bounty hunter, exchanging pirate heads for rewards, which he would use to draw superior equipment. If Li Wenjin were to become closer to Smoker, he could deliver captured pirates to Smoker in exchange for rewards, avoiding the risk of encountering Navy personnel who might embezzle his earnings. Chapter 10. Loguetown. Smoker's warship arrived at Loguetown, where it was greeted by the Navy. Li Wenjin followed Smoker, enjoying the feeling of being welcomed. Li Wenjin did not disembark immediately. Instead, he intended to follow Smoker until he assumed his post and then depart. His reason for doing so was to familiarize himself with the Navy personnel in Loguetown, so that he would not be prevented from seeing Smoker when he returned. It would be a tragedy if he were prevented from seeing Smoker by ordinary soldiers. Following Smoker, Li Wenjin arrived at the Navy branch in Loguetown, where Smoker went to meet with the retiring chief of the Navy branch, and Li Wenjin followed Tashigi to find a place to rest. Under the guidance of a Navy soldier, Tashigi and Li Wenjin were assigned room. Li Wenjin knew that the soldier had mistaken him for a confidant of Smoker and had assigned him a good room. Having a good room to rest in, Li Wenjin naturally did not say that he was not a Navy soldier. He intended to rest in Loguetown for a few days, scouting out the area with the most wanted pirates, so that he could take action. After cleaning his room, Li Wenjin left to explore the branch and speak with Tashigi. The Navy branch in Loguetown was quite large. It took Li Wenjin half an hour to familiarize himself with the branch. Along the way, Li Wenjin greeted every Navy soldier he encountered, so that they would remember his face. After exploring, Li Wenjin arrived at Tashigi's room and called out, "Sister Tashigi, I need to speak with you." 2 minutes later, Tashigi opened the door with a frown. "I have told you not to call me sister. Why do you not listen? What does it matter? Everyone already acknowledges that I am your brother." While telling stories on the warship, Li Wenjin had asked the Navy soldiers to acknowledge that he was Tashigi's brother, and the soldiers had complied in order to hear his stories. Although Tashigi had never acknowledged this, Li Wenjin had announced to everyone that Tashigi was his sister. "I need to clean my room. Do not disturb me." Tashigi knew that she could not out-argue Li Wenjin, so she simply ordered him to leave. "Sister Tashigi, your brother is leaving in a few days. May I not speak with you?" Li Wenjin said. Tashigi hesitated, then opened the door and said, "Then come in." Li Wenjin quickly entered Tashigi's room, sat on her bed, and examined the room. Tashigi's room was sparsely furnished, with only a cabinet, a dressing table, and a bed. The rest of the room was empty, but her room was larger than Li Wenjin's. Tashigi saw Li Wenjin sitting on her bed and said, "Why are you sitting on my bed?" Li Wenjin pointed to the empty room and said, "There is only a bed to sit on. Where else would you have me sit?" Tashigi looked around the room and realized that there were no chairs. "Stand while you speak," she said. "I am your brother. Is that how you treat your brother?" Li Wenjin said. "I do not acknowledge that you are my brother," Tashigi said. Will you not call me brother before I leave? Li Wenjin said. Tashigi felt positive toward Li Wenjin, perhaps because he was close to her age and she could play with him. Most importantly, Li Wenjin often told her stories, which made her happy. Li Wenjin, are you really leaving? Of course. Why else would I be here? I'm not a Navy soldier. Why do you not join the Navy branch and become a Navy soldier? Then you can stay here. That will not do. I need to earn money to support my family. A Navy soldier cannot support my 10 wives. You have 10 wives? Tashigi said. What is so surprising? You are one of my wives. I will find the other 9. Tashigi knew that she had been deceived and said, Stop talking nonsense. I will not be your wife. You are too greedy. Do you think you are a celestial dragon? Tashigi was unhappy. Li Wenjin was lying, and his words were ridiculous. I will not say more. I will train hard and become a bounty hunter to support my 10 wives. Tashigi had nothing to say to Li Wenjin's persistence. How do you plan to train yourself? Why do you not join the Navy so that Lieutenant Commander Smoker can help you train your devil fruit ability? My training method is different. I need practical training. I will find pirates and capture them to train myself. Is it not dangerous to capture pirates like that? Tashigi was worried about Li Wenjin. Although his devil fruit ability was good, she thought that his strength was too weak. Are you worried about me, Sister Tashigi? I am so touched, Li Wenjin said. Tashigi realized what Li Wenjin was thinking and said, I do not care if you die. Get out now. Li Wenjin had completed his plan to reveal his devil fruit ability to Tashigi. Leaving Tashigi's room, Li Wenjin asked a passing Navy soldier where he could find wanted posters, and the soldier led him to an office filled with information about wanted criminals in the East Blue. The soldier had brought Li Wenjin there because he thought that Li Wenjin was a confidant of Smoker and wanted to learn about the wanted criminals in the East Blue. Otherwise, Li Wenjin would not have been able to enter the Navy office. Li Wenjin discovered that the information about the wanted criminals was very detailed, including their abilities. If Li Wenjin were to use the information to find the wanted criminals, he could save a lot of time and effort. Li Wenjin asked the soldier for a pen and paper and copied the information about the wanted criminals. While Li Wenjin was copying the information, Tashigi went to Smoker's office to speak with him. After telling Smoker about Li Wenjin's devil fruit ability, Tashigi said, Lieutenant Commander Smoker, should we recruit Li Wenjin into the Navy? Smoker would not easily believe Li Wenjin. He wanted to investigate whether Li Wenjin had any strength when he met Hina, to ensure that Li Wenjin was not a spy. Smoker took a puff of his cigar and said, I will consider it. Let him stay here at the branch. Tashigi was disappointed with Smoker's response. Smoker saw Tashigi's disappointment, but he wanted to investigate Li Wenjin before considering whether to recruit him. Smoker did not think about whether Li Wenjin would agree, because he thought that Li Wenjin had nowhere to go and that joining the Navy was the best option for him. If Li Wenjin knew Smoker's thoughts, he would spit in his face. Joining the Navy would not benefit Li Wenjin. If the Navy gave Li Wenjin 10 billion berries, he might consider joining. But that was impossible. Li Wenjin did not have time to care about Smoker's thoughts. He copied the information about the wanted criminals in the office until 9 o'clock at night, and then returned to his room to rest. Back at his room, Li Wenjin looked at the 50 pages of information and the 300 wanted posters. These 300 wanted posters were Li Wenjin's next goal. If he captured all 300 criminals, his strength would be sufficient to venture into the Grand Line. Envisioning his future, Li Wenjin fell asleep and began to realize his ambitions in his dreams. Chapter 12. Bounty Hunter 3. Li Wenjin woke up at 6 in the morning and began a 20-kilometer run in the Navy branch's training grounds. This training was essential for Li Wenjin because he knew that he could not rely solely on the equipment. The combination of his natural strength and the equipment would allow Li Wenjin to become a top expert. Li Wenjin knew that the equipment allowed him to match the strength of a Navy petty officer. However, Li Wenjin could use his chop-chop fruit ability to contend with a Navy lieutenant. Li Wenjin removed his equipment for the 20-kilometer run. When Li Wenjin finished, he collapsed on the ground, unable to move, which caused the other Navy soldiers in the training grounds to look down on him. Li Wenjin did not care about the Navy soldiers' disdain because he felt that his lungs were about to explode. After resting on the ground for 10 minutes, Li Wenjin recovered and left the training grounds, heading toward the civilian residential area. Li Wenjin intended to deal with a gang leader who was causing trouble in Loguetown. The gang leader's name was Spine, and his bounty was 500,000 berries. He had 2 henchmen with bounties of 200,000 berries. Li Wenjin was using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, but this was Li Wenjin's first battle, and he did not dare to choose someone with a high bounty, lest he capsize in the gutter. Using a map of Loguetown, Li Wenjin spent 2 hours finding a tavern where the gang leader frequented. Li Wenjin's weapon was a wooden club, because he was afraid that he would be afraid of blood. Li Wenjin had been a well-behaved man in modern society and had not fought since middle school. Now, he could not kill someone with a knife, so he prepared a wooden club to acclimate himself to the battles of the One Piece world. As Li Wenjin entered the tavern, the sun still hung high in the sky, and few patrons were indulging in libations. Nevertheless, the sight of the young boy brandishing a stick drew the attention of the drinkers. Observing that Li Wenjin was merely a child, the tavern's clientele erupted into a cacophony of mockery. "Little one, are you here to pick a fight? Huh? Wielding a stick, you truly amuse me. I suggest you return home to your mother. This is no place for you." The patrons hurled scornful jests at Li Wenjin while savoring the unfolding spectacle. Undeterred by their derision, Li Wenjin marched to the bar, raised his wooden stick, and with a decisive swing, shattered the bar counter. "Summon your boss, Spin. I am here to claim the bounty on his head," he declared with audacity. His proclamation silenced the tavern's occupants, who now regarded the audacious child with wide eyes. The bartender, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, quietly picked up the shattered bottles and addressed Li Wenjin. "Please hold on. I shall notify the boss at once." The bartender's calm demeanor took Li Wenjin by surprise, but upon hearing that Spin would soon arrive, he decided against provoking further trouble and chose a corner to await Spin's appearance. As Li Wenjin sat in the tavern, whispers arose among the remaining patrons. Some admired his bravado, while others lamented his impending doom, and a few urged him to flee. Li Wenjin paid no heed to their idle chatter. 20 minutes passed. Some patrons left, fearing trouble, while others remained to witness the unfolding drama. Eventually, a man in his 50s, adorned in opulent attire, entered the tavern, flanked by 2 burly men wielding knives. Li Wenjin immediately recognized Spin as his quarry. Rising from his seat, he approached the trio, stick in hand. Spin, having heard that a child was coming for him, quickly identified Li Wenjin as the source of his troubles. "You two, teach that brat a lesson. Show him who he shouldn't provoke." Spin felt emboldened to confront a mere child, knowing his life was not in imminent danger. The 2 henchmen, at Spin's command, brandished their knives and charged at Li Wenjin, intent on demonstrating their prowess to the onlookers. Seeing the 2 burly men advance, Li Wenjin felt a surge of anxiety and excitement. He had no experience in combat and was uncertain how to confront these armed foes. Ultimately, he resorted to wildly swinging his stick, relying on brute force to strike the 2 men. Recognizing as Jello sipped his beer and nibbled on snacks, he cheerfully reassured the visibly troubled Li Wenjin, saying, "Young brother Wenjin, do not fret over a trifling sum. We shall earn far more in the future." Li Wenjin, fully aware of Jello's intentions, lamented internally that Jello was mistaken. His worries were not about money, but rather about the odds of the lottery. "You would understand my sorrow, Uncle Jello," Li Wenjin replied despondently, taking a sip of his beer. "At your tender age, what sorrow could you possibly have?" "I truly cannot fathom what goes on in that little head of yours," Jello responded, bemused. Casting a dissatisfied glance at Jello, Li Wenjin firmly stated, "You shall treat us to dinner today." Having just taken a swig of beer, Jello nearly choked upon hearing Li Wenjin's demand, coughing several times to regain his composure. "Are you serious, kid? You just received 550,000, yet you hesitate over such a meager amount? You're truly taking advantage of me," he exclaimed. Li Wenjin shot another calm look at Jello and remarked, "I believe Spawn was in possession of a large ring, but when I went to collect the bounty, I noticed it was missing. Do you happen to know where it went, Uncle Jello?" Jello quickly coughed to mask his embarrassment and boisterously declared, "It's merely the cost of a meal. I, Jello, can certainly afford it. Consider this meal on me." He deliberately avoided the topic of the ring, and Li Wenjin chose not to press it further. After all, their collaboration was just beginning, and offering a little incentive to Jello would ensure a pleasant partnership, especially since Jello charged a minimal fee for the intel he provided, allowing him to earn a little extra. As they dined and discussed their forthcoming endeavors, They ultimately agreed to capture all wanted criminals in Loguetown with bounties below 500,000 as a means of honing Li Wenjin's skills. While Li Wenjin conferred with Jello, Smoker had already learned of Li Wenjin's foray into bounty hunting. After all, many Marines had seen him when he went to claim his bounty. Smoker was not overly concerned about Li Wenjin's new vocation, as he had yet to ascertain the young man's true background. Moreover, having Li Wenjin assist in dealing with Loguetown's Urdu wells made his own tasks considerably easier. Li Wenjin continued to reside at the naval base, and although the soldiers were aware that he was not one of them, Colonel Smoker had not expelled him. Thus, the soldiers below would not intervene, especially since Li Wenjin had successfully apprehended many wanted criminals, alleviating some of the Navy's burdens. After 7 days of collaboration with Jello, Li Wenjin had officially immersed himself in the life of a bounty hunter and had begun to acclimate to the rigors of combat. While he still made numerous mistakes during battles, he felt he had made significant progress under Jello's mentorship. In this brief span, Li Wenjin had captured 15 wanted criminals, all with bounties under 500,000, earning himself a total of 3,500,000. After sharing 350,000 with Jello, he still retained over 3,200,000. Although Jello received a mere 350,000, Li Wenjin knew that Jello had undoubtedly amassed no less than 1 million, as he had taken a share of the criminal's assets. Li Wenjin paid little mind to Jello's actions. After all, without Jello's accurate information, he would not have earned such a substantial sum in just 7 days. Naturally, with his newfound wealth, Li Wenjin was eager to try his luck in the lottery. Initially, Li Wenjin contemplated opting for an intermediate lottery draw, but ultimately decided against it, prioritizing the acquisition of 10 standard pieces of equipment first. The prospect of leaving a significant portion of his 10 equipment slots vacant seemed wasteful. Li Wenjin's expenditure of 3,200,000 berries on 32 lottery attempts illuminated the probability of obtaining an item, which appeared to be approximately 1 in 10. The items Li Wenjin acquired were Herrick the Pirate's Ring, 25 Strength Kabeji the Pirate's Garment, 44 Defense Kabeji the Pirate's Bicycle, 44 Agility with the addition of these 3 new pieces of equipment. Li Wenjin's defense now stood at 76, and his agility at 44, resulting in a substantial enhancement of his overall capabilities. Li Wenjin had also collaborated with Shiro to assess the effects of defense and agility. The results indicated that with a defense of 76, ordinary naval soldiers would be unable to inflict any injuries on Li Wenjin, even with swords. To breach his defenses, one would require the capabilities of at least a petty officer in the Navy. An agility of 44 endowed Li Wenjin with increased nimbleness and speed, effectively augmenting his defensive capabilities, as evasion was a form of defense. Shiro, whose strength was comparable to that of a Navy chief petty officer, was intrigued by Li Wenjin's invulnerability to his blade and considered their collaboration to be a significant advantage. Shiro had commenced the search for opponents with bounties of around 1 million berries for Li Wenjin. However, Li Wenjin insisted that no bounty hunter should be spared, compelling Shiro to seek out opponents with bounties below 1 million berries, while simultaneously searching for those with bounties of approximately 1 million berries. Loguetown, being an inevitable passage to the Grand Line, witnessed the passage of pirates at regular intervals. However, Li Wenjin refrained from engaging with novice pirates who lacked bounties, allowing them to depart and waiting for them to accrue bounties before apprehending them. After 7 days, Li Wenjin had garnered a certain degree of notoriety in Loguetown, primarily due to the fact that he, a non-Navy individual, resided within the Marine headquarters. Chapter 16. Collaboration 2 at the Loguetown Marine Headquarters. As Li Wenjin was jogging in the training grounds one morning, Tashiji approached him, piquing his curiosity. During the preceding 7 days, Li Wenjin had been preoccupied with earning money and training, merely exchanging greetings with Tashiji upon leaving the Marine headquarters, without engaging in conversation. Her sudden approach aroused his curiosity. "Tashiji, what brings you here?" Li Wenjin inquired, ceasing his jogging and approaching Tashiji at the edge of the training grounds. Tashiji hesitated, unable to articulate the purpose of her visit. Li Wenjin approached her and, placing his arm around her shoulder, jested, "Tell me what's on your mind. As your future husband, I'll certainly assist you." Tashigi recoiled, swatting away Li Wenjin's arm, and retorted, "Who's your wife? I have a serious matter to discuss with you." "Then, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Li Wenjin inquired, unperturbed by Tashigi's rejection. "I simply wish to know how you train. How did you become so powerful in just 7 days?" Tashigi asked in a subdued tone. Tashigi's query presented Li Wenjin with a dilemma, as he could not reveal the existence of the system. After some deliberation, Li Wenjin opted to placate Tashigi by stating, "It's all due to the power of the devil fruit. I feel my strength increasing every day." Upon learning that Li Wenjin's enhanced strength was attributed to the power of the devil fruit, Tashigi expressed disappointment and murmured to herself, "Should I seek out a devil fruit to consume? I heard they're quite expensive. No, I'm a true swordsman. How can I rely on external forces? I must reclaim the renowned swords from the hands of evildoers through my own swordsmanship." Li Wenjin heaved a sigh of relief upon realizing that Tashigi had accepted his explanation. He had successfully evaded her inquiry, at least for the time being. He surmised that individuals like Smoker would likely be skeptical of Li Wenjin's claim, as Smoker, being a devil fruit user himself, would know that devil fruits could not amplify one's strength in such a short period, unless they possess strength-enhancing properties. However, Li Wenjin's devil fruit, the split fruit, had already been revealed as a paramecia type, incapable of augmenting physical strength. Tashigi departed, visibly disappointed. Li Wenjin was unable to assist her at the moment and resolved to provide her with superior equipment in the future to enhance her capabilities. Manifested weapons and equipment can be utilized by others, but certain items may be undesirable to them. For instance, if Kabeji's garment were offered to Tashigi, she would likely refuse to wear it, as it is a man's attire. Li Wenjin, having deceived Dasky, was not inclined to continue training. He left the naval division directly, intending to discuss matters with Shiro regarding how to deal with the troublesome individuals ahead. At the Geely Tavern in Loguetown, a point of contact for Li Wenjin and Shiro, the tavern owner, Geely, had been a close friend of Shiro for 20 years, making it a fitting rendezvous. Upon arriving at the tavern at 10 in the morning, Li Wenjin found it empty of patrons and Shiro was yet to arrive. He approached the bar and called out to Geely, "Uncle Geely, bring me some snacks and 2 bottles of beer." "Huh? Wenjin, why are you here so early? You usually come around noon," Geely remarked, curiosity evident in his tone. "Nothing to do, so I thought I'd come earlier." "Just hurry up with the drinks and snacks." Li Wenjin raplia dismissiveli. "Suit yourself, but you better not get drunk. Otherwise, when Shiro shows up, he'll blame me for costing him money," Geely jested. "How can I get drunk on beer?" "Stop rambling and serve me already," Li Wenjin insisted. Geely scoffed, recalling a previous incident when Li Wenjin had gotten drunk after only 5 beers and had caused quite a ruckus in the tavern. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Li Wenjin remembered how he had smashed 2 tables in a drunken frenzy just days prior, a consequence of his youthful body now being more susceptible to alcohol. Despite his disdain for Li Wenjin's drinking habits, Geely complied, bringing him 2 bottles of beer and 5 plates of snacks. With no other customers around, Geely engaged Li Wenjin in conversation. "So, Wenjin, with all the money you've earned, what do you plan to do with it? You hardly seem to spend any. Shiro pays for your meals every time." Taking a sip of his beer, Li Wenjin replied, "You wouldn't understand. I'm saving up for my future wives. How else could I support so many?" Geely couldn't help but scoff internally at the youthful naivete of Li Wenjin, who was already thinking about saving for multiple wives. Yet, despite his disbelief, Geely continued the conversation, as he had little else to occupy his time. After enjoying his meal and drink, Li Wenjin relaxed in the tavern while waiting for Shiro. As noon approached, Shiro finally arrived. Li Wenjin wasted no time and inquired, "Any new targets today?" Having spotted Li Wenjin upon entering, Shiro remained calm. "Let us find a place to sit first. You need to rest this afternoon. Tonight we'll go after the big prize." Li Wenjin's interest peaked. "What is the target and how much is the bounty?" "Don't rush, Wenjin. Let us sit down and talk. There are too many eyes on us here," Shiro replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Li Wenjin turned and noticed the patrons of the tavern were indeed watching them. He followed Shiro to a corner of the tavern where they could discuss the evening's plans. In Chapter 17, Collaboration 3, Shiro explained over lunch at Geely Tavern that their target was a pair of mountain bandits named Griffin and Gris. who would be arriving in Loguetown that night for a supply exchange. Shiro had gleaned this information through his connections. Each brother had a bounty of 2 million berries, and with their 4 accomplices, each with a bounty of 500,000, the total bounty amounted to 6 million, making it a substantial endeavor. After discussing the details, Li Wenjin returned to the Naval Division to rest, preparing himself to face Griffin and his band, knowing they would be accompanied by a considerable number of henchmen. The western coast of Loguetown was isolated, with no nearby residents. The rocky waters surrounding the coast deterred landings, making it a favored entry point for pirates and fugitives. Unlike the boldness of Luffy, who brazenly docked at the town's port, most would be cautious. As midnight approached, Shiro brought Li Wenjin to the western coast, where they encountered bounty hunters also awaiting Griffin's arrival, which left Li Wenjin feeling somewhat exasperated. Unlike the bounty hunters, Li Wenjin boldly walked along the coast. Watching the ships approach, Li Wenjin was becoming a well-known figure in Loguetown. Other bounty hunters, wary of Smoker's influence, generally avoided him. However, it seemed that tonight, they were determined not to yield. 5 hidden bounty hunters, seeing Li Wenjin standing by the shore, decided to reveal themselves, joining him in anticipation of Griffin and his crew. "Shiro, do you think their presence will scare Griffin away?" Li Wenjin asked, slightly concerned. "Rest assured, the Griffin brothers are fierce. They won't back down. Having 6 enemies might even prompt them to charge right at you," Shiro assured him with a laugh. Li Wenjin felt annoyed at the thought of these bounty hunters trying to claim the bounty for himself. "Ignore them. They're no match for the Griffin brothers. Let them go first," Shiro advised, leaning against a rock shadow. Li Wenjin, feeling a bit frustrated, replied, "Can't you just step out and speak? With your skills, you could easily escape if things got tough. I'm too old for that. Do you really want to see me fight?" Shiro lamented, feigning injury. After 20 minutes of waiting, Shiro's prediction came true when Griffin's ship approached, showing no signs of retreat. The 5 bounty hunters rushed toward the shore, eager to claim the glory for themselves. Li Wenjin, taking Shiro's words to heart, decided to stay put and watch the unfolding drama. 2 minutes later, Li Wenjin observed a gunfight erupt between Griffin's crew and the 5 bounty hunters. Although the bounty hunters seemed skilled, their numbers were dwindling, and one was quickly injured by Griffin's gunfire. Despite Griffin and Gris's impressive marksmanship, their true strength lay in their swordsmanship, which was the reason Shiro had targeted them. Seeing the bounty hunters struggling, Li Wenjin suggested to Shiro, "Let us move closer. It's too dark to see clearly." Shiro shook his head. "You go ahead. I'm just here to clean up the mess." Not wanting to press the issue, Li Wenjin took it upon himself to approach the scene, armed with a metal bat that Shiro had specially crafted to avoid killing the bounty targets, ensuring he wouldn't lose half the bounty. As Li Wenjin leaped over the rocks, he neared Griffin's ship, where the bounty hunters had already sustained casualties. Watching as the remaining 3 bounty hunters desperately tried to fend off Griffin's crew, Li Wenjin stood still. Waiting for the right moment to enter, Li Wenjin swiftly dealt with the Dorte pirate crew, finishing the task in merely an hour before resuming his journey towards the next target. The bandit Sick, notorious for his stronghold near Greengrass Town, had a bounty of 5,600,000. Upon arriving at the island of Greengrass Town at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Wenjin boldly ventured into Sick's lair and decisively eliminated the bandit leader. Li Wenjin's triumph over the Sick bandit group resulted in a haul of 1,200,000 berries, along with a collection of gold and jewels, and a bounty of 5,600,000. Meanwhile, within the 2 hours that Li Wenjin dispatched the bandit Sick, Shiro arrived at Greengrass Town and, at a meager price of 800,000, sold the Dorte pirate crew's ship to a local and scrupulous merchant. Although transporting the ship back to Loguetown could have yielded a higher price, the presence of the Dorte pirate cruise ship would have hindered Li Wenjin's pursuit of the wanted criminals, necessitating the sale to the merchant in Greengrass Town. After the bandit Shika was dealt with, Li Wenjin and his companions continued their journey, arriving at the lair of the 4th wanted criminal, the bandit Schwangun Moke, who had a bounty of 8 million. The island where Amma village is located is merely a small isle. Traversing the entire island takes only 2 hours. Thus, from a moment Li Wenjin located the stronghold of Schwangun Moke to the moment he eliminated him, merely an hour passed. Li Wenjin triumphed over the Moke bandit group, collecting a bounty of 900,000 along with various gold and jewels, culminating in a total bounty of 8,500,000. Originally, Li Wenjin could have claimed a bounty of 9 million, but unfortunately, a bandit with a bounty of 500,000 escaped faster than a rabbit, and Li Wenjin inadvertently allowed him to flee, which left him quite disheartened. As for the bandit Moke, upon his capture by Li Wenjin, he was treated relatively well, as Moke was known for his unique code of conduct among bandits, robbing without murder. Consequently, Li Wenjin extended special privileges to Moke, providing him with fruit and chicken legs with every meal. Having apprehended the fourth wanted criminal, Li Wenjin and his companions continued their pursuit of the fifth fugitive in Loguetown, the captain of the Flying Squirrel pirate crew, who bore a bounty of 6 million. His crew included a first mate with a bounty of 3 million. Li Wenjin and Shiro were aware only of the notorious activities of the Flying Squirrel pirate crew in the nearby waters of Moonsand Town, yet they remained oblivious to their precise hideout. Consequently, Li Wenjin resorted to lingering near Moonsand Town, intentionally enticing the pirate crew to reveal themselves. Their vessel was manned by merely 4 crew members, rendering them an enticing target for the pirates. After 2 days of circling the vicinity of Moonsand Town, they indeed encountered the audacious Flying Squirrel pirate crew. When the pirates initiated their assault, Li Wenjin refrained from resistance, allowing them to board his ship without opposition. It was only then that he unleashed his full might, obliterating the entirety of the Flying Squirrel pirate crew. Li Wenjin's lack of resistance stemmed from his apprehension that the pirate crew's cannons would wreak havoc on his defenseless vessel, and he found himself at a disadvantage as the pirates maintained their distance. As for the insignificant members of the pirate crew, Li Wenjin unceremoniously cast them into the sea, leaving their fates to the whims of chance. In his triumph over the Flying Squirrel pirates, Li Wenjin amassed a bounty of 4 million berries, alongside various treasures and a ship, with an additional reward of 6 million berries. Having captured 5 batches of wanted criminals, Li Wenjin and Jello prepared to venture to the Navy branch in Loguetown to claim their reward, before proceeding to apprehend the remaining 5 fugitives. The island of Loguetown serves as a bustling commercial hub, drawing the interest of the world government, which established a Navy branch there to thwart potential pirate incursions. Major Malang, the commanding officer of the Loguetown Navy, is neither a villain nor a saint, but rather a conventional naval officer who refrains from bullying the weak or fearing the strong. Chapter 25. Annihilation of the Pirates of the East Sea. 2. Li Wenjin arrived at the port of Loguetown at the early hour of 4 o'clock in the morning, opting to rest aboard the ship while Jello set out to gather intelligence regarding Major Malang's temperament and character. Jello's intention was to ensure that their claim to the substantial bounty would not be met with unnecessary challenges, as bounty hunters often encounter such obstacles, particularly when the reward is so considerable. Jello aimed to ascertain Major Malang's disposition prior to determining the best approach to claim the bounty. Should Malang prove amicable, they would present the wanted criminals directly to him. However, if he exhibited a more unpleasant demeanor, Jello contemplated selling the criminals to local bounty hunters, albeit at the cost of some berries for the sake of safety. Li Wenjin, however, dismissed Jello's strategy as it entailed a financial loss, which he found unacceptable. If Jello discovered that Malang's temperament was indeed unfavorable, Li Wenjin would resort to employing his secret weapon to ensure Malang's compliance. After resting until 10 in the morning, Jello returned to the ship, his expression revealing the unfavorable news regarding Major Malang's temperament. "Brother Wenjin, we might be in trouble. I heard that Major Malang takes a 30% cut of the bounty, which would result in a significant loss for us." Li Wenjin, unfazed by Jello's concerns, inquired directly, "Does Major Malang have any powerful backing at the Navy headquarters?" Jello, taken aback by the question, struggled to comprehend its implications. "Uncle Jello, stop dawdling and answer my question swiftly." After some contemplation, Jello replied, "Major Malang likely lacks any substantial backing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained a major for 10 years without being promoted to lieutenant colonel. What is his strength?" Li Wenjin continued to probe. Jello responded, "He is not particularly formidable. He is a staff officer who did not ascend to his rank through military exploits. Then let us proceed to claim the bounty directly. I shall ensure that Malang dares not withhold our reward. With the knowledge that Malang had neither support nor strength, Li Wenjin felt reassured. Brother Wenjin, what method do you intend to employ to compel Malang's compliance? You aren't considering a display of force, are you? Jello expressed his apprehension, fearing that Li Wenjin might act rashly. Li Wenjin cast a disdainful glance at Jello and retorted, "Do I appear to be a fool? I would never resort to such foolishness." After stating this, Li Wenjin revealed the din mushi that Smoker had given him, exclaiming with pride, "Behold, this is the din mushi gifted to me by Colonel Smoker. Should Malang dare to shortchange us, I shall promptly notify Colonel Smoker, who will teach Malang a lesson." Jello, exasperated, gazed at the din mushi in Li Wenjin's hand and lamented, "Brother Wenjin, why didn't you present this sooner? I wasted 4 hours in town gathering information." Li Wenjin chuckled. "If I can avoid troubling Colonel Smoker, I would prefer to do so, lest we be labeled as bullies." Though Jello contemplated countering, he ultimately refrained, muttering, "Then let us proceed to the Navy branch in Loguetown." Li Wenjin nodded, instructing, "Bring forth the wanted criminals. We shall set sail immediately." Jello wasted no time and called upon 2 crew members to assist him in retrieving the 10 wanted criminals from the ship's hold. Jello's hired hands were bounty hunters from Loguetown, engaged for 1 million berries. Li Wenjin felt this sum somewhat excessive for their services, yet Jello insisted on compensating them adequately, leaving Li Wenjin with no grounds for objection. Loguetown, truly a commercial haven. Upon arriving on the island, Li Wenjin felt as though he had entered a modern metropolis, teeming with street vendors and an array of shops. As he ambled along, he indulged in some snacks purchased from roadside stalls, albeit trailed by 10 handcuffed fugitives, which deterred the onlookers from approaching them. Even the proprietors of the snack stalls hesitated to accept his payment, ultimately forcing Li Wenjin to toss the money onto the counter. It appeared that one of the captured was the notorious bandit Shika, whose bounty was rumored to be around 5 million. 5 million seemed trivial. Did you see that gaunt figure in the middle? That's the captain of the Flying Squirrel pirate crew, with a bounty exceeding 8 million. The others accompanying him also appeared to be notorious criminals, likely wanted in the vicinity. Who exactly is that child? He seems to be the leader. Could he be of significant stature? I can't recall hearing anything about him. Let us not draw too near. If those ruffians were to revolt, it would spell trouble. What is there to fear? They seem gravely injured and shackled in chains. Are you really that cowardly? Li Wenjin, savoring his snacks while listening to the murmurs of the crowd, found the situation rather entertaining. Brother Wenjin, we should make haste to the Naval Division. We're attracting too much attention, Jello sighed in exasperation. Despite the urgency of their mission, Li Wenjin had taken to leisurely strolling, much to Jello's dismay. He reluctantly set down his octopus balls and followed Jello towards the Naval Division. Upon arriving at the Naval Division of Loguetown, news had already reached them regarding the arrival of 10 wanted criminals. To preempt any unforeseen incidents, the naval soldiers quickly assembled 100 men at the entrance to await their arrival. As Li Wenjin and Jello approached the entrance, Jello immediately engaged with the naval soldiers to hand over the fugitives, while Li Wenjin was instructed to wait in the division's hall. Approximately half an hour later, Li Wenjin overheard Jello's furious exclamations. "You dare to withhold our bounty? Do you have any idea who our young master is?" Recognizing that it was his cue to intervene, Li Wenjin strode towards the room where Jello was addressing the soldiers. Upon entering, he feigned a frown and said, "Jello, what is all this commotion? You must uphold some decorum. Sir, this wretched naval division dares to skimp on our bounty. Should we not inform Colonel Smoker and have him teach the division chief a lesson?" Li Wenjin pretended to ponder. "My elder brother has pressing duties. He hardly has the time to come here. Let me first speak with the chief." The naval soldiers, listening to the exchange between Li Wenjin and Jello, refrained from speaking, aware that Li Wenjin's elder brother held a rank superior to their chief, Millang. Chapter 26. The Extermination of the East Sea Pirate Crew 3 after their theatrical performance. Jello launched into a tirade at the naval soldiers, demanding they be taken to see Major Millang. The soldiers, however, did not immediately comply, Instead, they ushered them to a room to rest while dispatching a soldier to notify Major Millang. In his office, Major Millang was reclining, contemplating the windfall he anticipated from the capture of 10 wanted criminals, which had put him in high spirits. Just as he was lost in pleasant thoughts, a sharp knock interrupted him, followed by a loud announcement. Major Millang, this is Lieutenant KG. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing of the urgency, Millang straightened up and called, "Come in." Major Millang, there may be complications regarding the bounty. The child who delivered the fugitives is rumored to be the brother of Colonel Smoker from Loguetown. He is quite displeased with our withholding of his bounty and wishes to speak with you, Lieutenant KG relayed. Millang, familiar with Colonel Smoker, who had been dispatched from the naval headquarters to suppress the pirates of the East Sea, recognized the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing the name Smog, Millang raised his eyebrows in slight concern and turned to Lieutenant KG, inquiring, "Can you ascertain that he is indeed Colonel Smog's younger brother? Is there a possibility he might be an imposter?" KG promptly produced a newspaper and laid it before Millang, gesturing towards an image within. "Major Millang, please observe this photograph. It was captured when Colonel Smog landed in Loguetown. Behind him are 2 small children, and the young boy now at our division is one of them." Millang scrutinized the newspaper, studying Li Wenjin's likeness for 2 minutes before addressing Lieutenant KG again. "Is it possible for us to establish contact with the division in Loguetown? We can reach the naval division in Rog, but it is unlikely we can directly contact Colonel Smog," KG replied. "There is no need to contact Smog. Simply inquiring with the naval personnel in Loguetown about the knowledge of Smog's brother will suffice," Millang stated. "If the child outside truly is Smoker's brother, the Navy in Loguetown should be aware of this." Millang remains skeptical about Li Wenjin being Smoker's sibling. Thus, he wishes to investigate further, as this matter involved a sum exceeding 10 million berries. After waiting for 5 minutes, Lieutenant KG hastens into his room, stating, "Major Millang, I have clarified the situation. Even if the child outside is not Smoker's biological brother, he shares a close connection with him." Millang furrows his brow, asking for further clarification. KG quickly explains, "I called the Loguetown branch to inquire, and they informed me that the child resides within the Navy branch in Loguetown, and indeed, he has been heard calling Colonel Smoker brother, living in the Navy branch and referring to Smoker in such a manner. It is improbable that anyone would believe he has no relation to him." While Millang contemplates how to deal with Li Wenjin, Lieutenant KG hesitantly adds, "Major Millang, the Navy in Loguetown also relayed another piece of information, though they could not confirm it." Millang inquires directly, "Speak, what rumor do you mean?" "It is said that the child named Li Wenjin has apprehended all the wanted criminals in Loguetown, which is why he ventured out to capture them. And there are whispers that he possesses the powers of a devil fruit. The ability to capture wanted criminals, coupled with the potential of a devil fruit, indicates that Li Wenjin is quite formidable, and his calling Colonel Smoker brother suggests he has considerable backing. With both strength and support, Millang decides it unwise to provoke Li Wenjin, resigning himself to relinquishing the anticipated sum of over 10 million berries, which leaves him in a rather discontented mood. In his displeasure, Millang wishes to avoid meeting Li Wenjin altogether and instructs KG, disperse the full bounty to him and expedite their departure. Lieutenant KG nods. "I shall attend to it immediately." At the Loguetown Navy branch, Li Wenjin, awaiting a meeting with Millang, had anticipated the opportunity to personally call Smoker to verify his identity. However, unexpectedly, the Loguetown Navy branch granted them the full bounty without him ever meeting Millang. Though Li Wenjin is perplexed by the turn of events, he is nonetheless satisfied with receiving the full amount, and he is indifferent to not encountering Millang. Upon leaving the Loguetown Navy branch, Li Wenjin is in high spirits, indulging in a lavish feast to sample all the local delicacies and purchasing small gifts for Dasky and Smoker to take back with him. Dasky's gifts naturally consist of exquisite jewelry and garments, while Smoker's present is a selection of high-end cigars, each costing 20,000 berries, and Li Wenjin generously buys 10. Much to Jiro's astonishment, by 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Wenjin returns to the ship to rest, while Jiro continues to sort through the treasures and valuables seized from the flying squirrel pirates, which he must sell. Once back in the cabin of the sailboat, Li Wenjin gazes at the sum of over 61 million berries, feeling quite pleased, and decides to utilize the intermediate lottery. Drawing 60 times. Navy Standard Cloak, Defense 100 points. Navy Standard Uniform, Defense 100 points. Navy Standard Boots, Agility 100 points. Navy Standard Longsword, Strength 100 points. Buggy the Clown's Red Nose. When attacked, throw it to automatically redirect the enemy's attack target to the red nose. Usable 3 times. This item leaves Li Wenjin somewhat speechless. He never anticipated drawing such a bizarre object. Although the item is peculiar, its power is formidable, making it an excellent means of self-preservation. Li Wenjin resolves to keep it safely stored. The Dual Swords of the Night Domar. Power 85. The Hat of the Ice, which Bay. Defense 68. After contemplating the new set of 7 pieces of equipment, Lin Xiaoxiao decided to replace the pirate Machi's whip and Yalada's iron rod with the Navy-issue longsword and the Dual Swords of the Night Domar. The remaining 4 pieces of equipment were stored in the system backpack for future use. Lin Xiaoxiao planned to materialize the pirate Machi's whip and Yalada's iron rod to gift them to Uncle Jello. He imagined Jello adorned with Machi's fluffy earmuffs, the whip coiled around his waist, Joseph's sword on his back, and Yalata's iron rod resting on his shoulder. The vision brought a smile to Lin Xiaoxiao's face. Chapter 27. Return to Loguetown. Having completed the allocation of equipment, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a surge of confidence, believing he could now confront a Navy major head-on. However, he acknowledged that he might still fall short against a major of Tina's caliber. After resting on the sailboat until 7 in the evening, Lin Xiaoxiao finally saw Jello return, accompanied by a bounty of 7 million berries. This sum was Jello's commission, yet he handed it all over to Lin Xiaoxiao, requesting additional equipment in return. At present, Lin Xiaoxiao possessed 2 pieces of equipment he could offer Jello, but he refrained from doing so, as it would reveal his identity as the creator of these unique items. After spending a night at the port, Lin Xiaoxiao set sail again at 6 in the morning, accompanied by Jello and the others. This time, thanks to Lin Xiaoxiao's enhanced strength, they successfully apprehended the remaining 5 wanted criminals. 1. Bandit Prando. Bounty of 600,000 berries. Lin Xiaoxiao collected 400,000 berries and captured 2 of his henchmen, each carrying a bounty of 300,000 berries, along with various treasures. 2. Bandit Lances. Bounty of 650,000 berries. Lin Xiaoxiao acquired 700,000 berries and several treasures from him. 3. Bandit Cavador. Bounty of 800,000 berries. Lin Xiaoxiao seized 170,000 berries and various treasures. 4. Blackbird Pirate Crew. Bounty of 760,000 berries. Lin Xiaoxiao collected 600,000 berries, various treasures, and a ship. 5. Green Pepper Pirate Crew. Bounty of 870,000 berries. Lin Xiaoxiao garnered 3 million berries, various treasures, and another ship. With all 10 wanted criminals captured, Lin Xiaoxiao and his companions set their course back to Loguetown to exchange their bounties and take a brief respite before their next expedition. Reflecting on the 20 days spent at sea, Lin Xiaoxiao felt that capturing bandits was far easier than pirates, as bandits operated within fixed territories while pirates roamed freely. It had taken him 20 days to apprehend 10 wanted criminals, largely due to the time spent searching for pirate crews. Had he focused solely on bandits, he believed he could have completed the task in 7 days. Upon returning to the port of Loguetown, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a sense of nostalgia, for it was here that his new life truly began. As he disembarked from the sailboat with the 7 wanted criminals, the patrolling Navy soldiers immediately approached to assist in escorting them to the Navy headquarters. Jello, seeing the criminals being taken away, chose not to accompany Lin Xiaoxiao back to the headquarters, but instead took 2 pirate ships and the gathered treasures to sell. Lin Xiaoxiao arranged to meet Jello the next day at the Geely Tavern, bringing along a gift as he proceeded towards the Navy headquarters. Upon arriving, Lin Xiaoxiao's first stop was to see Smoker. Without Smoker's protection, he knew he would not have been able to secure the bounty for the wanted criminals, and he felt it necessary to express his gratitude. As Lin Xiaoxiao entered Smoker's office, he found him reclining in his chair, indulging in his cheap cigar, puffing clouds of smoke. Smoker, "This is a small gift from your junior," Lin Xiaoxiao said, placing the cigars he had bought on Smoker's desk. Smoker glanced at the cigars and quickly pocketed them, remarking, "You've become quite the wealthy man, yet you bring such a meager gift. Truly stingy. The rumors of you being a miser are evidently true." Lin Xiaoxiao felt speechless, silently cursing those who spread such rumors. He had been generous during system lotteries and when spending berries, but in real life, he preferred to be frugal. Unfortunately, there was no way to counter the nickname of stingy miser that he had earned. "Smoker, I need to save money to marry, otherwise I may not be able to support a family in the future," Lin Xiaoxiao explained. Smoker merely chuckled, unconvinced, knowing that Lin Xiaoxiao's bounty had exceeded 100 million berries. It seemed implausible that he could not afford to marry. "I have no interest in your affairs. How long do you intend to stay? Darsky has been yearning for you, so much so that she can hardly focus on her training. You must comfort her properly." Darsky was an important subordinate, and her lack of strength was concerning. Smoker urged Lin Xiaoxiao to speak with her earnestly. Smoker's words filled Lin Xiaoxiao with excitement. He had not anticipated that Darsky's heart was already his. "Then I shall seek out Darsky at once, Smoker," he exclaimed. "Go ahead," Smoker replied, sensing that Lin Xiaoxiao was eager to leave their conversation. After departing from Smoker's office, Lin Xiaoxiao hurried to Darsky's quarters but found it empty. He inquired with passing soldiers about her whereabouts. The response astonished him. The soldiers informed him that Darsky had gone to wait in Lin Xiaoxiao's room upon hearing of his return. Hastily returning to his room, Lin Xiaoxiao found Darsky indeed waiting for him. Without hesitation, he scooped her up and spun her around joyfully. "Put me down," Darsky protested, playfully pounding her fists against Lin Xiaoxiao's chest. Obeying her request, Lin Xiaoxiao set her down, but in that fleeting moment stole a quick kiss, prompting Darsky to continue playfully hitting him. "This is a gift for you. Please don't break it," Lin Xiaoxiao said, presenting the hidden gift from his chest to Darsky. Lin Xiaoxiao had only brought jewelry for Darsky, while the clothing and other items he had purchased had already been delivered to her room by the Navy soldiers. Dacky gazed at the gift presented by Li Wenjin, hesitating to accept it. Noticing her reluctance, Li Wenjin promptly placed the gift into her arms. "What are you trying to do? It's so annoying," Dacky exclaimed angrily, pushing aside Li Wenjin's hand that had been resting on her. With the gift already bestowed, Li Wenjin boldly remarked, "Brother Smoker says you think about me every day and neglect your training. Is that true?" Dacky's face flushed, and she dared not meet Li Wenjin's fervent gaze, instead lowering her head in silence, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. Even a fool could discern that Dacky genuinely harbored feelings for Li Wenjin, which excited him greatly. He embraced her once more, spinning her around the room despite her struggles. Chapter 28. New equipment. Li Wenjin and Dacky conversed until dusk, at which point he released her, having successfully soothed her so she could train with peace of mind. After Dacky departed, Li Wenjin headed straight to collect his bounty. By the time he arrived, night had fallen. The naval soldiers, now quite familiar with him, engaged in conversation about his capture of the wanted criminals before handing over the bounty. Once he received the reward, Li Wenjin returned to his room and immediately utilized his 50 intermediate lottery draws, spending all his belly. Crocodile's shoes, agility 80. Robin's bodysuit, defense 70. Jester Buggy's throwing knives, strength 60, agility 60. Swift knife Wuxue, strength 88. Ruby ring, strength 60, agility 60. As he surveyed the 5 newly acquired items, Li Wenjin felt a twinge of frustration. Only the ruby ring and Buggy's throwing knives were of any use to him. The others were utterly impractical. After much contemplation, he resolved to gift the swift knife Wuxue and the ruby ring to Dacky, intending to bolster her strength and prevent her from overtraining, which could harm her health. As for Buggy's throwing knives, he decided to materialize them for his own use, enhancing his attributes while stashing the remaining items in the system's backpack. Without delay, Li Wenjin materialized the swift knife Wuxue and the ruby ring and made his way to Dacky's room. Upon arrival, he noticed that her door was ajar, and she sat inside, seemingly lost in thought, her cheeks still flushed. "Dacky, what are you doing? Why isn't the door closed?" Li Wenjin entered her room, startling her with his voice. Her gaze quickly shifted to the knife in his hand. After a moment of intense scrutiny, Daki retrieved a book from her chest and began flipping through its pages. 2 minutes later, her eyes widened with excitement. It really is wuxue. Wenjin, where did you find it? Li Wenjin, somewhat disgruntled, replied, Is the knife more important than I am? I stood here for so long, and that's all you ask? You didn't even let me sit down and talk. The knife is important, but so are you, Brother Wenjin, Daki confessed, slightly embarrassed. Li Wenjin was at a loss for words. In Daki's eyes, he seemed to hold the same significance as the famed blade. He simply tossed the swift knife wuxue to her. This is a gift for you. Use it well. It is a weapon imbued with magical properties. You'll understand once you wield it. He briefly explained the knife's capabilities, but Daki appeared skeptical about the notion of a magical weapon. Though she doubted his words, the allure of the famed blade compelled her to grasp wuxue and prepare for thorough examination. As soon as she gripped the hilt, a surge of power coursed through her body, causing her to freeze in place, utterly astonished by the sudden enhancement of her strength. Li Wenjin chose not to disturb her, sitting at the edge of her bed, patiently awaiting her return to reality. After 10 minutes, Daki, still holding wuxue, turned to Li Wenjin and inquired, Brother Wenjin, what's happening? I feel like my strength is increasing just by holding it. I told you, it's a magical weapon. You were skeptical earlier. Now you must believe. Daki was dissatisfied with his answer, seeking a more concrete explanation rather than a vague affirmation of magic. If you don't tell me why, I won't talk to you anymore, she declared, pouting. Kiss me, and I'll tell you, Li Wenjin teased, fixing his gaze on her. Daki shot a glare, deciding to drop her inquiry about the weapon and instead continued to examine the swift knife wuxue. Not falling for his ploy, Li Wenjin took out the ruby ring and handed it to her. This ring possesses magical properties just like the weapon. Wear from now on. Upon receiving the ruby ring, Daki placed it on her finger, eager to discover if Li Wenjin's claims were true. To her astonishment, she felt her strength surge once more. Now, Daki was eager to inquire about the nature of this magic, but the thought of having to kiss Li Wenjin left her speechless, and she simply stared at him in silence. Li Wenjin, aware of her internal struggle, refrained from explaining, knowing the moment was not right. He would reveal the truth only when he had grown stronger. Unlike Jello, who was a free spirit capable of casually explaining his sudden power, Daki's transformation would undoubtedly raise questions from Smoker. Should Smoker discover that Li Wenjin had a friend capable of imbuing weapons with attributes, he would undoubtedly investigate further. Currently, Daki's lack of knowledge provided a shield. Even if Smoker noticed her newfound strength and inquired about the weapon's attributes, Li Wenjin could feign ignorance, claiming he had acquired the gear while apprehending wanted criminals. After 10 minutes of silence between them, Daki realized Li Wenjin would not divulge any information, which left her feeling slightly dejected. Observing her expression, Li Wenjin recognized her discontent, but knew that this was not the time for such discussions. Instead, he embraced Daki, offering her solace. In her room, he comforted her for an hour, agreeing to 2 unequal treaties, and finally managed to appease her. Once Daki had calmed down, Li Wenjin bid her farewell and strolled leisurely through the naval base before returning to his own quarters for rest. As Li Wenjin left Daki's room, it was already 10 o'clock at night. He could not possibly remain there to rest, considering they were both still in the bodies of 15-year-olds. After strolling around the naval division, Li Wenjin felt a sense of tranquility and returned to his quarters to bathe and rest, as he had important matters to attend to the following day. Chapter 29. A year at 10 o'clock the next morning, Li Wenjin met with Jello at the Gilly Tavern to discuss their next destination, while also handing over 2 surplus pieces of equipment to Jello for him to manage. Jello, in turn, entrusted Li Wenjin with the proceeds from selling the ship and gems, urging him to continue enhancing his gear. After their discussion, the two parted ways to rest, preparing for their upcoming expedition in 3 days to apprehend wanted criminals near the East Sea. Upon returning to the Naval Division, Li Wenjin had an important task to undertake: to transcribe the latest information regarding the wanted criminals in the East Sea. The data he had previously compiled might have undergone changes, necessitating a verification of the criminals' locations to ascertain if any had been eliminated or if there were adjustments to their whereabouts. 3 swift days elapsed. Li Wenjin spent quality time with Dasky before once again setting sail with Jello to capture wanted criminals. Given the intention for a prolonged voyage, Jello recruited 10 crew members responsible for the ship's upkeep and navigation, while also assisting in guarding the captured criminals. These 10 crew members were longtime friends of Jello, deemed trustworthy, and with Li Wenjin's formidable prowess, few would dare to challenge him. The targets selected by Jello remained those with bounties under 10 million, as these were considered the safest and most lucrative options for Li Wenjin and Jello. Pursuing more powerful and elusive pirates could result in months without a capture, which contradicted Li Wenjin's goal of accumulating wealth. Together, Li Wenjin and Jello traversed the East Sea, apprehending ordinary wanted criminals. When encountering criminals with bounties below 10 million, they would seize them directly. For those with bounties exceeding 10 million but below 15 million, they would engage in combat to determine if they could secure a victory. If not, they would retreat. As for criminals with bounties above 15 million, both Li Wenjin and Jello chose to avoid confrontation. However, if trouble found them, Li Wenjin would engage momentarily before employing his ability to escape, leaving their adversaries powerless. In February of the year 1517, Li Wenjin and Jello returned to Loguetown for the third time in a year. Over this span, Li Wenjin had become a renowned figure in the East Sea, having apprehended over 300 wanted criminals, significantly improving the region's security. Pirates no longer dared to cause disturbances, retreating to hiding places out of fear of being found by Li Wenjin. Notably, the moniker Stingy Old Crow had spread throughout the East Sea, much to Li Wenjin's chagrin, as he prided himself on his generosity, albeit primarily in the context of lotteries. Furthermore, Li Wenjin's equipment had been entirely renewed. His arsenal now included 1. Navy Standard Longsword, 100 Strength 2. Navy Standard Boots, 100 Agility 3. Navy Standard Hat, 100 Defense 4. Navy Standard Cloak, 100 Defense 5. Navy Standard Uniform, 100 Defense 6. Ghost Spider Longsword, 120 Strength 7. Crocodile's Iron Hook, 95 Strength 8. Doma's Twin Swords, 85 Strength 9. Flower Sword Vista's Twin Swords, 160 Strength 10. Split Fruit Li Wenjin favored the 5-piece Navy Standard set for its combined attributes, enhancing strength, defense, and agility by an additional 200 points. The twin swords of Flower Sword Vista were acquired through a high-stakes lottery, costing him over 100 million berries. Li Wenjin's manifestation is adorned with the following equipment: the Harlech Ring, which bestows a strength bonus of 25, the Black Star Gem Ring, enhancing strength and defense by 120 each, the Clown Baki's Throwing Knives, which grant a strength and agility boost of 60, the Quick Blade Sakura, adding 80 to strength, and the Pirate King's Bracelet, increasing agility by 80. The Black Star Gem Ring and the Twin Swords of the Flower Sword Vista, these 2 pieces of elite gear, have consumed the majority of the bounty that Li Wenjin earned. Were it not for Jiro's discovery of a novel method for generating income, Li Wenjin would not possess sufficient belly to partake in the lottery. Li Wenjin's current attributes are as follows: Strength 1045, Agility 440, Defense 620. His system backpack contains the following items: Buggy's Red Nose, Chopper's Ointment, Chopper's Band-Aid, and Robin's Bodysuit. Recently, Li Wenjin has discovered a new way to earn money by auctioning off equipment he no longer needs through Jiro, which helps mitigate losses from lottery draws. For instance, low-level equipment obtained from spending 1 million berries in the lottery can be sold by Jiro for 300,000 to 400,000 berries, with better attributes fetching up to 500,000 to 800,000 berries. Unfortunately, most of the equipment has poor attributes. As for intermediate and high-level equipment, both Li Wenjin and Jiro find them indispensable and are unwilling to sell, especially since manifested equipment can deteriorate. Li Wenjin prefers to keep good equipment for future replacements rather than selling them. A new system limitation has been identified by Li Wenjin. Only 10 pieces of manifested equipment can be carried at a time, as carrying more does not increase attributes. This was discovered when Jiro attempted to sell excess equipment and found that attributes did not increase beyond 10 items. Currently, this limitation does not affect Li Wenjin. as he only possesses 5 pieces of manifested equipment. Li Wenjin believes his current strength is comparable to that of a regular Navy captain, excluding those with special abilities. With the equipment provided by Li Wenjin, Shiro has reached the strength level of a Navy lieutenant, though he must wear specific items like Crocodile's cloak, Crocodile shoes, and the Ice Witch's hat to maintain this level. Li Wenjin often finds Shiro's mismatched attire amusing, which has led Shiro to avoid wearing the equipment unless absolutely necessary. In Chapter 30, Navy 6 Styles, it is revealed that Smoker has been promoted to the rank of captain due to Li Wenjin's efforts in capturing wanted criminals, which have brought peace to the East Blue. Li Wenjin's reputation as Smoker's subordinate has contributed to this promotion, though the Navy headquarters largely ignores Li Wenjin's contributions. Smoker's promotion benefits Li Wenjin, as he receives a warm welcome and full bounties at Navy branches. Li Wenjin visits Smoker's office to report his return and is offered a position in the Navy by Smoker, which he declines, preferring to remain a bounty hunter for financial reasons. After leaving Smoker's office, Li Wenjin spends time with the Shiji, with whom he has a confirmed relationship, before heading to collect his bounty for 7 captured criminals. Upon returning to his room, Li Wenjin uses his earnings to participate in the lottery and wins a Navy 6 Styles training manual. After using the manual, he gains the ability to use the Navy 6 Styles, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. He tests his new abilities at a secluded beach and finds that his strength has increased by about 30 to 40. In Chapter 31, The Black Wolf Pirates, Li Wenjin decides to extend his stay in Loguetown to master the Navy 6 Styles. He plans to capture all wanted criminals with bounties over 10 million berries. Shiro, informed of Li Wenjin's plans, prepares for the upcoming challenges by upgrading their ship and recruiting crew members. The Black Wolf Pirates, led by Black Wolf with a bounty of 31 million berries, arrive in Loguetown seeking revenge for the death of Black Wolf's brother, Grey Wolf, whom Li Wenjin had previously killed. Li Wenjin confronts Black Wolf at the port and, after a fierce battle, defeats him with the help of Smoker and the Navy. The battle solidifies Li Wenjin's reputation as a formidable fighter. In Chapter 32, Becoming Stronger, Li Wenjin reflects on his increased strength and confidence after defeating Black Wolf. He decides to target higher bounty criminals and discuss his future plans with Shiro. They agree to set sail in 3 days to pursue their next targets. In Chapter 33, Making Big Money, Li Wenjin enjoys the newfound respect from the residents of Loguetown and prepares for his next adventure. He meets with Shiro to discuss their next targets, which include several high bounty pirates. Li Wenjin is particularly interested in one of the targets, hinting at a personal connection or past encounter. In Chapter 34, Big Goals, Li Wenjin and Shiro set sail on the Pineapple, a medium-sized ship with a crew of 10. They discuss their strategy and targets, including the rescue of Nami, indicating a shift towards more significant and personal missions. Alright, here's a refined version of the text you provided, focusing on clarity, conciseness, and a more sophisticated tone. Arlong the Fishman, bounty of 20,000,000 berries. Li Wenjin's sudden reverie stemmed from the sight of Arlong, immediately evoking thoughts of Nami. Having earmarked Nami as a prospective spouse, Li Wenjin had previously refrained from confronting Arlong due to perceived inadequacies in his strength. Now, surpassing Arlong considerably, his first impulse upon seeing the Fishman's wanted poster was to eliminate him and liberate his future bride, Nami. Disregarding the established narrative of the Pirate King, Li Wenjin was single-minded. A single transmigration was not to be squandered. Failing to court the women he desired would render his sojourn in the world of One Piece utterly futile, a fate he could not countenance. Shiro, observing Li Wenjin's prolonged gaze at Arlong's photograph, surmised that his interest stemmed from unfamiliarity with fishmen. Wenjin, this is a fishman from the Grand Line. You seem quite intrigued. Snapping out his thoughts, Li Wenjin pointed directly at Arlong's picture. How long would it take us to reach him? Shiro was taken aback, sensing a genuine preoccupation with Arlong. He is our third objective. We must first deal with the Tusk Pirates and the Liquor Pirates before reaching Arlong's base. Then let us proceed directly to Arlong. I do not wish to linger, Li Wenjin insisted. Wenjin, do you harbor a vendetta against this fishman? Why the urgency? Uncle Shiro, that is immaterial. Simply expedite our arrival. Wenjin, confronting Arlong first would necessitate backtracking to resolve the liquor and tusk pirate groups, a considerable delay. Shiro found Li Wenjin's fixation on Arlong perplexing. Upon hearing Jiro's words, Li Wenjin regained his composure. He realized his impatience. Dealing with the tusk and liquor pirates would not significantly delay him. His agitation stemmed solely from thoughts of Nami. Composed, Li Wenjin said to Shiro, "Then we shall proceed with the tusk and liquor pirates first." Shiro nodded. A judicious decision. There is no need to rush our confrontation with Arlong. He is unlikely to abscond. Following their discussion, Li Wenjin and Shiro returned to the deck to rest, awaiting their arrival at the island of their primary target. The Tusk Pirates. The Tusk Pirates' captain was indeed characterized by prominent, protruding incisors, rendering him aesthetically displeasing. Despite his appearance, he stood at a towering height of 2 meters and 26 centimeters. Coupled with his robust musculature and his weapon of choice, a spiked club, he resembled a veritable behemoth. Upon locating the Tusk Pirates, Li Wenjin, eager to reach Nami, wasted no time. Landing on their base, a small, desolate island, he unleashed his full power, decimating the Tusk Pirates. Their captain suffered shattered ribs, narrowly escaping death. Li Wenjin, utilizing his chop-chop fruit abilities, remained unscathed. With the Tusk Pirates subdued, Shiro promptly directed the crew to plunder their treasures, acting swiftly under Li Wenjin's directive to complete the task within an hour to expedite their journey to KokoYasi village. Shiro struggled to comprehend Li Wenjin's behavior. En route to the Tusk Pirates, they had encountered a wanted criminal with a bounty of 5 million berries. Yet Li Wenjin had ignored him, focusing solely on the Tusk Pirates. The Tusk Pirates. Their haul consisted of over 7 million berries, various gold and silver jewels. A captain with a bounty of 26 million berries, 2 combatants with bounties of 6 million berries, and the Tusk Pirate sailing vessel. With the Tusk Pirates dealt with, the pineapple continued towards the liquor pirates, advancing relentlessly day and night, much to Jiro's chagrin. However, Li Wenjin disregarded his complaints, urging them onward. The liquor pirates captain, a sharpshooter in his 30s who wielded dual pistols, was ultimately overwhelmed by Li Wenjin and taken prisoner. Li Wenjin's assault was not without cause. Upon arriving at the liquor pirates' base, they were absent, forcing Li Wenjin to await their return from a raid until nightfall. Incensed by the 5 or 6 hour delay, Li Wenjin vented his frustration on the liquor pirates. The liquor pirates. Their spoils included 8 million berries, various gold and silver jewels, a ship, and a wanted criminal with a bounty of 18 million berries. The pineapple pressed onward. As they neared KokoYasi village, Li Wenjin's anticipation grew, wondering if Nami was still there. Departing from Loguetown, capturing the Tusk and liquor pirates, and reaching the shores of KokoYasi village took a mere 4 days. A testament to Li Wenjin's relentless urging of the pineapple to sail day and night. The arrival of Li Wenjin and 2 captured pirate vessels at KokoYasi village's harbor deterred onlookers. However, 2 fishmen at the harbor seemed intrigued by the ships. Upon seeing the 3 vessels approaching KokoYasi village, the fishmen dove into the sea, swimming towards them. Li Wenjin, wary of the fishmen sabotaging their ships, preemptively unleashed a skywalk kick, sending them flying. Though injured, the fishmen survived, their movements impaired by the buoyancy of the water. Li Wenjin instructed Shiro, "Retrieve them. I wish to question them." Shiro was curious. "Wenjin, this is your first time here, yet you seem familiar with this place." Li Wenjin retorted, "Cease your idle chatter and retrieve them before they escape. Your wages will be docked if they do." Shiro, fearing a pay deduction, promptly enlisted 2 crew members to retrieve the fishmen. Chapter 36. KokoYasi. Under Li Wenjin's orders, Shiro and his companions swiftly brought the 2 fishmen aboard. Li Wenjin immediately interrogated them. "Where is Arlong?" Despite their injuries, the captive fishmen remained defiant. "You dare harm us, noble fishmen? Arlong will avenge us." Dissatisfied with their response, Li Wenjin drew his blade. "Henceforth, you shall answer my queries promptly. The slower one shall perish. Now, tell me Arlong's whereabouts." The fishmen remained silent. Incensed, Li Wenjin severed one's neck, glaring at the survivor. "Speak, or join him in death." The remaining fishman, witnessing his companion's demise, trembled, and stammered incoherently. Li Wenjin, frustrated by his inability to speak, dispatched him with a swift stroke. Wenjin, what has become of you? You have become so volatile. The fishman was about to speak when you silenced him, Shiro remarked, frowning. Sheathing his blade, Li Wenjin replied calmly, volatile? I merely eliminated 2 villains. Is that not commonplace? Shiro shook his head. You are not prone to indiscriminate killing. The deed is done. Cease your prattle, and let us disembark without delay. Li Wenjin dismissed Shiro's concerns. As Li Wenjin and his crew disembarked, a fishman witnessed their actions. The fishman, initially swimming idly underwater, observed his companions being slain by Li Wenjin. Terrified, he remained submerged. Once Li Wenjin's party landed, he retrieved the bodies and carried them back to Arlong Park. Upon disembarking, Li Wenjin instructed Shiro, await me here. Should the need arise, summon me. I shall explore the village and then confront Arlong at Arlong Park. Shiro surveyed KokoYasi village. This village seems unremarkable. What could possibly pique your interest? Li Wenjin gazed at Shiro with a wistful expression. You would not understand. There is a woman here in need of rescue. Shiro was speechless. Li Wenjin's recent volatility stemmed from a woman. Shiro could only muster, Wenjin, do you not already have a naval wife in Loguetown? To pursue another woman is rather fickle. My affairs are none of your concern. Do you take me for you, still struggling to win over a tavern owner after 15 years? Li Wenjin retorted, hitting a nerve. Very well, I shall not interfere. Proceed as you wish. I shall await your return. Be swift. Shiro declined further involvement. Li Wenjin scoffed, heading towards KokoYasi village. Some villagers, having witnessed Li Wenjin's actions, observed him entering the village from behind their closed windows, shutting their doors and windows, fearing reprisal from the fishmen. Li Wenjin, originally intending to inquire about Nami's residence, was forced to locate it himself. Recalling the narrative, Li Wenjin remembered that Nami's house was isolated on a hill. He jumped onto a rooftop, surveying the area for a house on a hill. He soon located houses on 2 hills. He jumped down and began walking towards one of them. Suddenly, a figure blocked his path. A Jian, a minor character from KokoYasi village. Li Wenjin was pleased by a Jian's appearance. Young man, this is not a place for you. Depart quickly. Arlong will arrive soon, a Jian warned. A Jian had been observing Li Wenjin's party since their arrival. He had witnessed Li Wenjin slaying the 2 fishmen and landing in KokoYasi village. Fearing that Li Wenjin intended to harm Nami, he confronted him, hoping to deter him with the threat of Arlong. How do you know Arlong is coming? Li Wenjin inquired. The patrol here always consists of 3 fishmen. Having slain 2, the survivor will undoubtedly report back. Flee while you can. A Jian's words were accurate. Young man, did you not hear me? Arlong is coming. Why are you smiling? A Jian exclaimed. Li Wenjin patted the sword at his waist, smiling. I am a bounty hunter here to capture Arlong. His arrival would save me the trouble of seeking him out. Young man, you are reckless. Fishmen are formidable, and they possess a sea monster capable of destroying an entire village, a Jian countered. Li Wenjin, uninterested in idle conversation, glanced at a dilapidated, unoccupied house nearby. Do you see that house? I shall demonstrate my ability to destroy a village. Li Wenjin kicked the 4 supporting pillars, severing them with skywalk. The house collapsed. Chapter 37. Nami. Li Wenjin's actions left a Jian dumbfounded. Li Wenjin approached a Jian, patting his shoulder. You're easily impressed. Arlong is merely a dish on my table. Do you understand? A Jian, regaining his composure, looked at Li Wenjin and then at the destroyed house. He was excited. Li Wenjin was powerful. Perhaps Arlong could be defeated. However, he was still hesitant to believe in Li Wenjin's power. After 2 minutes, a Jian said, if you can capture Arlong, I will pay you 10 million berries. Li Wenjin scrutinized a Jian. Do you possess such wealth? I doubt it. A Jian was embarrassed. I do not, but the entire village can contribute. You are a bounty hunter, are you not? If you defeat Arlong, we will pay you. Li Wenjin smiled. I do not require your money. I am here for a girl. That is what I desire. A Jian's expression darkened. Are you here to capture Nami? Did she offend you? Li Wenjin clarified. I am not here to capture her. I have heard of her exceptional navigation skills. I wish for her to become my navigator and guide me to the Grand Line. That Li Wenjin was not there to capture Nami, relieved Jian. I do not know where you obtained this information, but Nami is now a member of Arlong Park. If you wish to enlist her as your navigator, you must first defeat Arlong. Then tell me where Nami is. I will find her myself, Li Wenjin stated directly. Jian hesitated. She should be at Arlong Park. She has been there recently. Li Wenjin was pleased. He could eliminate Arlong and seize his treasures, then take Nami. Whether Nami agreed was irrelevant. He would not miss the opportunity. If she refused, he would simply take her. Since Nami is at Arlong Park, I shall go there now. Li Wenjin turned to leave. Jian followed. May I accompany you? If you do not fear death, then come, Li Wenjin replied. After so many years, I finally see a glimmer of hope. Even if it means death, I must witness it. As you wish. Arlong is merely a dish to me. 5 minutes later, Li Wenjin and Jian arrived at the coast. Li Wenjin said to Shiro, who was surprised, "We're in Arlong Park." That was quick. I thought you would be gone for hours. Li Wenjin pointed to Jian. He knows where the person I seek is. I do not need to search. Shiro understood immediately. The woman you seek is at Arlong Park? Correct. Do not delay. We must go now, preferably before nightfall. Shiro glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. He instructed the crew to sail towards Arlong Park. As Li Wenjin set sail for Arlong Park, the fishman who had escaped returned to Arlong Park with the bodies of his companions. Arlong, seeing his fallen comrades, summoned his crew to KokoYasi village to capture the culprit. Kurubi, a fishman officer, advised, "Allow me and Hachan to go. If you destroy KokoYasi village, it will be difficult to explain to Nami." "No, I must go personally," Arlong insisted. Before Kurubi could dissuade him, a fishman reported, "Arlong, 3 ships are approaching, 2 of which are flying pirate flags." The fishman who had escaped exclaimed, "The people on those ships killed our comrades." Arlong laughed maniacally. "They're coming for us. I will await them here. Summon the others." "Understood," Kurubi replied. Nami, working on the roof, was aware of the events but remained impassive, continuing to draw her maps. In her mind, Li Wenjin and his crew were merely another group of fools destined to die. Nami was preoccupied with a bounty hunter, Iron Rooster, who had captured all the bounty criminals in the East Sea, preventing her from earning money. Had Li Wenjin known that Nami was cursing him, he might have been pleased, as it meant that she at least acknowledged his existence. KokoYasi village was not far from Arlong Park. Li Wenjin and his crew arrived in 30 minutes. To prevent the fishmen from sabotaging the ships, Li Wenjin had Shiro anchor them 1 kilometer away from Arlong Park. He left the ship and walked to Arlong Park. Arlong was aware of Li Wenjin's movements. He decided to confront Li Wenjin rather than the ships. As a renowned bounty hunter in the East Sea, Li Wenjin was recognized by most criminals. Arlong decided to deal with Li Wenjin first, as he was aware of his reputation. Chapter 38. Nami 2. Upon arriving at the entrance of Arlong Park, Li Wenjin found that the fishmen, though glaring menacingly, did not prevent him from entering. He walked past them into Arlong Park. There, he saw Arlong lounging on a sun chair, surrounded by his 3 fishmen officers. "Are you here to capture me?" Arlong asked, preparing to play with Li Wenjin. Li Wenjin did not respond. He looked around for Nami, but she was not there. He looked at the buildings, wondering if she was inside. Chu, a fishman officer, was angered by Li Wenjin's disrespect. "Iron Rooster, our captain is speaking to you." Li Wenjin hated being called Iron Rooster. He kicked Chu with Skywalk. "I hate being called by that nickname." Prepare tout dit. Hachan, an octopus fishman, blocked the kick with his weapons. Hachan was pushed back several steps. Arlong realized that his subordinates were no match for Li Wenjin. He tried to stop Kurubi and Chu from attacking Li Wenjin. "Gudobi, Chu, do not go." Before he could finish speaking, Kurubi and Chu were sent flying back, colliding with him. Arlong stood up. "What are you looking at? If you surrender, you might suffer less. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead," Li Wenjin said. Arlong looked at his injured subordinates and turned to Li Wenjin. "It seems that negotiation is impossible. You will die here today." Arlong attacked Li Wenjin with his palms and sharp teeth. Li Wenjin allowed Arlong to attack him, using iron body for defense. He used finger pistol to pierce Arlong's chest. Arlong's attacks did not harm Li Wenjin. Li Wenjin removed his finger and kicked Arlong into a building, collapsing a wall. Li Wenjin chased after Arlong, intending to finish him off. Inside the building, Li Wenjin saw Arlong holding a serrated sword, glaring at him. Arlong's wound had healed. Li Wenjin was impressed by the fishman's healing abilities. Arlong swung the sword at Li Wenjin. Li Wenjin drew his sword and used Chop Chop to split his body in half, appearing to be cut in two. Arlong was excited, but then he felt a pain in his chest and was sent flying into a wall. Li Wenjin's upper body stabbed Arlong with his sword, hitting his vitals and leaving him barely alive. After defeating Arlong, Li Wenjin reassembled his body and carried Arlong out of the building. The fishmen outside attacked Li Wenjin, trying to rescue Arlong. Li Wenjin kicked them away. 20 minutes had passed since Li Wenjin entered Arlong Park. Shiro and Jian arrived. Jian cried and stood still. He was happy. After 6 years, they finally met a savior. Li Wenjin gave Arlong to Shiro. Heal him so he does not die. I have other things to do. A female voice called out, do not heal him. Fishmen heal quickly. Li Wenjin turned and saw Nami. Chapter 39. Nami. 3 Nami's appearance caught Li Wenjin's attention. Nami, you dare betray Arlong. Kurubi shouted. Li Wenjin used Flash Step to appear in front of the 3 fishmen officers and kick them away. He had used all his strength. Li Wenjin approached Nami. Are you Miss Nami? I know you. You are the bounty hunter Iron Rooster, right? Nami said. Li Wenjin grimaced. Miss Nami, my name is Li Wenjin, not Iron Rooster, Li Wenjin said. But that is what everyone calls you, Nami said. Nami, Li Wenjin is our savior. You cannot call him Iron Rooster. Jian said. Nami hugged Jian and cried. Shiro approached Li Wenjin. Wenjin, that girl does not seem interested in you. Go find the treasure. Li Wenjin glared at Shiro and went to Arlong's building to loot it. He needed to give Nami time to vent her emotions. 30 minutes later, Li Wenjin emerged from Arlong Park with a large bag of treasure. He had found 190 million berries and a large amount of gold and jewels. Li Wenjin, what are you carrying? Nami asked. This is treasure. I defeated Arlong, so I'm taking his treasure, Li Wenjin said. You cannot take the treasure. It belongs to me. Nami said. Why? Li Wenjin asked. Arlong is gone, so I am in charge. The treasure belongs to me, Nami said. Li Wenjin gave Nami a thumbs up. I admire your logic, but I cannot give you the treasure. I have many subordinates to feed. You are more stubborn than Iron Rooster. Nami said, call me what you want. I am not giving you the treasure, Li Wenjin said. If you give me the treasure, I will be your navigator, Nami said. Li Wenjin's eyes lit up. He gave Nami the treasure. Deal. Nami took the treasure, confused. She wondered if Li Wenjin loved money. Li Wenjin was happy. He had gained Nami. If the system did not require money, he would not bother earning it. He would just stay at home with his wife. Li Wenjin needed to become stronger to protect his wife. Nami looked at Li Wenjin. Can I take back my offer? No, you already took the treasure, Li Wenjin said. I have been tricked. Nami said. Call what you want. I will not let you leave, Li Wenjin said. Are we leaving now? Nami asked. Li Wenjin knew that she wanted to return to KokoYasi village. I can wait here for 7 days. Thank you, Nami said, handing the treasure back to Li Wenjin. She went to Jian and prepared to return to KokoYasi village. Li Wenjin did not follow her. He had business with Shiro in the aftermath of Arlong Park. 5 hours passed. At 10 o'clock at night, Nami was displeased to see Li Wenjin at her house. Why are you here? Do you not have a ship? Li Wenjin was eating snacks that Nami's sister had prepared. My ship is taking the pirates back to Loguetown. I have nowhere to stay, so I am staying here. Nami would stay in KokoYasi village for 7 days. So Li Wenjin had Shiro take the criminals and ships back to Loguetown. Li Wenjin could stay in KokoYasi village with Nami. There's a feast in KokoYasi village. You can stay there. Why are you here? Nami asked. Nami's sister said, Nami, Li Wenjin is the savior of KokoYasi village. What is wrong with him staying here? Nami was displeased. Sister, why are you helping a stranger? Nami's sister shook her head and left. She could see that Li Wenjin was in love with Nami. Chapter 40. Sweeping the East Sea with Arlong gone. KokoYasi village became lively. People often gave Li Wenjin gifts. After 7 days, the villagers knew that Li Wenjin had defeated Arlong because he wanted to marry Nami. Li Wenjin did not know how to explain the situation. He had said that he wanted Nami to be his navigator, but somehow it had turned into him wanting to marry her. He would not deny the rumors, as he wanted more people to know. Nami was angry about the rumors, but she could not stop them. She vented her anger on Li Wenjin, wanting him to explain the rumors to the villagers, but he ignored her. After 7 days, the pineapple returned to KokoYasi village. Li Wenjin said goodbye to Nami's sister and returned to the pineapple to wait for Nami. Li Wenjin needed to give Nami one last night to say goodbye to her friends. Li Wenjin returned to the pineapple at 4 in the afternoon. He returned to his room and used all the money that Shiro had brought back to spin a gacha. Li Wenjin had 270 million berries. He used the advanced gacha 27 times. He obtained Enel's golden staff, 260 strength Marco's feather coat, 240 defense Burgess's champion belt, 180 defense Li Wenjin's side. He could only replace Enel's golden staff. Li Wenjin removed Doma's dual swords and equipped Enel's golden staff, increasing his strength by 175 points. Doma's twin swords. Li Wenjin intended to give them directly to Shiro, as he understood that Shiro had likely already guessed that he was the one who added attributes to the equipment. Having followed Li Wenjin for over a year, it was natural for Shiro to deduce that Li Wenjin was the mysterious figure. However, being astute, Shiro chose not to expose Li Wenjin's little secret to avoid damaging their relationship. After equipping the new gear, Li Wenjin went to rest on the ship's deck, planning to hand the weapons to Shiro and discuss their next steps. Originally, they aimed to capture 5 major pirates before returning to Loguetown. But having already captured 3 and returned once, they now needed to revise their plans. After 2 hours of discussion on the pineapple, they set new targets, adding 6 more to the list, including the previously missed 2. The Kalando pirates with a bounty of 16 million berries, the Golden Feather pirates at 24 million, the Tomato pirates at 15 million, the Mountain Bandit King Mark Monkey at 38 million, the Black Star pirates at 22 million, and the Windsword pirates at 20 million. With the targets set, Li Wenjin retired to his room to rest, awaiting Nami's arrival the next morning to set sail again on their new bounty hunting journey. At 11 that night, as Li Wenjin was asleep, Shiro suddenly knocked on his door, informing him that Nami had arrived and wanted them to set sail immediately. Rushing to the deck, Li Wenjin found Nami directing the departure. Curious, he asked her why she didn't spend more time with Nojiko and the others. Nami, looking at the darkened KokoYasi village, replied indifferently that leaving sooner or later made no difference. Sansink Harustange, Li Wenjin comforted her, promising to bring her back whenever she wished. Nami, however, retorted that she didn't need his help to return, asserting her independence. After a moment of silence, Nami inquired about Li Wenjin's plans to venture into the Grand Line, to which he responded that they would first complete their bounty hunting in the East Blue within a year. Nami, curious about his wealth accumulation, questioned its purpose. Li Wenjin handed her a mysterious ring, explaining its significance and the use of his wealth, which intrigued Nami and sparked her interest in their treasure-hunting endeavors. Their first target after setting sail was the Mars Pirates, with a bounty of 28 million berries. The Mars Pirates, unfortunately for them, approached the pineapple intending to rob it, only to be swiftly defeated by Li Wenjin. Following this, they headed to Flying Fish Island, known for its abundant flying fish and a bustling community, where their next target, Rajesh Ben, was hiding in plain sight. After 5 days of travel and capturing several minor pirates along the way, they arrived at Flying Fish Island. While Nami and Shiro dealt with the captured pirate ship and loot, Li Wenjin sought Rajesh Ben at a local tavern, encountering a tense atmosphere filled with bounty hunters. A man named Dong Jiez approached Li Wenjin, revealing that Rajesh Ben was severely injured and suggesting a partnership to capture him, offering information in exchange for half the bounty. Li Wenjin, skeptical but intrigued, agreed to the deal, leading to a tense encounter with Rajesh Ben, who was indeed gravely injured. After a dramatic confrontation and a surprising turn of events involving a devil fruit, Li Wenjin offered Rajesh Ben a chance to join his crew, promising to heal his injuries. Rajesh Ben, seeing an opportunity for survival, accepted, and after a staged battle to deceive the bounty hunters, they set sail again, with Rajesh Ben now a part of their crew under the alias Black Cat. Departing from Flying Fish Island, Li Wenjin and his companions continued their pursuit of wanted criminals. With the addition of Black Cat, Rajesh Ben, their task became significantly more manageable. Of the 6 targets assigned by Jello, only the confrontation with the King of Mountain Bandits required considerable time, while the others were swiftly resolved. As for the bounties below 10 million, Black Cat was able to dispatch them with remarkable efficiency, leaving Li Wenjin without the need to intervene. Although Jello harbored suspicions regarding Black Cat's true identity as Rajesh Ben, he refrained from voicing them. After all, regardless of who Black Cat was, it bore no relevance to him. Over the past month, Jello had come to admire Nami's negotiation skills, yielding to her expertise in handling the sale of pirate ships and treasures, while he focused on gathering intelligence. As a month passed, Li Wenjin opted not to return to Loguetown, fearing a potential clash between Nami and Dasky. He decided to postpone his return until he could advance his relationship with Nami. After exchanging bounties for the wanted criminals at various naval branches in 2 separate instances, Li Wenjin and his team continued their pursuit of fugitives across the East Sea. The smaller naval branches lacked sufficient berries to allow Li Wenjin to claim all the bounties, necessitating their division into 2 locations to collect the rewards. 3 months have elapsed, yet Li Wenjin has yet to return to Loguetown. Instead, he has ventured to Sayumazij village, a place he yearned to visit upon his entry into the world of One Piece. Sayumazij village, the site of the Isen dojo, is where Zoro and Shiro honed their swordsmanship. Initially, Li Wenjin had no intention of disembarking in Sayumazij village, as he had received credible information indicating that Zoro had already set sail and was not present in the village. Moreover, Li Wenjin was more eager to encounter his next target, the infamous clown Buggy. In Li Wenjin's mind, the likelihood of capturing Buggy was rather low, as he believed that the luck of the great Buggy was extraordinarily fortuitous. One could only wonder what unforeseen circumstances might arise during an attempt to apprehend him. Li Wenjin ultimately chose to land at Zimaziji village, driven by an insatiable curiosity. He yearned to uncover whether Gung Shirlang, a character frequently speculated to possess the strength of an admiral in the anime One Piece, truly held such formidable power. Upon arriving at the coast of Zimaziji village, Li Wenjin set his sights on the renowned Isen dojo, which is prominent within the village. A casual inquiry led him directly to the dojo's location. As he journeyed toward the Isen dojo, Li Wenjin reflected on his current attributes and equipment. His system's equipment inventory boasted 10 items, 5 standard Navy gear pieces, Enel's golden iron staff, the twin swords of Bidas, the long sword of the Ghost Spider, and the blade of Rear Admiral Deo Bowman, alongside the quarters of the 5 Flames fruit. Deo Bowman's blade grants an impressive boost of 160 points to strength. The replaced item, Crocodile's iron hook, was materialized and gifted to the Black Cat as an accessory. Regrettably, the Black Cat seemed rather indifferent to its use, merely binding it to its back as a means to augment its strength. Li Wenjin's personal gear comprised the Pirate Jinx's bracelet, the Black Star gemstone ring, Buggy the Clown's flying knife, the Swift Blade Sakura, and Akainu's black gloves. Akainu's black gloves enhance strength by 150 points and defense by 150 points. Li Wenjin currently possesses 3 prominent attributes: strength, 1410, agility, 440, defense, 770. His system inventory includes the Urk Feather Cloak, the Admiral's Special Cape, which grants an additional 300 points of defense, the Admiral's Special Military Hat, also conferring an additional 300 points of defense, Chopper's Hemostatic Bandage, the Clown Buggy's Red Nose, and Nico Robin's bodysuit. Originally, Li Wenjin had an advanced piece of equipment, the Chizasu, the Champion Belt of Bagas, which provides an additional 180 points of defense. But he later manifested it as a gift to the Black Cat. With the Black Cat's enhanced abilities, Li Wenjin refrains from intervening in encounters with minor bounty criminals, thus alleviating his burdens significantly. In Li Wenjin's perspective, bounty criminals with a reward of less than 10 million berries are merely insignificant pawns. Chapter 44. Gung Sairu in the span of 3 months. Li Wenjin amassed over 700 million berries, yet only acquired 4 pieces of high-grade equipment. The reason for this was that Li Wenjin, in an effort to bolster the strength of Nami and Black Cat, spent more than 300 million berries on intermediate-level lottery draws, yielding over 30 intermediate-grade pieces of equipment for Nami, Black Cat, and Shiro to utilize. During this extensive lottery event, Li Wenjin once again encountered a peculiar phenomenon. While participating in the intermediate lottery, it was possible to draw low-level sets. In this instance, out of the 30 draws, he obtained 2 low-level sets: Baroque Works Mr. 7 set, Frog Hat, Defense 30, Frog Jacket, Defense 30, Frog Skirt, Defense 30, Frog Shoes, Agility 30, Frog Pistol, Strength 30 Mr. 7's Red Glasses, Defense 26, Mr. 7's Purple Coat, Defense 26, Mr. 7's Purple Pants, Defense 26, Mr. 7's Black Shoes, Agility 26, Mr. 7's Yellow Pistol, Strength 26. The attributes of each of these low-level sets contributed a total of 50 points to Strength, Agility, and Defense. If one were to equip all 5 pieces, they would at least possess the strength of a naval petty officer. However, the attributes of these 2 sets were rather lacking, causing Nami, Shiro, and Black Cat to regard them with disdain. Consequently, Li Wenjin decided to entrust them to Nami for safekeeping until he could find an auction house to sell them, thereby recovering some funds. Contemplating his own attributes, Li Wenjin gradually made his way to the Isen Dojo, where he observed children training within the fenced yard, prompting him to quell the chaotic thoughts in his mind. The Isen Dojo was constructed on an ordinary low hill, surrounded by vast fields and woods, with no other residents in the vicinity, rendering it a relatively secluded and tranquil place. As Li Wenjin assessed the situation at the dojo, he felt a sense of calm wash over him and proceeded toward the main building. Upon entering the fenced yard, he continued his approach when he was halted by a young man. "Who are you, and what business do you have at Isen Dojo?" The young man inquired warily, eyeing the sword at Li Wenjin's waist. "I seek your master, Mr. Gung Sairu. It would be most appreciated if you could inform him of my presence," Li Wenjin replied. The young man hesitated for a moment before responding. "Please wait here. I will notify the master." Li Wenjin nodded. "Very well. I shall wait here." As the young man departed, Li Wenjin observed the children in the yard, who had now ceased their training and were watching him enter the dojo with curiosity. Over the years, Li Wenjin had captured numerous wanted criminals, accumulating a considerable amount of killing intent. Coupled with his indifferent demeanor, the children dared not approach him, instead whispering amongst themselves about his identity from a distance. Li Wenjin paid little mind to the children. His purpose for visiting was to engage in a spar with Gung Sairu before promptly departing from Zimaziji village to seek out the wandering clown Buggy in the EC. Approximately 2 minutes later, the young man returned, addressing Li Wenjin with great respect. "Master Gung Sairu requests your presence inside." The sudden shift in the young man's demeanor piqued Li Wenjin's curiosity, yet he refrained from asking questions and followed the young man into the dojo. Within the dojo hall, Li Wenjin observed Gung Sairu seated cross-legged at the center, a large character for tranquility emblazoned on the wall behind him, exuding an air of authority. Li Wenjin approached to a distance of 3 meters from Gung Sairu and clasped his hands in greeting. "I am the bounty hunter Li Wenjin." Gung Sairu smiled warmly. "I am aware of your reputation. I wonder what brings such a renowned bounty hunter to my humble dojo." Gung Sairu's friendly demeanor made Li Wenjin hesitant to directly express his intent to challenge him. Instead, he chose a more roundabout approach. "I have had a brief encounter with your disciple Zoro, who spoke highly of your swordsmanship. I came specifically to pay my respects." Having encountered many skilled individuals in the past, Gung Sairu could discern Li Wenjin's true purpose. "Young man, you are quite formidable at such a young age. Do you truly wish to compete with an old man?" With the implication clear, Li Wenjin replied candidly, "Since Master Gung Sairu is already aware of my intentions, I shall speak plainly. I plan to venture into the Grand Line soon, and before embarking on that journey, I wish to ascertain my own strength. Therefore, I seek your assistance in testing my abilities." Li Wenjin's aura of killing intent was palpable, and while Gung Sairu had initially been disinclined to engage in combat, he was intrigued by Li Wenjin's request for a mere assessment of his prowess. Unlike other formidable warriors he had encountered, whose violent temperaments were often exacerbated by their killing intent, Gung Sairu noted a sense of calmness within Li Wenjin, seemingly untouched by the weight of his past actions, which surprised him greatly. Li Wenjin had eliminated over 1,000 bandits and pirates, so it was not unusual for him to exude such killing intent. However, the reason he remained unaffected by it lay in his belief that he had only rid the world of evil NPCs never perceiving his actions as excessive. Certainly, here's the refined version of the text you provided. Given that Li Wenjin was not seeking conflict, Gung Shiro saw no harm in assessing his capabilities. He directly invited Li Wenjin to the backyard, citing the unsuitability of the current location for combat. Elated by Gung Shiro's willingness to assist, Li Wenjin followed him from the dojo's main hall, traversing a corridor to a level, sandy area behind the building. Gung Shiro retrieved 2 wooden swords from a weapon rack near the sand, tossing one to Li Wenjin, remarking that it would suffice for a simple assessment. Li Wenjin, unconcerned due to his reliance on physical prowess over swordsmanship, accepted the wooden sword, testing its weight before affirming its suitability. In the center of the sandy expanse, Li Wenjin addressed Gung Shiro, cautioning him about his devil fruit abilities and lack of formal swordsmanship. Gung Shiro responded with an encouraging smile, inviting Li Wenjin to commence the exchange. Without further ado, Li Wenjin utilized the Navy's Rokushiki technique, shave, to instantaneously appear before Gung Shiro, thrusting his wooden sword towards his opponent's chest. Gung Shiro, unfazed by Li Wenjin's sudden assault, effortlessly deflected the attacking sword with a gentle flick of his own. Li Wenjin, disarmed, transitioned to a palm strike aimed at Gung Shiro's chest. However, Li Wenjin was forced to retreat rapidly as Gung Shiro's wooden sword threatened to strike his shoulder. Retreating to a safer distance, Li Wenjin realized that engaging his devil fruit powers was imperative to landing a successful blow. Unleashing his full potential, Li Wenjin launched a series of attacks, yet Gung Shiro, seemingly possessing observation haki, anticipated and evaded each strike, unaffected by Li Wenjin's splitting ability. Furthermore, Gung Shiro displayed no surprise at Li Wenjin's devil fruit powers, as if such abilities were commonplace to him. Chapter 45. Buggy in the receiving room of the Ishin Dojo. Li Wenjin, sipping from a teacup, remarked on the waste of talent it was for Gung Shiro to remain there. Gung Shiro, seated across from Li Wenjin, responded with a smile, offering no further comment. Li Wenjin's battle against Gung Shiro had ended in the latter's victory, with Li Wenjin unable to land a single blow and ultimately conceding defeat. Following the spar, Gung Shiro led Li Wenjin to the receiving room, where a dojo disciple served him tea to recuperate. After finishing his tea and regaining some composure, Li Wenjin directly inquired whether his current strength was sufficient for navigating the Grand Line. Gung Shiro, with a curious glance, questioned the reason for such an inquiry, wondering if Li Wenjin knew of his past ventures into the Grand Line. Li Wenjin, realizing his oversight, apologized for his indiscretion, acknowledging that it was their first meeting and that his question might have seemed like an attempt to unearth Gung Shiro's secrets. Accepting the apology, Gung Shiro offered some guidance. He took a sip of tea before stating that Li Wenjin possessed adequate strength for the Grand Line, provided he avoided conflict with pirates boasting bounties exceeding 100 million berries. Gung Shiro's statement made it clear that Li Wenjin's current strength was insufficient for unchallenged dominance in the Grand Line. Pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million berries were typically of Vice Admiral level strength, implying that Li Wenjin's current abilities fell slightly short of that mark. Li Wenjin rose to his feet, expressing his gratitude for Gung Shiro's guidance and acknowledging the need for further training before embarking on his Grand Line journey. Gung Shiro downplayed his assistance, attributing it to Li Wenjin's efforts in maintaining peace in the East Blue by apprehending criminals. Li Wenjin insisted on expressing his appreciation. After some pleasantries, Li Wenjin bid farewell to Gung Shiro, stating that he had other matters to attend to. Gung Shiro reciprocated the farewell, refraining from escorting him out. With a final bow, Li Wenjin departed from the Ishin Dojo, heading towards the shore where the pineapple was docked. Realizing his shortcomings, Li Wenjin felt a sense of urgency, understanding that any delay in improving his strength would postpone his entry into the Grand Line. He resolved to capture more criminals expeditiously to bolster his strength, foregoing any further leisure. Upon returning to the pineapple, Li Wenjin ordered Shiro to set sail immediately, heading for their next destination with haste, surprising both Nami and Shiro. As captain, Li Wenjin's orders were to be followed, and Nami, curious, questioned him about the situation. Li Wenjin openly recounted his defeat to Gung Shiro, prompting little reaction from Nami, who was primarily interested in profit-making. Learning that Li Wenjin sought to accumulate wealth quickly, she ceased her inquiries. 3 days later, at midday, Li Wenjin and his crew finally located Buggy the Clown, whose constant movement in the East Blue had made him difficult to track. Ranga Island, a small landmass of only a few square kilometers, housed a single village. Shiro discovered that Buggy had recently established a base there, prompting Li Wenjin's pursuit. Even before landing, Li Wenjin spotted Buggy's pirate ship docked at the Ranga Island shore, prompting him to order the Pineapple to approach rapidly. The Buggy pirates noticed the Pineapple's arrival and awaited its approach, intending to attack with cannons once it was within range. While Shiro and the crew managed the Pineapple, Li Wenjin utilized Moonwalk to fly toward Buggy's pirate ship. The Buggy pirates, terrified by Li Wenjin's aerial approach, opened fire, hoping to bring him down. However, conventional firearms proved ineffective against Li Wenjin, who pressed on, boarding the ship and incapacitating all the pirates on deck. With the ship secured, Li Wenjin realized that Buggy was not present. He decided to gather the ship's treasures before searching for Buggy on the island. In half an hour, Li Wenjin and Nami had thoroughly looted Buggy's ship, amassing a fortune that pleased them both. Aside from the 4 million berries, the gold and jewels were worth at least an additional 4 to 5 million. Combined with the value of the mid-sized pirate ship, Li Wenjin stood to gain over 10 million berries. As Li Wenjin reveled in counting his spoils, Shiro arrived, announcing Buggy's approach. Intrigued, Li Wenjin instructed his crew to sail the ship away while he confronted Buggy on the island. Shiro inquired whether Li Wenjin knew Buggy personally. Li Wenjin questioned the basis for such a query. Shiro explained that Li Wenjin seemed unusually familiar with Buggy, prompting his suspicion. Taken aback, Li Wenjin paused before replying that Shiro would eventually understand, but revealing it now might frighten him. Shiro scoffed, stating that he had nothing to fear from a mere 16 million berry bounty. Li Wenjin retorted that Buggy was a former member of the Roger Pirates. Shiro laughed in disbelief, accusing Li Wenjin of fabricating the claim. Li Wenjin insisted on the truth. His serious demeanor surprised Shiro, who hesitantly asked for confirmation. Li Wenjin nodded in affirmation. Upon confirming the information, Shiro broke into a cold sweat, fearfully questioning how a member of the Roger Pirates could have such a low bounty. Li Wenjin shrugged, suggesting that Buggy might be concealing his true abilities. Shiro hesitated, wondering if they should refrain from capturing him to avoid any unforeseen complications. Li Wenjin mocked Shiro's fear of the Roger Pirates, questioning how Buggy alone could frighten him. Shiro retorted that he had personally witnessed Roger's power and that the mere memory still made his legs tremble. Exasperated, Li Wenjin declared his intention to confront Buggy, suggesting that Shiro sail away to safety if he was afraid. Shiro nodded in agreement, stating that it was best to keep his distance. With Shiro's fear of the Roger Pirates rendering him speechless, Li Wenjin departed from Buggy's ship, flying towards Ranga Island. Chapter 46. 1 year hence upon landing on Ranga Island, Li Wenjin waited near the shore for Buggy to arrive. Within 5 minutes, Buggy, accompanied by 20 subordinates, rushed towards the coast. However, upon seeing Li Wenjin waiting and his ship gone, Buggy's expression turned grim. Buggy's immediate concern was the loss of his treasure, now aboard the stolen ship. His only option was to capture the youth before him and exchange him for the return of his ship and treasure. Upruaking Li Wenjin. Buggy coldly demanded the return of his ship, promising a swift death in return. However, before he could finish a sentence, he was pulled back by Chief of Staff Kabeji, who was visibly shaken. Kabeji informed Buggy that the man before them was Iron Rooster Li Wenjin, a notorious bounty hunter who had apprehended pirates stronger than Buggy himself. Kabeji's only thought was to escape. The other pirates who had accompanied Buggy shared Kabeji's sentiment, eager to flee. Iron Rooster Li Wenjin? The clown Buggy momentarily struggled to recall who it was, only to find the name vaguely familiar. Clown Buggy had little regard for bounty hunters. His mind was preoccupied with amassing treasures. He had only heard of the stingy bounty hunter Kabaji a couple of times from his crew, but paid no heed to it. Kabaji, aware of Buggy's silence, spoke directly. Captain Buggy, we should make our escape quickly. We cannot defeat him. Red Nose, you wouldn't dare to flee, would you? Buggy, intent on reprimanding the cowardly Kabaji, suddenly heard the term Red Nose and was instantly incensed. Grabbing Kabaji by the collar, he exclaimed, Who are you calling Red Nose? Do you wish to die, Kabaji? Kabaji, choked and breathless, could not articulate a response. Instead, he pointed at Li Wenjin, indicating that it was Li Wenjin who had uttered the words. Li Wenjin was left speechless, finding Buggy's antics absurdly comedic, almost provoking him to retort. He called out once more, "Red Nose, I was referring to you." However, despite Li Wenjin's attempts, Buggy remained fixated on Kabaji. With a sigh of exasperation, Li Wenjin prepared to approach Buggy himself. Just as he took a step forward, Li Wenjin was taken aback, for Buggy and his crew had fled abruptly, disappearing into the distance. Li Wenjin stood frozen, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. By the time he regained his senses, Buggy had vanished into the forest by the shore with his subordinates, leaving Li Wenjin uncertain whether to pursue them. Damn it! Li Wenjin couldn't help but curse aloud, begrudgingly making his way toward the coastline, preparing to return to the pineapple ship, resigning himself to letting Buggy go for the time being. Initially, Li Wenjin had not anticipated capturing Clown Buggy. The fact that he had fled without a fight was entirely unexpected. Now, Li Wenjin couldn't help but admire Buggy's ability to evade capture by the Navy for over a decade in the East Sea. It was clear that Buggy possessed a keen understanding of whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Li Wenjin felt a twinge of regret. He had intended to test whether Buggy harbored hidden strengths, but that opportunity seemed lost. If Buggy indeed possessed concealed prowess, he would undoubtedly be a formidable individual, having the audacity to abandon both his pirate ship and treasure, indicative of his resolute spirit. In the coastal forest of Loguetown Island, Clown Buggy watched as Li Wenjin employed the moonwalk to soar back to the pineapple ship, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Though his heart ached at the thought of his lost treasures and ship, Captain Buggy is truly clever. He managed our escape so seamlessly. He is indeed a master of deception, Kabaji remarked cheerfully from behind Buggy. Despite the pain of parting with his riches, Buggy feigned pride. You ought to recognize who Captain Buggy is. Deceiving others is a trivial matter for me. Kabaji pressed, Captain Buggy, our ship has been stolen. What shall we do now? Buggy replied, We are pirates. Naturally, we shall take what we need. First, we must find a ship to leave this place. Perhaps that fellow will return. Kabaji, Machi, and the other members of the Buggy pirates simultaneously cheered. Captain Buggy, let us set sail at once. Li Wenjin, unconcerned with Buggy's affairs, returned to the pineapple ship and commanded Jello and the others to set sail immediately to capture the next wanted criminal. Jello, curious about Li Wenjin's swift return, inquired about the events, prompting Li Wenjin to recount Buggy's escape, leaving Jello disappointed in the member of the Roger Pirates. Determined to rapidly enhance his strength, Li Wenjin issued orders aboard the ship for the crew to work in 2 shifts, one during the day and the other at night, ensuring that the vessel could sail continuously for 24 hours. In January of the year 1518 of the Sea Circle calendar, Li Wenjin had not returned to Loguetown for an entire year. His reputation as Iron Rooster had begun to resonate across the world. After all, Li Wenjin had, single-handedly, subdued the pirates and mountain bandits of the entire East Sea, earning the gratitude of the local populace, who regarded him as their savior. However, if only Li Wenjin could charge a bit less, the people of the East Sea might have honored him with a tablet for daily prayers. The reason behind this was that after Li Wenjin's burgeoning fame, many merchants and villagers sought his assistance in eliminating bandits and pirates, thus providing him with another avenue for wealth. Naturally, Nami, the negotiation expert, maximized the profits from these merchants and villagers, leading to the widespread recognition of both Li Wenjin and Nami as the Iron Rooster couple in the East Sea, known for their stinginess and frugality, even refusing to contribute a single cent for meals during negotiations, leaving all expenses to the merchants and villagers. Chapter 47. New equipment. A full year had elapsed, and Li Wenjin's current equipment was of superior quality, markedly improved from a year prior. 10 pieces of system equipment: Navy Vice Admiral's military hat, Defense 300 Navy Vice Admiral's cape, Defense 300 Navy Vice Admiral's boots, Agility 300 Navy Vice Admiral's uniform, Defense 300 Navy Vice Admiral's weapon, Strength 300. The 5-piece set of Navy Vice Admiral gear grants an additional bonus of 500 strength, agility, and defense. Marco's feather coat, defense 240. The flower sword surpasses the double swords of Bitta's, strength 160. Admiral Doberman's blade, strength 160. The long sword of the demon spider, strength 120. The 445 devil fruit. The 10 pieces of equipment manifested on Li Wenjin. Enel's golden staff, strength 260. Enel's golden bracers, strength 200, defense 200. Enel's golden ankle guards, strength 200, agility 200. Enel's golden toe rings, agility 300. Enel's golden earrings, strength 300. Li Wenjin bears these 5 pieces of equipment as they constitute a set, bestowing attributes of strength, agility, and defense, each increasing by 500 points. Furthermore, the system indicates that Enel's set comprises 8 pieces. Should Li Wenjin acquire the remaining 3, the set attributes would enhance each of the 3 attributes by 1,000 points. Unfortunately, Li Wenjin has yet to obtain the remaining 3 pieces of the set and must await future opportunities to gradually acquire them. The Black Gloves of Admiral Akainu. An increase of 150 points in strength and 150 points in defense. The Bracelet of the Pirate Kinks. An enhancement of 80 points in agility. The Black Star Gemstone Ring. An augmentation of 120 points in strength and 120 points in defense. The Sapphire Ring. An enhancement of 160 points in strength. The Pearl Necklace of Jesus Cloth. An increase of 260 points in strength. Currently, Li Wenjin has gathered all 20 pieces of equipment, culminating in the following attributes. Strength, 3, 390 points, agility, 1, 880 points, defense, 2, 610 points. Li Wenjin has also upgraded his weapon to Enel's golden staff, while his previous fine blade, Sakura, has been entrusted to Nami for safekeeping, with plans to sell it upon their return to Loguetown. Nami possesses a wealth of discarded attribute equipment, all intended for auction. Despite earning 50 to 60 billion berries over the past year, the total wealth aboard the pineapple ship amounts to less than 3 million berries. If they do not swiftly sell the obsolete equipment from Nami's collection, they might find themselves in dire financial straits. 3 million berries may seem substantial to an ordinary person, but for Li Wenjin and Nami, it signifies impoverishment. Li Wenjin's system backpack currently contains only 4 items. The first is the red nose of the clown Buggy, which allows for the diversion of attacks up to 3 times. The second is Nico Robin's form-fitting outfit. Although it is merely a piece of intermediate equipment, Li Wenjin has been reluctant to part with it. The third item is Poison Q's golden apple, which possesses a rather peculiar function when thrown. It has a 50% chance of transforming the surrounding area within 100 meters into a toxic mist zone. Within this zone, both humans and animals will experience a reduction of 1,000 points in their attributes over the course of 10 minutes, with the toxic mist persisting for 1 minute. In the event of the other 50% chance, it merely remains a genuine apple, were it not limited to 3 uses. Li Wenjin would be at a loss as to its purpose. It is noteworthy that this apple's toxic mist zone indiscriminately affects both allies and foes alike. Anyone entering the mist will find their strength diminished. Thus, after throwing the apple, Li Wenjin must refrain from approaching the toxic mist zone for 1 minute, after which he can utilize the remaining 9 minutes to confront the weakened adversaries. The fourth item is Chopper's hemostatic patch, capable of instantly healing any external injuries. However, this item holds little value for Li Wenjin, as he possesses the oozing fruit, rendering him impervious to external injuries, only susceptible to internal harm. The crew of the Pineapple, Nami and Black Cat, were both equipped with high-grade gear. Nami's strength rivaled that of a Navy lieutenant commander, while Black Cat, due to his inherent power, was comparable to a Navy captain. Their capabilities were on par with officers from the Navy headquarters. Against those in the 4 seas, Nami would be at least a captain, and Black Cat a rear admiral. As for Shiro, he sported only standard mid-tier equipment, not because Li Wenjin withheld it, but because he declined it. Shiro knew that upon their return to Loguetown, Li Wenjin and the others would set sail for the Grand Line, a journey he wished to forego, as he had a landlady awaiting him in Loguetown. Approaching 50, he also did not want to encumber Li Wenjin's crew in the Grand Line. Therefore, Shiro requested a sum of money from Li Wenjin to settle down with the landlady in Loguetown. Li Wenjin agreed to Shiro's request, promising him 100 million berries after Nami sold the equipment, allowing him to live peacefully in Loguetown. Over the past 2 years, while Shiro had not directly participated in battles, he had been instrumental in intelligence gathering and locating wanted criminals, greatly assisting Li Wenjin. Without Shiro's diligent information gathering, Li Wenjin would not have amassed 5 or 6 billion berries in a year. Thus, Li Wenjin did not begrudge giving Shiro 100 million berries. Li Wenjin's return to Loguetown was not of his own volition, but was prompted by a call from Smoker, who instructed him to return immediately. Smoker was being promoted and transferred back to Navy headquarters, and Tashiji would naturally accompany him. Smoker's promotion to Rear Admiral mirrored his ascent to Captain, both attributed to Li Wenjin's capture of virtually all pirates in the East Blue. Consequently, Navy headquarters attributed the merits to Smoker. This was because Li Wenjin consistently used Smoker's name when collecting bounties, leading the Navy headquarters to conveniently credit all of Li Wenjin's achievements to Smoker. Li Wenjin was not particularly concerned about this, as he had used Smoker's name to smoothly collect bounties, essentially leveraging Smoker's reputation. Moreover, with Smoker's promotion and return to Navy headquarters, Li Wenjin would gain an influential backer who could assist him in the Navy headquarters. Navigating the Grand Line, one might unexpectedly provoke the Navy. Having a Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters could provide Li Wenjin with advance notice of Navy actions, helping him avert potential harm. Now returning to Loguetown, Li Wenjin's primary concern was the potential encounter between Tashiji and Nami. He worried about the possible repercussions if they clashed. Li Wenjin could only hope that Tashiji, in her absent-mindedness, would overlook Nami's presence. As for Nami, she was easier to manage, as Li Wenjin could gradually persuade her, given her constant proximity to him. Chapter 48. Return to Loguetown. The pineapple returned to the coast of Loguetown, and Li Wenjin felt a sense of nostalgia, as he had not stayed in one place for more than 3 days in the past year. He had been constantly traversing the seas, seeking wanted criminals, or assisting merchants and villagers in capturing pirates who disrupted villages and merchant ships. At the port of Loguetown, the pineapple vessel docked smoothly. Li Wenjin turned to Jello and remarked, "Now that you've returned, take some time to rest. Soon, we shall embark on the Grand Line. Do take care of yourself." Jello, with a carefree demeanor, replied, "The earnings I've amassed over the past 2 years will suffice for decades without the need to work. Worry not for me. I shall enjoy my twilight years here in Loguetown with my boss lady." Li Wenjin chuckled. "You truly are carefree. I find myself somewhat envious of you." Casting a glance at Nami, who stood behind Li Wenjin, Jello spoke earnestly, "Do take care of yourself. I must return to my boss lady now." Li Wenjin, understanding the implication behind Jello's words, retorted, "Mind your own affairs. Be off with you." Jello laughed, bade farewell to Li Wenjin, and swiftly made his way towards the Moon Inn. As Li Wenjin watched Jello's quickly vanishing figure, he recognized that Jello shared a deep longing for his boss lady. Once Jello departed, Li Wenjin turned to the Black Cat and Nami and asked, "What are you two planning to do? Will you accompany me to the Navy branch?" The Black Cat shook his head, saying, "Young master, I shall remain here to watch over the ship." Li Wenjin then inquired of Nami, "And you?" With a cheerful expression, Nami replied, "I want to visit the Navy branch and see who the woman is that's vying for my husband." Li Wenjin felt a headache coming on. Although Nami smiled, he could discern from her eyes that she had intentions of her own, which made him uneasy. Noticing Li Wenjin's silence, Nami impatiently said, "What? Do you not wish to take me along?" Li Wenjin quickly shook his head. "How could that be? Come with me, please." Nami snorted, "Then hurry and lead the way." "Wait a moment. I must retrieve the gifts from the cabin." During this visit, Li Wenjin had prepared some equipment for Smoker and Tashiji to take to Navy headquarters. It was advantageous to possess strength at the headquarters, as it would ensure their safety. For with sufficient power, one would feel secure, regardless of the location. Returning to the cabin, Li Wenjin packed the gifts and, accompanied by Nami, headed towards the Navy branch in Loguetown. On their way, Li Wenjin caught the attention of the town's residents once more. However, his formidable presence deterred them from approaching him. Although the residents of Loguetown dared not approach Li Wenjin, They engaged in discussions about him. Is it the Iron Rooster? Truly impressive. I cannot even bear to look at him. Indeed, it seemed he was growing stronger by the day. In the past 2 years, no pirates have dared to venture into Loguetown, a feat attributed to the Iron Rooster. The men of Loguetown are engaged in discussions about Li Wenjin's encounters with pirates. Who is the woman following Li Wenjin? That woman is none other than his wife. I overheard my husband mention that they are referred to as the Iron Rooster couple. Isn't Li Wenjin supposed to be marrying Dashki? Why then does he have another wife? Could he be considering a harem? If so, Dashki might be quite unfortunate. The women of Loguetown are speculating about the relationship between Nami and Li Wenjin. Upon hearing the gossip of these gossips, Li Wenjin feels a sense of helplessness and hastens his pace toward the naval branch. Upon arriving at the entrance, he finally breathes a sigh of relief and turns to Nami, saying, "Let's first go meet Brother Smoker." Nami calmly replies, "I want to see Dashki first." With an air of resignation, Li Wenjin concedes, "Then I will accompany you." Nami glances at Li Wenjin. "You seem rather apprehensive. Can I meet Dashki alone?" Li Wenjin chuckles awkwardly. "How could that be? I'm merely concerned you might not know the way." Nami dismissively retorts, "Do you think I wouldn't ask for directions?" Sighing in exasperation, Li Wenjin finds a naval soldier to escort Nami to meet Dashki while he proceeds to speak with Smoker. The naval soldier, well aware of the relationship between Dashki and Li Wenjin, regards Li Wenjin with a peculiar look upon seeing him with another woman who wishes to meet Dashki. Nevertheless, he ultimately leads Nami to Dashki. As Li Wenjin walks, he finds his thoughts consumed by Nami and Dashki, rendering him somewhat dazed. He fails to respond to the greetings of passing naval soldiers and strides directly to Smoker's office. Upon reaching the door of Smoker's office, Li Wenjin finally regains his composure, knocks a few times, and steps inside. "Brother, you remain as leisurely as ever," he remarks, noticing Smoker reclining comfortably. "You returned quite promptly." "I thought you would take a few more days," Smoker replies. "I received your call and traveled tirelessly," Li Wenjin responds, taking a seat across from Smoker and placing a ring, a bracelet, and a necklace on the desk. Seeing the jewelry, Smoker's mouth twitches. "I am not a woman. Are these gifts intended for me?" "Surely, they are meant for Dashki," he states. "Brother, these items are not for you. I meant for you to deliver them to Sister Tina when you return to the naval headquarters," Li Wenjin explains, retrieving a Navy uniform from his backpack and offering it to Smoker, saying, "This is the real gift for you." Smoker furrows his brow at the sight of the Navy uniform. "How did you acquire Navy uniforms and weaponry? You haven't harmed any naval personnel, have you?" Li Wenjin shakes his head vigorously, clarifying, "Brother, Dashki must have informed you about the weapon attributes. This equipment was created from a devil fruit. If you wear it, it will at least enhance your strength by 1/5. Smoker is already aware that weaponry possesses attributes, having tested Dashki's weapons, which indeed augment strength. Chapter 49, Nami Dashki. Upon realizing that the 5 items could boost his power by 1/5, Smoker decides to try them out personally. He instructs Li Wenjin to rest in the office while he heads to the adjacent conference room to don the 5 pieces of equipment. 5 minutes later, Smoker returns to the office, beaming, "Wenjin, can these items be produced in abundance? The set I gave you would cost at least 1 billion berries to create. It is impossible to have many." Li Wenjin shakes his head. The figure of 1 billion berries is accurate, as acquiring a single mid-tier piece of equipment costs approximately 10 million, and the odds of obtaining a full set are even slimmer. Li Wenjin had to make over 60 attempts at high-tier draws before securing 1 mid-tier Navy uniform, combined with the one he already owned, resulting in 2 sets. One is for Smoker, and the other is intended for Dashki, as only Navy personnel are permitted to don Navy uniforms in battle. Outsiders wearing them would likely be pursued by the naval headquarters. Upon learning that a set costs 1 billion, Smoker is momentarily speechless. Initially, he had considered acquiring several sets for his Navy friends, but now it seems unattainable. With no surplus Navy uniforms available, Smoker's gaze shifts to the 3 pieces of jewelry on the desk. These 3 items must also possess attributes, correct? Noticing the gleam in Smoker's eyes, Li Wenjin quickly interjects. "Brother, you wouldn't dare embezzle the gifts I selected for Sister Tina, would you?" Smoker feigns a cough to mask his avaricious thoughts, How could that be? I would never pilfer a gift meant for someone else. That would be unacceptable. I specially chose those for Sister Tina. You mustn't take them for yourself. Smoker shifts his gaze from the jewelry back to Li Wenjin. Wenjin, how many pieces of attribute equipment do you have? Li Wenjin frowns. Brother, what do you intend to do with those items? No matter how many you carry, they will be ineffective. Every individual can only benefit from 10 pieces of equipment before the effects diminish. Smoker asserts, these items are merely external. Carrying too many would hinder one's strength. I merely wish to obtain a few pieces as gifts. Smoker's perspective is indeed valid. While equipment can enhance strength, overly relying on it may erode one's training discipline. After all, if one can increase strength without training, few would be inclined to endure the rigors of practice. Even Li Wenjin himself trains infrequently. His battles with foes effectively replace his usual training routine. Li Wenjin remained silent for a moment, ultimately declining Smoker's request for his surplus equipment. This wasn't due to a fear that Smoker wouldn't pay, but rather a concern that the Navy headquarters, upon discovering his ability to craft equipment with attributes, might seek to exploit him, potentially through capture, experimentation, or forced servitude in crafting equipment for the Navy. Li Wenjin's willingness to gift equipment to Smoker and Tina stemmed from their kindness towards him, considering them his closest confidants in the world of One Piece. However, his current strength was insufficient to withstand the might of the Navy, necessitating a discreet approach to avoid unnecessary complications. He elucidated his concerns to Smoker, who, in turn, fell silent and ceased his requests for equipment. Smoker understood there were certain radical elements within the Navy headquarters to learn of Li Wenjin's abilities through the equipment. They might indeed apprehend him, thereby directly harming him. Smoker accepted the 3 pieces of jewelry, informing Li Wenjin of their imminent departure from Loguetown in 3 days to assume their posts at the Navy headquarters, promising to deliver the jewelry to Tina. Then I extend my gratitude, brother, Li Wenjin responded with a smile. During their half-hour conversation in the office, Li Wenjin shared his intention to venture into the Grand Line, and Smoker reciprocated by offering advice on the perils and precautions to take. As Li Wenjin prepared to leave the office, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to say to Smoker, Brother, I stumbled upon a devil fruit. I was wondering if you could leverage your position at the Navy headquarters to identify it for me. Smoker expressed his surprise. Your fortune is indeed remarkable if you've discovered a devil fruit. Bring it to me, and I'll photograph it and inquire about it upon my return to the Navy headquarters. I'm much obliged, brother. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. For now, I intend to seek out Tashigi. Upon hearing Tashigi's name, Smoker frowned. I've heard rumors of you pursuing another woman. Should you betray Tashigi, I won't forgive you. Li Wenjin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hastily departed Smoker's office to avoid further scrutiny. Observing Li Wenjin's hasty retreat, Smoker shook his head. While he preferred not to interfere in Li Wenjin's romantic affairs, his concern for Tashigi, as his subordinate, compelled him to intervene. Li Wenjin made his way to Tashigi's room, his anxiety growing with each step as he contemplated the dynamic between Tashigi and Nami. Reaching Tashigi's door, he detected no signs of conflict, alleviating his concerns. He knocked 3 times, intending to enter, but discovered the door was locked. Tashigi opened the door at once. He called out, Who is it? And why should I open the door? Tashigi responded. Her tone betrayed her displeasure, signaling that she was in a foul mood. It's your husband, Li Wenjin. Open the door immediately, or I'll break it down, he asserted. His direct approach proved effective. Tashigi, pouting, angrily opened the door, exclaiming, You dare damage my door, Before she could finish, Li Wenjin embraced her tightly, swiftly entering the room and closing the door behind him, disregarding her struggles. Inside, Nami sat on Tashigi's bed, her expression neutral, reassuring Li Wenjin that no major incident had occurred. Tashigi's anger, he surmised, was merely a display of pique. Relieved that no significant conflict had transpired, Li Wenjin felt confident in his ability to placate them, regaining his composure and preparing to charm both Tashigi and Nami. Chapter 50. The Grand Line. The day following their return to the naval base, Li Wenjin took Tashigi shopping, while Nami sought out Jello to manage the equipment sales. The trio behaved as if nothing untoward had occurred. Li Wenjin himself struggled to articulate how he had appeased Tashigi and Nami, but speculated that they had reached an understanding before his arrival at Tashiji's room. Regardless of their reconciliation, Li Wenjin ceased dwelling on the matter, focusing instead on other pressing concerns. He spent the day accompanying Tashiji, dining, shopping, and purchasing items, while also managing to photograph the devil fruit, which he later entrusted to Smoker upon returning to the naval base. Smoker was preoccupied for the next 3 days, as he had to transfer his duties to the newly appointed naval captain before departing from Loguetown. Li Wenjin had met the new captain once, a young man in his early 20s. Despite his welcoming demeanor, Li Wenjin detected a hint of animosity in his eyes. Sensing the new captain's dislike, Li Wenjin decided against staying at the naval base and requested Nami to book rooms for them at the Moon Hotel. After Smoker and Tashiji's departure, Li Wenjin planned to reside at the Moon Hotel for 4 days before embarking on his journey to the Grand Line, seeking new opportunities for financial gain. With the high bounty criminals in the East Blue exhausted, he aimed to capture wanted criminals in the Grand Line, thereby collecting bounties from pirates traversing the seas to the Grand Line. The 3 days passed swiftly, and on the morning of the 4th day, at 9 o'clock, Li Wenjin bid farewell to Tashiji and Smoker at the Loguetown harbor before returning to the Moon Hotel. Following Smoker's departure, the new naval captain's behavior towards Li Wenjin became increasingly discourteous, discouraging Li Wenjin from visiting the naval base to reminisce with the soldiers. The new captain had stationed his personal guards at the entrance of the base, who invariably cited ongoing special training exercises as a pretext to deny Li Wenjin entry. Li Wenjin later learned from veteran sailors that the new captain believed Li Wenjin had usurped their credit, arguing that the capture of wanted criminals was the Navy's prerogative. Understanding the situation, Li Wenjin abandoned his visits to the naval base, opting to await Nami's completion of the attribute equipment sales at the Moon Hotel before setting sail for the Grand Line. 4 days later, Nami finalized the equipment sales, yielding over 600 million berries. After distributing 100 million to Jello, Li Wenjin used the remaining 500 million for lottery draws. No longer needing high-level equipment, he opted for the top-tier lottery, costing 100 million berries per draw. Unfortunately, his luck faltered, resulting in 5 consecutive blanks, much to his dismay. With nothing left to hold him in Loguetown, on the 8th day of his return, at noon, the Pineapple officially set sail for the Grand Line. Accompanying Li Wenjin were Nami, Black Cat, Heger, Duman, and Kant Ram. Duman and Ram, both long-serving crew members of a year, harbored youthful aspirations and a desire to explore the Grand Line. The remaining 8 crew members, due to age, timidity, or other reasons, declined to join Li Wenjin on his journey. Li Wenjin did not force them, as they lacked the will to fight, making them unsuitable for the Grand Line. Duman and Ram, on the other hand, had invested their earnings from the past year, acquiring attribute equipment from Jello, which they carried with them. Their strength now rivaled that of a Navy ensign, making them competent combatants. As they were willing to follow Li Wenjin, he would naturally provide them with better and stronger equipment to enhance their abilities further. The journey from Loguetown to Reverse Mountain was estimated to take 4 days. By the 3rd day, Li Wenjin sensed a problem. Their ship lacked a professional chef, resulting in a dearth of proper meals. Nami possessed some culinary skills, but after 2 days, she refused to continue, asserting that she was a navigator, not a chef. This left the 4 men to select the most skilled among them to cook. Kant Cam was chosen, but his skills extended only to preventing food from burning, leaving Li Wenjin with little appetite. Li Wenjin resolved to hire a chef immediately upon entering the Grand Line. For days passed, and Li Wenjin finally spotted the distant, dark sky. He announced a halt for the night, planning to enter the vortexes leading to Reverse Mountain the following day. Stopping for the night was a precautionary measure, as it was already 6 in the evening. Entering the Reverse Mountain area at night would increase the chances of the Pineapple sinking by at least 500%. For safety's sake, they would wait until morning to set out for Reverse Mountain. With Nami's navigation skills, traversing Reverse Mountain would be relatively safe. Anticipating his entry into the Grand Line, Li Wenjin felt a surge of excitement, envisioning himself overpowering all pirates, claiming their bounties, and rapidly increasing his strength, enabling him to pursue his goals without restraint. Filled with anticipation for the Grand Line, Li Wenjin fell asleep late into the night. only to be awakened by Nami the next morning. At 7 in the morning, the Pineapple officially set sail for the reverse mountain seas. Li Wenjin and the other 3 men prepared themselves, ready to follow Nami's instructions to safely navigate the treacherous waters. The first obstacle facing the Pineapple was the countless whirlpools, followed by massive waterspouts erupting from the seabed, and finally, the dark skies and frequent gales. These challenges prompted everyone to remain vigilant and focused, avoiding unnecessary chatter to clearly hear Nami's commands and prevent any mistakes that could lead to capsizing. Nami, true to her reputation as the world's foremost navigator, safely navigated through the gales, whirlpools, and waterspouts, guiding the ship smoothly towards the red line. None of the 5 on board had ever seen the red line before. The seemingly endless red continent left them in awe and astonishment. Li Wenjin, however, was not particularly interested in the red line. He offered a brief comment before shifting his attention to locating the entrance to Reverse Mountain. Following the direction of the currents, Li Wenjin easily found the entrance and promptly alerted Nami and the others, guiding the ship towards it. The seawater constantly surged towards the entrance of Reverse Mountain, making it easy to locate by following the direction of the currents. Chapter 51. The Grand Line to the entrance to Reverse Mountain is exceedingly magnificent. Yet Li Wenjin and his companions have no time to admire it. If they do not navigate with utmost seriousness, their vessel may meet a disastrous fate at the entrance. Once the Pineapple ship officially enters the channel of Reverse Mountain, only then do they have the opportunity to appreciate the miraculous scenery that surrounds them. Standing at the bow, Li Wenjin feels the refreshing droplets of water from both sides of the channel, and his mood cools as he finds himself neither agitated nor anxious. After approximately 20 minutes of traveling through the channel, they reach the summit. At the moment the Pineapple ship ascends into the sky, Li Wenjin gazes down at the sight of the red Earth continent. Alas, their time aloft is fleeting before he can fully take into view. They descend back into the channel, heading towards the Grand Line. The ascent takes 20 minutes, while the descent only 5. The Pineapple ship swiftly arrives at Twin Cape. And to Li Wenjin's relief, the feared whale Laboon has not appeared. Upon docking at the lighthouse, Li Wenjin eagerly jumps off the ship, racing towards the small cabin by the lighthouse, hoping to find the Pirate King's doctor, Dr. Kureha. Li Wenjin believes that Kureha must possess formidable skills, having lived at Twin Cape for so long without encountering the notorious pirate crews. If he has survived for decades, he must surely have some level of prowess, at the very least equivalent to a rear admiral of the Navy. Otherwise, the vicious pirates would not have allowed him to live. Upon entering the small cabin, Li Wenjin finds no one inside. It seems that Kureha has gone into the belly of Laboon. Resigned, he steps outside to wait for Kureha by the shore. Exiting the cabin, he spots Nami approaching. "Nami," he calls, "is there no one inside?" Nami shakes her head. "No one's here. He must have gone to the depths, into the whale's belly." Having already heard Li Wenjin speak of Laboon and Dr. Kureha, Nami finds nothing odd in his words. "Then let us wait here," she suggests. "You are looking for Kureha." After all, finding a large rock by the shore, Li Wenjin sits with Nami and engages in conversation. "Nami, how many record pointers did you bring?" "Don't worry," Nami replies. "I prepared several, along with a few permanent pointers." A year prior, Li Wenjin had begun preparations for their journey to the Grand Line, collecting record pointers well in advance. However, the responsibility of gathering these pointers had fallen entirely on Nami, and he truly had no idea how many she had prepared. Curious, Li Wenjin asks, "Which islands do your permanent pointers lead to?" Nami thinks for a moment before responding, "Food Island, the Alabasta Kingdom, and Greentown." "That's it? Only 3? Li Wenjin expresses disappointment. He had hoped for a collection of a dozen pointers, enabling him to pursue pirates across the Grand Line. With only 3 permanent pointers, his options are significantly limited. Nami, visibly displeased, retorts, "Do you think permanent pointers are easy to make? It's quite a hassle. If it weren't for the fame of Food Island, Alabasta, and Greentown, no one would bother making permanent pointers for those places." Li Wenjin comprehends her point. Ordinary islands do not attract the creation of permanent pointers. Only the prominent and prosperous ones do. "My apologies, my dear wife," he says hastily. Nami huffs in response, choosing to ignore him as she rises to inspect the surrounding waters near Twin Cape. Li Wenjin remains seated on the rock for 2 hours. Finally spotting an elderly man emerging from the sea, he quickly approaches the shore. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Kureha?" Li Wenjin inquires, observing the man shake off the water. Kureha glances at Li Wenjin and the pineapple ship, quickly discerning they are not a pirate crew. "What are you doing here? Why not just leave?" he questions bluntly. With a smile, Li Wenjin replies, "One of the Pirate King's crew is here. How could I leave without at least paying my respects?" Kureha furrows his brow. "I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Kureha, the ship's doctor of the Pirate King, you wouldn't want to deny your connection to the Roger Pirates, would you?" Kureha suddenly takes him seriously. "Are you trying to capture me? Bounty hunter, Iron Rooster?" Li Wenjin raises an eyebrow. "Mr. Kureha, you actually know me. This is quite an honor." Kureha explains, "In the past year, many East Blue pirates have fled to the Grand Line, believing it to be less perilous than the East Blue. The danger they fear comes from you, the bounty hunter, Iron Rooster." Li Wenjin is taken aback. No wonder he had caught so few bounties exceeding 20 million last year. They had all fled to the Grand Line, leaving him both astonished and helpless. After a brief pause, he assures Kureha, "You need not worry. I wouldn't dare capture a crew member of the Pirate King." Realizing that Iron Rooster has no intention of apprehending him, Kureha relaxes a bit. "You know my identity, yet do not seek to capture me. What then do you want?" Li Wenjin quickly asks, "Might I inquire if you are capable of using hockey?" Kureha gives him a curious look. "It seems you are preparing to venture into the New World." Li Wenjin nods affirmatively. "Of course. It would be pointless to come to the Grand Line without exploring the New World." After a moment of hesitation, Kureha responds, "If you wish to learn hockey, you won't find it with me. I cannot use it. However, I can introduce you to someone who can. Whether they will teach you is beyond my control." Though disappointed that Kureha cannot teach him hockey, Li Wenjin is pleased that Kureha is willing to provide an introduction. "Thank you, Mr. Kureha. May I ask who this esteemed individual is? I will write you a letter of introduction. When you find him, if he is willing to teach you hockey, he will reveal his name," Kureha explains, adding an air of mystery. Li Wenjin decides not to press Kureha further, but instead inquires about the islands in the first half of the Grand Line, where bounties are most plentiful, as he wishes to pursue pirates. Chapter 52. Kureha. Li Wenjin intends to ask Kureha where the most pirates can be found in the Grand Line. Yet Kureha chooses not to respond. Instead, he turns back toward the lighthouse, completely ignoring Li Wenjin. "I heard there's a fellow with an afro named Brooke who seems to be nearing death. What a pity." Li Wenjin feigns a sigh, unveiling his trump card, not believing Kureha is disinterested in Brooke's fate. Upon hearing Li Wenjin's words, Kureha halts, momentarily contemplating. He turns back to Li Wenjin, asking, "An afro, you say? That's quite peculiar. I haven't heard of such a person. Please, elaborate. I find it rather intriguing." Li Wenjin butchas Kureha, feigning ignorance, and maintains a smirk as he observes Kureha perform. Kureha realizes that his words have raised suspicion, and Li Wenjin's expression clearly indicates he knows more than he lets on. With a resigned sigh, Kureha returns to Li Wenjin's side, visibly irritated. "If you have something to say, just say it. I will tell you everything I can." Li Wenjin is satisfied. "Now that's more like it. Share a few details with me. You won't suffer for it." Kureha scoffs dismissively. "Telling you the locations of pirates merely helps you capture them. It's rather unpleasant for me to divulge such information." Li Wenjin understands Kureha's sentiment. Roger, the Pirate King, would rather surrender than assist in capturing pirates, and his crew would similarly refuse to help others in hunting them down. Using Brooke's situation as leverage, Li Wenjin attempts to entice Kureha into revealing where the most pirates can be found in the Grand Line, but Kureha remains uncooperative. Li Wenjin pats his chest confidently. "Rest assured, Mr. Kureha, if you inform me where the most pirates are, I will share Brooke's story with you." Kureha remains silent, rummaging through his belongings to produce several permanent pointers, tossing them to Li Wenjin. "Take this pointer to the island. You will discover where the pirates are most abundant. The rest is up to you." Li Wenjin examines the permanent pointer, noting it directs to Rajichi's Island, a place he has never heard of. He prepares to inquire further, but upon seeing Kureha's displeased expression, he realizes asking is futile. Kureha will not answer his questions. Stowing the permanent pointer, Li Wenjin smiles at Kureha. "Mr. Kureha, Please don't be upset. I will share Brooke's tale with you right away. Then hurry up and tell me. Don't waste my time, Kureha urges, his tone slightly agitated. Li Wenjin, recognizing Kureha's urgency, promptly recounts the fate of the Rumbar pirates, explaining how they perished, leaving only Brooke, who consumed the Yomi Yomi no Mi fruit and became a skeleton, wandering the Devil's Triangle. After half an hour of listening, Kureha falls into a contemplative silence before finally sighing in resignation. I never imagined such events would befall the Rumbar pirates. If Laboon were to know, he would surely be heartbroken. Li Wenjin comforts Kureha. There's no need to worry, Mr. Kureha. At least Brooke is still alive, and he will certainly be able to comfort Laboon. Kureha gives Li Wenjin a scrutinizing glance, his tone turning serious. I don't know how you came by this information, but I hope that when you pass through the Devil's Triangle, you can find Brooke and convey Laboon's message to him. With a solemn expression, Li Wenjin assures him, "Rest assured, Mr. Kureha, I will seek out Brooke when I traverse the Devil's Triangle." Kureha nods, choosing not to discuss Brooke any further. "I will write you a letter of introduction. Once you have it, you may depart." "Wait, Mr. Kureha, I have one last question," Li Wenjin interjects, stopping Kureha from returning to his cabin. "Ask away," Kureha replies, "but I cannot guarantee I will answer." Li Wenjin cannot help but feel exasperated. Kureha invites him to ask, yet offers no assurance of a response. "I merely wish to inquire how often a pirate ship passes through the exit at Twin Cape." Kureha gives him a quizzical look. "You don't intend to lie in wait here, do you? Hoping to capture every pirate entering the Grand Line?" Li Wenjin, caught in his intentions, can only chuckle awkwardly, remaining silent. Kureha explains, "There may be months without a single pirate ship, or perhaps many will arrive in a month. If you believe your luck is good, then stay and wait." Kureha's words leave Li Wenjin feeling disappointed. He had hoped to score big at Twin Cape before venturing into the Grand Line, but it appears that few pirates pass through. Reluctantly, he abandons the idea of lying in wait. "I suppose I should take my leave. Then, Mr. Kureha," he sighs, indicating his intent to depart from Twin Cape. After about 20 minutes, Li Wenjin receives Kureha's letter, its cover adorned with an address that fills him with excitement. Sabeti Archipelago, the location of the infamous Dark King Rayleigh. Overjoyed, Li Wenjin feels a surge of enthusiasm, convinced that with his persuasive abilities, he can persuade Rayleigh to impart the knowledge of Haki to him. "Thank you, Mr. Kureha, for the letter. When I return, I will express my gratitude," he declares. "Only if you manage to return," Kureha retorts. "Given your propensity to pursue pirates, I have my doubts about whether you will reach Sabeti Archipelago alive." "Rest assured, Mr. Kureha, I am quite confident in my ability to preserve my life," Li Wenjin assures him. "What you do is none of my concern. I only hope you find Brooke in the Devil's Triangle and convey Laboon's message to him." "I will certainly find Brooke, so please do not worry," Li Wenjin promises. Excited, he engages in conversation with Kureha for a while longer before bidding him farewell. "Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Kureha. I must be on my way." Kureha nods. "Go on. I hope to hear good news from you in the future." After parting ways with Kureha, Li Wenjin calls out to Nami, who has been wandering about, handing her the permanent pointer to Rijichi's island and instructing her to set sail towards Whiskey Peak. Chapter 53. Whiskey Peak. Li Wenjin chooses not to head to Rijichi's island as suggested by Kureha. Instead, he wishes to rescue a certain unfortunate woman from her abyss. His thoughts turn to Nico Robin, yet he does not head directly to Alabasta. Instead, he opts to journey to Whiskey Peak first. Traveling to Whiskey Peak is one of the 7 official routes, and Li Wenjin hopes to encounter some pirates along the way, allowing him to earn a bit of berries. If he were to follow the record pointers, the chances of encountering pirates will be nearly non-existent, as they typically travel along the 7 official routes rather than utilizing permanent pointers. Upon departing from Twin Cape, the pineapple ship begins to experience peculiar weather. Fortunately, with Nami's exceptional navigational skills, they successfully navigate through all dangers, prompting Li Wenjin to reflect on how fortunate he is to have Nami as his wife. Whiskey Peak, in 2 years' time, will become a haven for bounty hunters. For now, Li Wenjin can only hope it has not yet transformed into such a place, so he might capture some wanted criminals. After 3 days, the pineapple ship enters a tranquil sea, signaling their approach to Whiskey Peak. Li Wenjin immediately perks up, standing at the bow to scan the distant waters. During these 3 days, neither he nor his companions have enjoyed a proper rest. They have been forced to rise shortly after falling asleep to contend with the Grand Line's capricious weather, leaving them somewhat fatigued. Before the pineapple ship reaches the port of Whiskey Peak, Li Wenjin spots a large plaza along the coastline, with a small town situated behind it. The town appears to house roughly 400 to 500 buildings, qualifying it as a relatively small village. However, it seems deserted upon docking. They find no one at the port, which strikes Li Wenjin as odd. Li Wenjin, what is going on? Why is there no one at the port? Nami stood behind Li Wenjin, equally perplexed by the deserted state of the town. Li Wenjin shook his head, lamenting, "Who knows what's going on? Let's dock the ship and investigate." Under Nami's guidance, the Pineapple smoothly moored at the harbor. As Li Wenjin and Nami set foot on the port plaza, a throng of 200 to 300 individuals surged from the nearby buildings, encircling them. Li Wenjin was momentarily bewildered, unable to fathom the intentions of his encirclement. It was his first foray into the Grand Line, and he was unaware of having offended anyone. "Iron Rooster, I never expected you to venture into the Grand Line. This time, we will surely eliminate you." A gap formed in the encircling throng as 3 men advanced towards Li Wenjin, the speaker being a middle-aged man brandishing a firearm. As Li Wenjin pondered how these individuals recognized him, Nami interjected, "Wenjin, those 3 are wanted criminals from the East Blue. Madkat Braki, with a bounty of 16 million berries. Mad Dog Barak, also with a bounty of 16 million berries. Lancer Hawk Randy, boasting a bounty of 28 million berries. They're all criminals we've been pursuing, but we were unable to locate them. I never imagined they'd be in the Grand Line," Nami elucidated. Li Wenjin comprehended that these individuals had likely recognized the ship, the Pineapple, and concealed themselves, awaiting his landing to launch a coordinated assault. Unimpressed by the trio of pirates with bounties under 30 million berries, Li Wenjin cast a disdainful glance at Lancer Hawk Randy, declaring, "You 3 insignificant lackeys. I failed to apprehend you in the East Blue, but today I shall capture you here." Grandy scoffed, "We may not be your match, but our boss will undoubtedly deal with you." Li Wenjin was taken aback. "You 3 small fry have a boss?" Grandy, eschewing a response, led Mad Dog and Mad Cat to the sides of the road, clearing a path for a gaunt man with silver hair, adorned in blue attire, to approach. "This is our boss, the formidable pirate from the South Blue, silver-haired devil lady. Shuin, with a bounty of 58 million berries," Grandy proudly announced. Li Wenjin was nonplussed, having anticipated a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries, only to be met with a paltry 58 million. His disappointment was palpable. Fortunately, the plaza harbored a considerable number of wanted criminals, whose combined bounties would surpass 200 million, a prospect that appealed to Li Wenjin. Thus, he eschewed further banter and exchanged a knowing glance with Nami, signaling her and the newly disembarked Black Cat to engage the lesser adversaries. As Li Wenjin conveyed his intentions to Nami, Lady Shuin arrived before him. Shuin, refraining from immediate aggression, calmly proposed, "Young man, I've heard you're a renowned bounty hunter in the East Blue. If you join my pirate crew and accompany me to the New World, I'll spare your life." "Boss, how could you allow him to join us? He's our enemy," Grandy blurted out, his voice laced with anxiety. Lady Shuin cast a frigid gaze upon Grandy, asserting, "I require no consent for my actions." Grandy, intimidated by Lady Shuin's icy stare, recoiled and fell silent. Lady Shuin turned back to Li Wenjin, reiterating, "Well, what do you say? Will you join us?" Li Wenjin, with a contemptuous look at Lady Shuin, retorted, "I only desire to claim your head for the bounty." As Li Wenjin uttered these words, he witnessed Lady Shuin unsheathing a massive, meter-long cutlass from his back, aiming a direct blow at his face. The crimson hue of Lady Shuin's eyes, coupled with his silver hair and frenzied assault, aptly justified his moniker, Silver-Haired Devil. Li Wenjin effortlessly evaded the Silver-Haired Devil's attack. However, the Silver-Haired Devil's swiftness posed a challenge for Li Wenjin. Employing his devil fruit abilities or resorting to brute force would have easily resolved the situation. But Li Wenjin was averse to such measures. Utilizing his devil fruit abilities against the silver-haired devil would have been an overkill, and Li Wenjin sought to hone his combat skills by engaging the silver-haired devil, his first encounter with a pirate boasting a bounty exceeding 50 million berries. Furthermore, Li Wenjin was reluctant to endure attacks directly, having discovered that the durability of his materialized equipment diminished with combat, especially when withstanding attacks. Consequently, Li Wenjin now favored agile combat, avoiding direct confrontations. As Li Wenjin tangled with the silver-haired devil, Nami and Black Cat launched an assault on the other pirates, plunging the plaza into chaos. After 2 minutes of skirmishing with the silver-haired devil, Li Wenjin assessed his opponent's capabilities and ceased his dalliance. He unsheathed his golden staff, unleashing a full-force attack on the silver-haired devil. The silver-haired devil's strength was akin to that of a marine colonel, no match for Li Wenjin, who possessed the prowess of a vice-admiral. Li Wenjin, employing even his chop-chop fruit abilities, overwhelmed the silver-haired devil, leaving him with no recourse but to flee. Li Wenjin, unwilling to relinquish the silver-haired devil, a walking treasure trove, employed the Navy's Rokushiki technique, shave, pursuing the fleeing pirate. With a look of desperation, the silver-haired devil was struck on the head by a golden staff, succumbing to unconsciousness. Having neutralized the silver-haired devil, Li Wenjin turned his attention to the other pirates in the plaza. The common pirates were no match for Li Wenjin's rapid Rankyaku attacks, which swiftly incapacitated them. The entire engagement lasted a mere 20 minutes, leaving the plaza littered with fallen pirates, their anguished wails filling the air. Li Wenjin and his comrades were unfazed by the pirates' lamentations. Nami and Black Cat, armed with a collection of wanted posters, scoured the plaza for the listed criminals, binding them and confining them in a centralized location. With the silver-haired devil's gang vanquished, the residents of the town, who had been hiding in nearby buildings, were emboldened to emerge and assess the situation. However, Li Wenjin's formidable presence intimidated the residents. Ultimately, the town's mayor, accompanied by 2 residents, approached Li Wenjin, their hands raised in a gesture of peace, assuring him of their benevolent intentions. "Esteemed sir, I am Migran Kaba, the mayor of Whiskey Town. We are eternally grateful for your liberation from the silver-haired devil. Please, allow us to express our gratitude," the mayor implored. Li Wenjin, scrutinizing Kaba, responded with a smile. "I am merely a bounty hunter. If you wish to express your gratitude, berries will suffice. I require nothing else." Kaba hesitated, "Sir, our town can only muster a few million berries." Li Wenjin cast a skeptical glance at Kaba, unconvinced by his claim. With thousands of residents in Whiskey Peak, it was implausible that they possessed only a few million berries. Even with a mere 100,000 berries per person, the collective wealth of the town would exceed 100 million. Li Wenjin, glancing at the 20-odd wanted criminals apprehended by Nami and the others, addressed Kaba, "We intend to purchase supplies in town before departing. These bounty criminals are cumbersome to transport. If you are willing to assist, I can offer you 1/10 of the reward." Kaba's eyes gleamed upon hearing Li Wenjin's proposition. The captured bounty criminals were worth at least 100 to 200 million berries, and 1/10 of that sum would amount to at least 15 million. This prospect thrilled Kaba, a bounty hunter himself, and his 2 companions. The prospect of acquiring over 10 million berries for nothing was exhilarating, and Kaba was no exception. He promptly responded, "Please, sir, allow us a moment to confer regarding the bounty criminals." Li Wenjin nodded. "Proceed." As Kaba and his companions departed, Li Wenjin's spirits soared. Discarding the encumbrance for a small fee was a favorable outcome. Li Wenjin entrusted the bounty criminals to Kaba because he discerned Kaba's combat capabilities, surpassing those of an ordinary mayor. Furthermore, recalling that Whiskey Peak was a haven for bounty hunters in the original storyline, he deduced that Kaba was the mayor of Whiskey Town and a bounty hunter. "Jinwen, I heard everything you discussed with Kavas. Are you really willing to offer 1/10 of the bounty? That seems rather excessive." Nami expressed her dissatisfaction as she approached Li Wenjin. Li Wenjin Rupelia. "It's quite troublesome to walk around with a wanted criminal. Isn't it reasonable to spend a bit of money to resolve the issue?" Nami countered, "I'm not saying your actions are wrong. I simply think the bounty you're offering is a bit too generous." Li Wenjin, feeling exasperated, asked, "Then how much do you propose?" Nami suggested 5 million berries would suffice. Li Wenjin responded, "Now that I've already agreed to 1/10, you can't expect me to retract that. Can you? Nami scoffed. From now on, such matters should be entrusted to me. Understand? Li Wenjin sighed. Very well. I shall defer to you, my dear wife. While Li Wenjin was conversing with Nami, Kabaz approached once more and said, Sir, we agree to your proposal, but the funds may not be ready until tomorrow. Li Wenjin pointed directly at Nami and said, This is my wife. You can discuss the bounty with her. He entrusted the matter of the wanted criminal to Nami and proceeded to check on Black Cat, Ram, and Duman. Their battle against the Lawn Shadow Gunner had been quite successful. Yet Ram and Duman, due to their lower strength, had sustained some injuries while dealing with Mad Cat and Mad Dog. Approaching Duman and Ram, Li Wenjin inquired, How are your injuries? Duman and Ram replied, Captain, it's just a few minor wounds. We'll recover quickly. Li Wenjin glanced at them and said, Make sure to rest well. I will prepare some equipment to enhance your strength, but do not neglect your training. During the training sessions with Black Cat, Ram, and Duman, Li Wenjin insisted they train without their gear, as they were limited to carrying 10 pieces of equipment. Without diligent training, their capabilities would only reach the level of a mere rear admiral at best. Ram and Duman were overjoyed. Thank you, Captain. We will endeavor to do our best. After a brief conversation with Ram, Duman, and Black Cat, Li Wenjin was invited by Kaba to rest at the inn on the ship, where a sumptuous meal was also prepared for them. During a 3-hour conversation with Kaba and the others in the inn, Li Wenjin gained a clear understanding of the situation on Whiskey Peak. The silver-haired demon had arrived 4 months prior, seizing control of Whiskey Peak with the intention of recruiting powerful subordinates to join him in venturing into the New World. The later recruited Land Eagle Gunner, Mad Cat, and Mad Dog were subordinates forced into his service. However, the silver-haired demon's journey to the New World had been thwarted by Li Wenjin, who defeated him and rendered him powerless to pursue his ambition. Chapter 55. Little Garden. After spending a night on Whiskey Peak, Li Wenjin received 170 million berries upon departure. These berries were said to have been pulled together by all the bounty hunters in Whiskey Town as a reward for Li Wenjin. They were exceedingly pleased, as they could earn 17 million berries simply by delivering wanted criminals. Previously, they had only captured small-time criminals worth a few million to 10 million berries, often at the cost of injury or sacrifice. They felt fortunate to earn over 10 million berries simply by running errands. Upon leaving Whiskey Town, Li Wenjin immediately spent 100 million berries on a top-tier lottery draw, but to no avail. Reluctantly, he spent the remaining 70 million berries on advanced lottery draws, intending to bolster the strength of Rum and Duman. Li Wenjin's luck turned out to be favorable. With the 70 million berries, he obtained a complete set of intermediate-level equipment: Mr. Five's coffee-colored robe, 80 defense Mr. Five's coffee-colored trousers, 80 defense Mr. Five's coffee-colored leather shoes, 80 agility Mr. Five's red scarf, 80 defense Mr. Five's revolver, 80 strength Mr. Five's coffee-colored glasses. Double's observation ranged the set's attributes were 100 strength, 100 agility, and 100 defense. Li Wenjin gifted this set of equipment to Duman, who was both a gunslinger and the Going Mary's gunner, making it a perfect fit for him. Upon donning the set, Duman's strength surged to the level of a Navy headquarters captain. With a few more pieces of intermediate equipment, his combat power could reach the level of a Navy headquarters major. Nami's current strength was only at the level of a Navy major. She could have been stronger, but like Li Wenjin, she was unwilling to wear outlandish equipment. As a result, most of her equipment consisted of accessories, which naturally did not provide as much attack power as weapons. Thus, Nami's strength was limited to the level of a Navy headquarters major. Rum was envious of Duman's new equipment, but Li Wenjin had only drawn one set of intermediate equipment, leaving none to spare for Rum. Li Wenjin's second destination was Little Garden, an island inhabited by 2 giants. Initially, Li Wenjin had intended to capture them, but he reluctantly abandoned the idea due to the limited capacity of his small Going Mary. His ship simply could not accommodate 2 giants. Li Wenjin was well aware of the need for a year to store magnetic force on Little Garden, as he possessed an eternal pose to Alabasta. He decided to bypass Little Garden and head directly to Alabasta. Li Wenjin's purpose in visiting Little Garden was merely to engage in a battle with the 2 giants, gauging his strength against opponents with a bounty of 100 million berries each. After sailing for 2 days, the Going Mary arrived at Little Garden. As they approached the island, Li Wenjin specifically cautioned Nami to avoid exposing any part of her body in the forest, lest she be affected by the ancient island's viruses. The Going Merry had no doctor to treat Nami. As the Going Merry docked at Little Garden, Li Wenjin instructed Duman and Rom. The two of you will remain on the ship to guard it. We will venture onto the island to assess the situation. Duman and Rum responded, "Understood, Captain." After arranging for the ship's security, Li Wenjin employed Moonwalk to ascend into the air and carefully survey Little Garden's terrain. Once he located the giant's resting place, he returned to the ship. Reboarding the Going Merry, Li Wenjin informed Black Cat and Nami, "Let us embark. I shall escort you to behold the giants." Nami inquired with curiosity, "How colossal are these giants?" Li Wenjin shook his head. "I have never truly encountered one. Who knows their dimensions? Once we encounter them, we shall ascertain their size." Nami's interest heightened. "Then let us hasten our departure." Li Wenjin, Nami, and Black Cat disembarked from the Going Merry. Led by Li Wenjin, they advanced towards the giant's direction. Li Wenjin was uncertain whether they would encounter Dory or Buggy, as he had only glimpsed vague figures during his aerial observation. He simply chose a giant at random. On their journey to locate the giants, Li Wenjin and his companions were assailed by a multitude of ancient creatures. However, under Li Wenjin's golden staff, these ancient beasts were reduced to mere docile kittens. Li Wenjin even managed to capture an ancient triceratops, compelling it to guide them towards the giant's location. To giants, Little Garden was an island that could be traversed in a mere 10 minutes. However, for the diminutive Li Wenjin and his companions, it took a full half-hour to reach the giant's resting place. Before Li Wenjin and his group stood Dory, the giant, slumbering beside a small mountain. He remained oblivious to the presence of the diminutive ants. "Are you truly intent on engaging this giant in combat, Wenjin? I propose we flee forthwith," Nami implored. Upon beholding Dory, the giant, she experienced a surge of trepidation. Before seeing the giant, she had not been as afraid. Now, confronted with the reality of the giant's existence, fear gripped her heart. She calculated that her entire being would not even equal the size of one of his finger joints. Should the giant erupt in a fit of rage, Nami anticipated being crushed into a pulp. Therefore, she urged Li Wenjin to abandon the idea of fighting the giant and instead make a hasty retreat. "If the two of you are afraid, you may return to the ship. I have come here today to engage him in battle. I have no intention of forfeiting this opportunity," Li Wenjin declared, disregarding Nami's plea. Nami, genuinely frightened, stated matter-of-factly, "Very well, I shall return to the ship. You may engage the giant in combat here. Remember to preserve your life." Nami swiftly departed, leaving Li Wenjin speechless. Nami having departed, Li Wenjin turned to Black Cat, who remained but trembled slightly, and asked, "If you are afraid, you may accompany Nami back to the ship." Despite his trembling, Black Cat firmly replied, "As long as Master has not departed, I shall not leave." "As you wish. During the impending battle, ensure you remain at a safe distance," Li Wenjin cautioned. Black Cat remained steadfast. Li Wenjin, having instructed him to be cautious, advanced towards Dory. Halting near his head, he then bellowed, "You imbecilic giant, awaken at once." Startled by Li Wenjin's roar, Dory opened his eyes and glared at Li Wenjin, demanding, "Why have you disturbed my rest?" Li Wenjin retorted, "I care not whether you rest. I have come to vanquish you. Arise immediately." Upon hearing Li Wenjin's declaration of intent to defeat him, Dory erupted in laughter. Dory's laughter was so thunderous that Li Wenjin was forced to cover his ears. He could only wait for Dory to cease his laughter, as any attempt to speak would be futile. Chapter 56. Little Garden 2. After 5 minutes of boisterous laughter, Dory stood up and addressed Li Wenjin. "Since you have come to challenge Dory, as a warrior of Elbaf, I cannot refuse." As Dory stood, Li Wenjin realized the true extent of his height. He was so tall that Li Wenjin was unsure how to confront him. He could not simply rely on Moonwalk to fly into the air, as it would be too taxing and unsustainable. As Li Wenjin pondered how to confront Dory, Black Cat trembled, his legs nearly buckling. Dory's initial laughter had already startled him. Now, with Dory standing, he considered it an act of courage that he had not collapsed. "Boy, are you prepared? I shall commence my attack," Dory announced. Noticing Li Wenjin's silence, Li Wenjin, snapping out of his reverie, retrieved his golden staff from his back and scoffed, "I am prepared. You may attack at any moment." "Then I shall not be courteous," Dory declared before launching a massive right fist towards Li Wenjin. The force of the punch generated a gust of wind that nearly knocked Li Wenjin off his feet. Li Wenjin swiftly leaped into the air to evade Dory's attack. While giants possessed formidable attack power, their attack speed and movement speed were considerably slower. Li Wenjin devised a strategy to exploit his agility, seeking opportunities to strike Dory's vital areas. Dory's initial punch missed its mark. Upon spotting Li Wenjin flying towards his waist, he extended his right arm, attempting to swat Li Wenjin away. Li Wenjin, observing Dory's approaching arm, was forced to continue his evasion, seeking to dodge Dory's attack. However, Dory's right arm relentlessly pursued him, leaving him with no escape. Li Wenjin now understood that while Dory's attack speed was slow, his attack range was vast, making evasion a challenge. Moreover, being airborne, he was unable to exert his full strength. Therefore, Li Wenjin redirected his trajectory towards the open space created by Dory's punch. Upon returning to the ground, Li Wenjin was immediately confronted by Dory's left fist. Li Wenjin swiftly evaded the attack. This time, he faced a direct frontal assault from the giant's fist. With a limited attack range, Li Wenjin skillfully used shave to evade the attack. However, the force of Dory's punch still caused Li Wenjin to struggle to maintain his balance. Dory seemed to have no concept of restraint. His left fist missed, and his right fist immediately followed. Li Wenjin continued to evade, unable to retaliate. After a minute, Li Wenjin observed the ground, which had been indented by half a meter due to Dory's punches. He realized he could not continue in this manner. As Dory's left fist approached once more, he used his golden staff to block the giant's massive left fist. Seated on the ground, Li Wenjin was drenched in cold sweat. After his golden staff blocked Dory's left fist, he immediately felt an immense force bearing down upon him. He was unable to withstand the colossal power. Li Wenjin initially considered using split fruit to escape, but he realized that Dory's attack range was too vast. Using split fruit might not allow him to evade Dory's fist. Therefore, he yielded to the force of Dory's punch, allowing himself to be propelled backward. As he approached a tree, he used split fruit to evade it, reassembling his body behind the tree. Before Li Wenjin could rest, Dory's right fist swung towards him once more. Li Wenjin shouted, "Halt!" Dory's right fist, reaching within 2 meters of Li Wenjin, abruptly stopped. The resulting gust of wind swept Li Wenjin off his feet, leaving him seated on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Dory lowered his head to Li Wenjin's level and inquired, "Little one, was it you who called for a halt?" Li Wenjin stood, brushed the dust off his posterior, and replied, "It was I who called for a halt. I formally concede defeat. You are indeed a warrior of Elbaf. You have won this duel." Upon hearing Li Wenjin's words, Dory erupted in joyous laughter. It has been nearly a century since I last emerged victorious in a duel. To achieve victory today is truly exhilarating. Li Wenjin understood the meaning of Dory's words. Dory and Buggy had been engaged in combat on Little Garden for nearly a century, with neither side achieving victory. To suddenly achieve victory in a duel, even if it was not against Buggy, filled him with joy. With the battle concluded, Li Wenjin reflected on his initial intention to capture the two giants. He felt a sense of shame, realizing that his current abilities were insufficient to overcome them. Using cunning tactics, Li Wenjin could potentially defeat them, but he was unwilling to resort to such dishonorable methods. It was not in his nature. After resting, Li Wenjin addressed Dory. "Dory, would you be so kind as to escort me to the eastern coast? I can offer you my fine wine." "Fine wine? That is indeed a delightful prospect. I shall escort you," Dory responded, extending his palm towards Li Wenjin, signaling him to climb aboard. Li Wenjin did not immediately jump onto Dory's palm. Instead, he called out to Black Cat, who was in the distant forest. "Black Cat, hasten over here. We are returning to the ship." Black Cat reluctantly emerged from the forest. He had no desire to step onto Dory's palm. He would rather walk back. However, Li Wenjin had summoned him, so he had no choice but to emerge from the forest and join Li Wenjin on Dory's palm. Black Cat had witnessed the entire battle. Dory's overwhelming power had made him feel insignificant. Now, standing on Dory's palm, he worried that Dory might suddenly clench his fist, crushing him into a pulp. Li Wenjin paid no heed to Black Cat's thoughts. As Dory stood, he noticed another giant approaching Dory. It appeared that the other giant had been drawn by the sounds of the battle and had come to investigate. Buggy, the giant, approached Dory and inquired, "Dory, who are the small individuals in your hand? Were you engaged in combat with them?" Dory was momentarily speechless, as he had not inquired about Li Wenjin's name. He lowered his head and asked Li Wenjin, "Little one, what is your name?" "Li Wenjin." "Li Wenjin, a peculiar name indeed. What is peculiar about my name?" Li Wenjin retorted, "Jaya ha 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 ha. You certainly possess a unique personality," Dory laughed. Chapter 57. Loguetown. After Dory finished laughing, he introduced Li Wenjin to Buggy and Buggy to Li Wenjin. The four then proceeded towards the coast where the Going Merry was docked. On the way to the Going Merry, Buggy learned that Dory had emerged victorious in a duel against Li Wenjin. He began to regard Li Wenjin with a strange look, as if to say, "You must challenge me once more, so that it may be considered fair." Li Wenjin ignored Buggy's gaze. He had no desire to challenge Buggy, only to be defeated once more. Li Wenjin now understood his limitations. He had no desire to engage the giants in combat. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Going Merry, Li Wenjin and Black Cat leaped onto the ship. He then instructed Rum and Duman to bring out all the wine from the ship's hold for the two giants to drink. Rum and Duman, both young men, were intrigued by the two giants. They showed no signs of fear. After bringing out the wine for the giants, they asked them questions, engaging in lively conversation. "Black Cat, have you noticed? Duman and Rum are stronger than you," Li Wenjin teased Black Cat. Black Cat scoffed. "That is because they did not witness the battle. Otherwise, they would be even more pathetic than I." Li Wenjin chuckled softly, ceasing his teasing. He approached the two giants, engaging them in conversation about their past exploits. He was also curious to learn about their status within the giant race. As for Nami, upon seeing the two giants approach, she retreated to the ship's cabin, refusing to emerge. Even though Li Wenjin was engaging in amicable conversation with the giants, she showed no inclination to join them. However, as evening approached, the two giants captured a dinosaur near the coast and invited Li Wenjin and his companions to a dinner feast. Nami was eventually coaxed out by Li Wenjin to attend the giants' dinner party. After conversing with Dory and Buggy until the early hours of the morning, Li Wenjin and his companions returned to the Going Merry to rest, preparing to set sail the next day. Upon returning to the Going Merry, Li Wenjin lay in bed, reflecting on the events of the day. His current strength was insufficient to overcome Dory and Buggy. Directly challenging Crocodile and reclaiming Robin seemed impossible, as he lacked Luffy's protagonist plot armor. His current priority was to continue increasing his strength. Only when he was confident in his ability to defeat Crocodile would he embark on the mission to rescue Nico Robin. The time was not yet ripe. With this in mind, Li Wenjin quietly resolved to bypass Alabasta. He would instead head directly to Loguetown Island, as recommended by Crocus. After a night's rest, Li Wenjin awoke at 6 in the morning. He immediately ordered the Going Merry to set sail for Loguetown Island, without bidding farewell to Dory and Buggy. Nami and Black Cat were puzzled by Li Wenjin's sudden change of course, but they promptly executed his orders. Leaving Loguetown, Li Wenjin and his companions avoided the established routes, thereby preventing an encounter with the island-devouring goldfish. They successfully departed Loguetown and set sail for Loguetown Island. Deviating from the established routes, the Going Merry encountered no other ships. After 3 days of continuous sailing, Li Wenjin was unsure of their exact location. Were it not for the eternal pose, the Going Merry would have been lost in the vast ocean. On the afternoon of the 3rd day of sailing, Li Wenjin was resting on the deck when he suddenly heard the sound of the Den Den Mushi. Li Wenjin immediately recognized that it was Smoker calling, as Smoker was the only one who knew the number. Rushing back to the office where the Den Den Mushi was located, Li Wenjin answered the call and said, "Smoker, what can I do for you?" The voice on the other end was not Smoker's, but a woman's. "Wenjin, it's not that scoundrel Smoker. It's Hina." "Oh, Hina, what can I do for you?" It seems that the call was from Hina. Smoker must have returned to the Navy headquarters and given Hina the present. Otherwise, Hina would not have called him, Li Wenjin thought. "Can't Hina call you if I have nothing to do?" Of course, Hina can call me anytime. Thank you for the present. Hina loves it. That's great. I was worried that Hina wouldn't like it. After Li Wenjin finished speaking, the voice of the Den Den Mushi suddenly changed to Smoker's voice. Say less. Let me tell Wenjin about the formal business first. Venyin, I am Smoker. It seems that Smoker has snatched the Den Den Mushi, Li Wenjin thought. Smoker, what can I do for you? It's the photo of the devil fruit you gave me. I asked a friend in the Navy. He told me that it is a Zoan-type devil fruit, cat fruit, leopard form. So, it is a Zoan-type devil fruit. Li Wenjin was a little disappointed. But fortunately, it is a carnivorous animal among the Zoan types, which made Li Wenjin feel a little relieved. If it was an ordinary herbivore, Li Wenjin would be even more disappointed. Thank you for your help, Smoker. Li Wenjin quickly replied. You don't need to worry about this little thing. Have you arrived at the Grand Line yet? I've arrived. The Grand Line is indeed a world of experts. I was defeated once when I arrived at the second island. Are you injured? It's just a sparring. I'm not injured. Li Wenjin chatted with Smoker for 5 minutes, and the phone was taken over by Hina again. Li Wenjin chatted with Hina for 3 minutes, and the phone was taken over by Tashiji again. And Li Wenjin chatted with Tashiji for a very long time, a full half an hour, and finally Smoker cut off the phone. Li Wenjin was considered to have ended the call. After ending the call, Li Wenjin rested in the room for a while, then went directly back to his room, took out the devil fruit, and walked to the deck next to Rum. This devil fruit is a Zoan-type cat fruit, leopard form. I'm going to let you eat it. I think you've heard about the devil fruit. Now think about whether you want to eat it or not. Rum naturally knew about the devil fruit. After all, Li Wenjin often used the split fruit ability. Even if he didn't want to know, it was impossible. Rum looked at the devil fruit, took the devil fruit very resolutely, and then ate the devil fruit in 2 or 3 bites, and then ran to the side of the deck and vomited into the sea. Rum would eat the devil fruit so resolutely, because he knew that without the ability of the devil fruit, he would hardly be able to reach Li Wenjin's level. Now that he ate the devil fruit, he had a chance to catch up with Li Wenjin. Even if he couldn't catch up with Li Wenjin, with the ability of the devil fruit, he wouldn't drag Li Wenjin down in the future. Chapter 58. Loguetown 2 Rum ate the devil fruit. And the crew on the Going Merry can be considered to have no weaklings, relying on the ability of the devil fruit. Rum's strength has increased at least 3 times, and he is no less inferior than Duman, wearing the intermediate set. Li Wenjin was also very happy that the Going Merry had added a combat power. At least he didn't have to solve those small fries in the future. He could concentrate on dealing with the boss of the other side. In the next 4 days of sailing, Li Wenjin trained Rum's combat ability every day, which can be regarded as killing the boring time of sailing. And finally, at noon on the 5th day, the Going Merry finally entered a stable sea area that was extremely cool. Entering the stable sea area means that they have arrived at the sea area of Loguetown Island, and looking at the cool weather, Loguetown Island should be a spring island or an autumn island. Half an hour passed, and Li Wenjin saw the coast of Loguetown Island in the distance at the bow of the Going Merry. But what Li Wenjin saw was not a coast that could be landed on, but a coast full of trees. Since it is not a regular port, the Going Merry started to circle around the island, and soon they saw 3 or 4 ships at sea heading in the same direction, which means that they should all be going to the island, and Nami quickly directed the Going Merry to chase after them. The Going Merry chased after the other ships, and soon saw a prosperous port, and Li Wenjin even saw several pirate ships at the port, openly parked at the port. Pirate ships can be parked at the port. Li Wenjin is very curious, but the Grand Line is the territory of the Navy. Ordinary pirates will not appear openly. Now, these pirates appear generously. There must be other special reasons. Wenjin, let's put the matter of catching wanted criminals aside for now, and wait until we find out the situation of Loguetown Island. Nami also felt very strange about the situation of the port, and she directly put forward a constructive opinion. Li Wenjin was silent for a while, and said, You are right, let's find out the news first. Rum, you stay on a ship to train your fruit ability, and also take good care of the ship. Black Cat and Duman, come with us to the island to find out the information of Loguetown Island. To go to the island to find out the news. Li Wenjin directly arranged the personnel to find out the news. Black Cat and Duman were both bounty hunters before. They should be good at finding out the news. As for Li Wenjin and Nami, although they are not specially to find out information, they can still ask some ordinary news. Li Wenjin, Nami, Black Cat, and Duman landed at the port, and Li Wenjin arranged for Black Cat and Duman to find out the news. And Li Wenjin and Nami went to the town to stroll around and also inquired about some ordinary news. The time to land on the shore was 2 o'clock p.m. And Li Wenjin agreed with Black Cat and the others to return to the Going Merry at 8 o'clock p.m. To summarize the specific news they had found out. Strolling around the town of the port with Nami, Li Wenjin soon heard some news, that is, Loguetown Island is actually not called Loguetown Island, but because there is the kingdom of Loguetown on the island is another name. The port town where Li Wenjin landed is only one of the 4 towns of the kingdom of Loguetown, Mickey Town, and the other 3 towns are Milan Town, Meiji Town, and Mickey Town. The 4 towns are located around the Loguetown Royal Palace City, and the Mickey Town, where Li Wenjin is located, is in the south of the Royal Palace. In Mickey Town is also the second port town from the Twin Cape of Reverse Mountain. As for the first port town, it is KokoYasi Town on KokoYasi Island. And KokoYasi Town is the first route of the 7 routes to the Sabeti Archipelago, and it is also the first island of the first route. And the second island is the Kingdom of Loguetown. Whiskey Peak, that's the 4th of the 7 routes to the Grand Line. Having gained a general understanding of the affairs concerning the Ragegift Kingdom, Li Wenjin and Nami began to explore various shops, purchasing items while inquiring about the specifics of the kingdom. In the quaint town of Mickey, they meandered until 7 in the evening, and after sharing a dinner, they made their way back to the pineapple ship. Although it was not yet 8 o'clock, Black Cat and Duman had already returned. Li Wenjin summoned them to the conference room aboard the ship to discuss the intelligence they had gathered. After half an hour of deliberation, Li Wenjin, alongside Black Cat and Duman, managed to piece together some information regarding the Ragegift Kingdom. However, due to the limited time, they could not uncover more intricate details. Li Wenjin surmised that the reason Crocus had not introduced the island to him was that the primary route to the Sabeti Archipelago was indeed the safest path for pirates within the Grand Line, making it a haven for their kind. The intelligence they gleaned revealed that the first route of the Grand Line, leading to the Sabeti Archipelago, was deemed the safest because the islands and nations along this path did not prohibit pirates from traversing their territories. Rather, they welcomed them, believing that pirates could bolster their economies to mitigate the potential chaos caused by malevolent pirates. These nations established a crucial rule: no crimes or violence will be tolerated within their towns. Should any pirate transgress this rule, they would be barred from all islands along the first route. To reach the Sabeti Archipelago, pirates must navigate through 9 islands. If any disturbances arose on one island, the other 8 would deny them entry. This system ensured that pirates were dissuaded from causing trouble, fearing retribution on subsequent islands. In the event of conflicts among pirates, the islands provided secluded areas devoid of inhabitants or structures for them to settle their disputes without interference. Additionally, the first route boasted 2 islands with a naval presence, ready to pursue any pirates inciting unrest. The world government appeared to recognize the inevitability of piracy should they obstruct all pirates attempting to enter the New World. The Grand Line would descend into chaos. Consequently, they intentionally carved out a passage for pirates, alleviating pressure on themselves and facilitating better management of piracy. Having gleaned a substantial amount of information about the Ragegift Kingdom, Li Wenjin began contemplating strategies for apprehending wanted pirates. First, he recognized that capturing pirates within the town was inadvisable, as it would lead to his expulsion from the Ragegift Kingdom, complicating his future landings on subsequent islands. Second, he needed to traverse the first route of the Grand Line swiftly. A protracted journey could alert other islands to his actions, potentially uniting against him. Third, he resolved to start with lower-tier wanted criminals, for if he targeted high-profile fugitives first, the minor ones would be discouraged from confronting him. The fourth consideration was how to entice pirates to engage in battle outside the town, a matter of considerable importance. If certain pirates were disinclined to seek conflict, he could not force them to leave. After a night of deep contemplation, Li Wenjin devised a clever plan involving provocations followed by monetary enticements. The provocation method entailed challenging the pirates to battle voluntarily, thus simplifying their capture. The monetary strategy would serve as a backup plan, utilizing a substantial sum of belly to attract pirates to confront him, though excessive use of this tactic could raise suspicions. During confrontations, it would be prudent for him to remain inconspicuous. Should the pirates memorize his visage, repeated provocations would draw scrutiny. Thus, wearing a mask and frequently changing it would be advisable to avoid recognition. After formulating his plan, Li Wenjin felt a sense of fatigue. Realizing that while the route introduced by Crocus was rife with pirates, the constraints surrounding their capture were burdensome, complicating matters further than direct confrontation. Rising at 7 the following morning, he convened Black Cat, Duman, and Ram, sharing his strategy with them. Upon completing his briefing, Li Wenjin instructed, from this moment forth, prioritize capturing pirates with bounties below 30 million. Once we have addressed those, we shall pursue those exceeding 30 million. As for those with bounties surpassing 100 million, let us refrain from provoking them until we are stronger. Black Cat suggested, Master, locating the wanted criminals may consume considerable time. We should first ascertain the whereabouts of all pirates in Mickey Town, resolving them one by one to optimize our efficiency. This is a sound suggestion. Let us proceed as you advise, aiming to eliminate all pirates within the Ragegift Kingdom in 5 days. Li Wenjin concurred with Black Cat's proposal. With the plan established, the 5 comrades promptly set off on their respective missions. By 4 in the afternoon, they reconvened at a local eatery to share their findings. Black Cat spoke first. Master, there are 25 wanted criminals in Mickey Town, the most formidable being the captain of the Night Wolf pirate crew, with a bounty of 42 million belly. The others do not exceed 20 million. Li Wenjin felt a twinge of disappointment. Why are they all such minor players? Black Cat chuckled. Master, this is merely the second island along the route. To encounter more substantial bounties, we may have to wait until the 5th island. Li Wenjin sighed. Even mosquitoes are flesh. Let's commence our actions at once. Nami interjected. What do you plan to do with the captured criminals? We have no facilities to detain them. Her observation was astute, leaving Li Wenjin pondering, as containing over 20 criminals would not be a trivial endeavor. Black Cat replied, for now, we can only sell the captured criminals to bounty hunters. While we may incur some financial loss, it is the simplest and quickest approach. Li Wenjin expressed surprise. Are there bounty hunters here as well? Are the pirates here not all legally sanctioned? Would bounty hunters find business in this place? The Black Cat, with an air of indifference, remarked, Young master, do you truly believe that only you would think of using provocation? Most of the bounty hunters here employ the same tactics as you to capture pirates. However, bounty hunters typically work solo, and even if provocation is successful, the chances of capturing a pirate are quite slim. Li Wenjin furrowed his brow. Will our success rate diminish if we resort to provocation? The Black Cat chuckled. There is no need for concern, young master. Most pirates are notoriously unruly. Otherwise, they wouldn't choose the life of piracy. Our chances of successful provocation are at least 80%. Where's our first target for today? Li Wenjin, brimming with anticipation, was eager to commence their task. Tonight, we shall head to the Kate Tavern, the establishment with the highest concentration of wanted criminals. If fortune favors us, we might capture over a dozen fugitives in one go, the Black Cat replied, much to Li Wenjin's delight. Then let us set off at once. After swiftly resolving their dinner, Li Wenjin and his companions donned masks and made their way to the tavern. Upon arriving at the Kate Tavern, the clock struck 5 in the afternoon. The tavern was bustling with patrons, predominantly fierce-looking pirates and bounty hunters. The masked group of 5 immediately attracted attention. As in the lawless haven of Ragegift, pirates have no need to conceal their identities. The presence of masked individuals typically indicates either wanted criminals or those who enjoy wearing masks. However, it was exceedingly rare for 5 individuals to be masked simultaneously, suggesting a higher likelihood of them being fugitives. Had Li Wenjin known that their masks led to the misconception of them being wanted criminals, he would surely have had mixed feelings. Once inside, he scanned the tavern with his eyes and quickly spotted a cluster of wanted criminals. Although they were minor offenders, their combined bounties amounted to over 100 million. Li Wenjin, recognizing the low caliber of these criminals, promptly pulled out a list of bounties and began comparing names with those present in the tavern. The audacious criminals began to call out, enter, bounty of 12 million berries. Jelif, bounty of 16 million berries. Kotiki, bounty of 17 million berries. Kabadi Fu, bounty of 15 million berries. In one breath, Li Wenjin named 15 wanted criminals. Addressing them boldly, "We are the masked bounty hunter group. If you possess the courage, meet us at the rocky area 1 kilometer outside the eastern exit of the town at 8 o'clock tonight. I intend to apprehend all of you and claim the bounty." His declaration sent the tavern into a frenzy. Who are these 5 audacious individuals? They are far too arrogant, wearing masks as if they have something to hide. I can hardly contain myself. I must teach them a lesson. How can there be anyone more brazen than our Black Bull pirate crew, provoking 15 wanted criminals at once? They must be seeking death. I bet they are merely posturing and won't even leave the town tonight. As the tavern erupted in chaos, Li Wenjin and his 4 companions found a table to rest, ignoring the commotion around them. Just as they settled in, Jelif, with a bounty of 16 million, approached Li Wenjin, coldly scrutinizing him. "So you intend to wait here until 8 o'clock, I see." Li Wenjin replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, what of it? If you wish to engage in combat now, I have no objections." Jelif smirked, "Very well, you possess guts. I shall wait until 8 o'clock to play with you." With that, Jelif turned to a nearby man, instructing, "Kaka, go inform our brothers to scout the battle site for any ambush. If there are none, we shall meet these masked bounty hunters tonight." After issuing his orders, he approached Kotiki, the highest bounty holder in the tavern, and inquired, "Kotiki, would you care to join me tonight?" Kotiki took a sip of his drink, casting a glance at Li Wenjin and his group, and replied calmly, "Rest assured, I will be there. I, too, wish to confront these individuals." With Kotiki's words, other wanted criminals in the tavern clamored, expressing their intent to join in on the lesson for the masked bounty hunters. Meanwhile, non-wanted pirates eagerly discussed, "This is going to be quite the spectacle. I must return to inform my captain to come and witness the excitement." The tavern was alive with chatter as some pirates rushed out to notify their captains, while bounty hunters sought friends to join them for the evening's entertainment. They dared not return to the tavern for fear of inciting the wrath of Li Wenjin and his companions. The Black Cat, observing the unfolding situation, glanced at Li Wenjin and quietly remarked, "It seems this matter has escalated, young master." However, Li Wenjin was exhilarated, unaware that his words would incite such a commotion. By 8 o'clock, he anticipated facing not just the dozen or so criminals in the tavern, but potentially all the wanted individuals in Michi Town. The prospect of resolving all bounties in one night thrilled him, as it would save him considerable time in his pursuit of criminals. The Black Cat's concerns about the escalating situation were of little consequence to Li Wenjin, who welcomed the idea of an even larger confrontation, aiming to conclude his endeavors swiftly. For 2.5 hours, Li Wenjin and his group were closely monitored by the pirates within the tavern, who were wary of their escape. Moreover, the number of wanted criminals continued to rise, with Li Wenjin counting over 20, not including those with bounties below 500,000. If you were to include those, the total would easily surpass 40 or 50. Presently, the Kate Tavern housed over 300 pirates, and with additional pirates lurking outside. The number Li Wenjin would contend with that night would exceed 500. The tavern was located 3 kilometers away from the designated battleground. As time drew near, Li Wenjin rose, leading Nami and the others toward the agreed location. The wanted criminals, fearing they would flee, followed closely behind. Upon exiting the town, the criminals initially intended to strike at Li Wenjin immediately. However, upon spotting Yilang, the captain of the Night Wolf pirate crew, waiting to observe, they opted to hold off until they reached the designated site. The battleground was a small rocky area, approximately the size of 2 football fields, filled with Li Wenjin's 5 companions and over 500 pirates and criminals. Outside the rocky region, some bold Michi Town residents and opportunistic bounty hunters had gathered to watch. The bounty hunters thought it simple. If 5 masked individuals dared to provoke so many pirates, they surely had some skill. If the masked group and the pirates were to engage in a fierce battle, they could seize the opportunity to capture 1 or 2 fugitives. Li Wenjin and his companions reached the center of the rocky area and turned to address the pirates following them. "Let us settle matters here. You may approach as a group or one by one. The choice is yours." Li Wenjin's words ignited fury among the over 500 pirates, who felt utterly disrespected by the audacity of his challenge. Several hot-headed pirates charged towards Li Wenjin. However, he refrained from retaliating, as these were mere underlings that could be dealt with by Duman alone. Yet before the pirates could reach Li Wenjin, Rajef intervened. "Hold on, everyone. Let me go first and gauge their strength." Rajef, who had dared to challenge them all, was met with mockery from Yilang, the captain of the Night Wolf pirate crew. "Rajef, don't think that without you, we can't manage. We will handle these 5 ourselves." Yilang chuckled. "I hope you won't need my help to collect the bodies." Rajef snorted in response, preparing to retort. The ongoing banter between Yilang and Rajef irked Li Wenjin, who was eager for battle. He interjected, "Are you done yet? I came here to fight, not to listen to your idle chatter. And as for you, Yilang, do you think I will let you leave today? All pirates present are my bounty tonight." The combined bounties of the criminals accompanying Li Wenjin had already exceeded 400 million, heightening his excitement as he longed to resolve the situation and claim the rewards. The Night Wolf, notorious as a fearsome criminal in the South Sea, had become somewhat subdued after being taught a lesson on the Grand Line. Yet now, Li Wenjin audaciously regarded him as mere cargo, provoking the Night Wolf's suppressed rage to erupt violently as he lunged at Li Wenjin. Rajef, seeing the Night Wolf, sought to seize their prey, rallying the pirates from the rocky area to charge at Li Wenjin and his companions, hoping to capture a few masked individuals before Night Wolf could dispatch the 5 he was targeting. A chaotic brawl ensued, and Li Wenjin, exhilarated by the turmoil, chose not to confront the Night Wolf directly. Instead, he deftly evaded the Night Wolf's attacks while targeting the bounty criminals with rewards below 20 million. This strategy was deliberate. Had he eliminated the Night Wolf first, the other pirates would undoubtedly flee in terror. Thus, he prioritized the lower bounty criminals before addressing the most wanted one. The fray proved advantageous for Li Wenjin's side, as the pirates dared not fire their guns for fear of hitting their comrades. Meanwhile, the sharpshooters Black Cat and Duman unleashed their volleys, dispatching 30 to 40 pirates in just a minute. Under the relentless pursuit of the Night Wolf, Li Wenjin managed to eliminate Rajef and one of his companions within the same time frame, inciting the Night Wolf to angrily label Li Wenjin a coward for his avoidance of direct confrontation. Li Wenjin, driven by profit, remained unfazed by the Night Wolf's insults, continuing to scour the ranks of pirates for high bounty targets. In the fracas involving 500 to 600 combatants, compounded by the encroaching darkness, the loss of a few criminals went largely unnoticed. However, after several minutes, as the pirates began to realize that many of their comrades lay lifeless on the ground, panic started to set in, prompting some of the more timid pirates to contemplate escape. Li Wenjin had anticipated this outcome and focused his pursuit solely on those with bounties, disregarding the lesser minions. The Night Wolf, initially in pursuit of Li Wenjin, quickly found himself at a loss as the latter's swift movements made him disappear within 5 minutes. When the Night Wolf finally regained sight of Li Wenjin, he noticed the alarming situation among the pirates. Most of those lying on the ground bore high bounties. Although the Night Wolf was known for his volatility, he was not foolish. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he prudently navigated towards the outskirts of the rocky area, careful not to disturb Li Wenjin, who was preoccupied with the fleeing low-tier criminals. Despite their inability to withstand Li Wenjin's prowess, their sheer numbers necessitated his full exertion to prevent any from escaping. Meanwhile, Nami, Ram, Duman, and Black Cat relentlessly pursued any fleeing pirates within their vicinity. After 5 minutes of fervent engagement, the number of pirates remaining in the rocky area dwindled considerably, allowing Nami and her companions to methodically deal with the remaining threats. As Li Wenjin ceased his assault, he swiftly employed the moonwalk technique to return towards the town. Aware that a delayed pursuit could allow the Night Wolf to escape back to the town, complicating his plans. Though masked, Li Wenjin was wary of being recognized, as that could hinder his subsequent actions. Even if discovered, he had confidence that a simple call to Smoker could alleviate his troubles. Yet such a scenario would elevate him to a focal point of attention, thereby impeding his operations on the island. Thus, it was imperative for him to neutralize the Night Wolf before he reached Mickey Town. The Night Wolf, relieved to have successfully evaded the rocky area on his way back to Mickey Town, felt a wave of fortune wash over him for escaping Li Wenjin, a far more formidable foe than those he had previously encountered. However, his relief was abruptly shattered when he beheld Li Wenjin descending from the sky directly in front of him, the very figure he dreaded. Li Wenjin landed before the Night Wolf, wielding a golden staff, intent on swiftly incapacitating him in order to return to the rocky area and deal with the remaining criminals. Chapter 62. The Spring Merchant Association with the unconscious Night Wolf in tow, Li Wenjin made his way back to the rocky area. The Night Wolf's capabilities were indeed formidable, being a user of the wolf-type devil fruit. And it took Li Wenjin 2 minutes to subdue him due to the Night Wolf's impressive recovery and agility. This was achieved only because Li Wenjin had braved the Night Wolf's attacks directly. Otherwise, it would have taken at least 5 minutes to subdue him. Upon returning to the rocky area, Li Wenjin found only Nami and her 3 companions standing, while the rest lay defeated. Outside the rocky area, a multitude of bounty hunters and civilians observed the scene, none daring to step inside, intimidated by the overwhelming display of power from Li Wenjin and his allies. Even those pirates that had fled did not attempt to claim spoils before leaving the rocky area, with only the brave bounty hunters venturing to collect what they could from those who had escaped. Joining Nami and the others, Li Wenjin commanded Black Cat, Duman, and Ram to immediately head to the port and intercept any departing pirate ships, declaring that all their vessels now belonged to him. The bounty hunters and civilians outside the rocky area overheard his orders, feeling both bemused and helpless. As Black Cat and his companions departed, Li Wenjin surveyed the fallen pirates and called out to those beyond the rocky area, offering to allow anyone willing to pay 90% of the bounty to take a criminal with them. This proclamation stirred excitement among the onlookers, and within 2 minutes, 4 or 5 brave individuals approached Li Wenjin, inquiring if his offer was genuine. Li Wenjin, his expression concealed by the mask, replied calmly, "Absolutely true." The bounty hunters exchanged glances before requesting a moment to retrieve their funds. Li Wenjin nodded, emphasizing the need for haste, warning that if others took the opportunity first, he would not intervene. The bounty hunters departed joyfully towards Town to gather their money, followed by others, including some civilians, who hastened back to the town with the same intent. Li Wenjin understood their motivations. They were all eager to secure their rewards. If any transactions succeeded, the bounty hunters and civilians returning with funds would soon flock to him. The Rajev Kingdom, home to a naval division, allowed those bounty hunters and civilians to deliver the criminals to the naval base within 4 hours. The prospect of earning a substantial sum in such a short time was too enticing to resist. 20 minutes later, the first batch of bounty hunters returned to Town, having successfully exchanged their money for criminals. Others soon followed, brandishing cash as they rushed towards Li Wenjin. He took charge of collecting the funds while Nami meticulously verified the list of wanted criminals, ensuring no one attempted to swindle him by exchanging less valuable currency for high bounty targets. Li Wenjin's role in handling the finances allowed him to maintain precise records, ensuring that even the slightest discrepancy could be traced back through the system, thus saving time and effort. Those who attempted to deceive him were swiftly dealt with, as Li Wenjin expelled them with a kick, confiscating their ill-gotten gains, leaving them in despair. In the rocky area, over 300 pirates lay sprawled, most of whom were not wanted criminals. Only about a third had bounties on their heads. Within 2 hours, all the low-bounty fugitives had been claimed. As for the notorious criminals with bounties exceeding 10 million, only 10 remained unclaimed, which left Li Wenjin feeling quite helpless. After all, it was no small feat for these bounty hunters and common folk to muster 200 million. The remaining 10 criminals required at least that much, a sum they simply could not afford. Just as Li Wenjin was grappling with the fate of these 10 fugitives, a rotund man accompanied by 2 bodyguards approached him. "I am Audi Shuan from the Spring Commerce Guild, and I am willing to accept the 10 fugitives in your possession. However, I do have a small request that I hope you will agree to." Audi Shuan, being the corpulent figure he was, expressed his willingness to take the wanted criminals off Li Wenjin's hands, which Li Wenjin was more than happy to entertain. Yet, Audi Shuan's additional request prompted Li Wenjin to ensure clarity before proceeding. "Pray tell, what is your request?" "I will not acquiesce to anything excessive," he replied. Audi Shuan chuckled. "We are legitimate merchants and do not engage in unreasonable dealings. We simply require you to sell us the pirate ships and their supplies at 80% of their value. What do you say? You Spring Commerce Guild certainly knows how to conduct business, Li Wenjin remarked, astonished. You are pressed for time, and selling to us is mutually beneficial. Is it not? Li Wenjin furrowed his brow, realizing Audi Shun had discerned his urgency, indicating that he was no ordinary character. After a moment of silence, Li Wenjin stated, I am willing to sell you everything, but I will require full payment in berries. I will not extend credit. Audi Shun immediately burst into laughter. The Spring Commerce Guild has a presence on every island along the Grand Line. You need not worry about our financial capabilities. Although Li Wenjin was uncertain of the Spring Commerce Guild's true stature, he chose to trust Audi Shun, knowing that such matters were easily verifiable. Since you have inferred our time constraints, let us expedite the transaction, Li Wenjin said without further delay. Audi Shun promptly summoned over 30 subordinates to meticulously verify the bounty amounts, and within 5 minutes, an enormous leather suitcase was placed before Li Wenjin. Here are 230 million berries. Please confirm your receipt, Audi Shun said. Li Wenjin opened the suitcase and immediately transferred the funds, acquiring 230 million berries. Audi Shun watched as Li Wenjin merely laid his hand upon the berries inside the suitcase, and they promptly vanished, causing a glimmer of excitement to flash in his eyes. Li Wenjin was not particularly concerned about revealing his ability to absorb berries. After all, the powers of devil fruits are inherently peculiar, and his ability was hardly extraordinary. Chapter 63. Swir Island. Having successfully completed the transaction for the wanted criminals with Audi Shun, Li Wenjin and his companions proceeded toward the port of Mickey Town, where they would negotiate the sale of pirate ships and supplies. As for the remaining pirates lying in the rocky area, others would undoubtedly handle their fates. Li Wenjin had no intention of concerning himself with their survival. The pirate ships docked at Mickey Town's port were easily identifiable by their flags, indicating which vessels belonged to the pirates Li Wenjin had apprehended. Nevertheless, when it came to valuation, Nami was the expert, so Li Wenjin delegated the negotiations regarding the pirate ships and supplies to her and Audi Shun. Meanwhile, Black Cat, Duman, and Ram were tasked with guarding the pirate ships to prevent any theft while also locating treasures aboard. After a protracted negotiation that lasted until 7 in the morning the following day, Audi Shun ultimately conceded to Nami's terms, purchasing the pirate ships and their supplies for 300 million berries. At the Mickey Town port, Audi Shun remarked, Miss, would you consider joining our Spring Commerce Guild? With your talents, you could choose any position below the vice president. Li Wenjin, irked, retorted, You dare attempt to poach my crew? Are you courting disaster? Audi Shun hastily replied, I was merely expressing my admiration. Please do not take offense. With a cold snort, Li Wenjin declared, The transaction is complete. We must take our leave from Mickey Town. This is where we part ways. Audi Shun suddenly produced a din-din mushi and handed it to Li Wenjin, saying, This is a din-din mushi for contacting me. I believe you will find it useful. Li Wenjin hesitated momentarily before accepting the din-din mushi. He had come to realize that the Spring Commerce Guild was indeed a substantial entity with numerous outposts along the Grand Line, making it convenient for him to seek assistance in capturing wanted criminals and selling goods. Thus, he chose to accept Audi Shun's offering. After receiving the din-din mushi, Li Wenjin bid Audi Shun farewell and boarded the Pineapple, setting sail for the next island. Li Wenjin and his companions had made quite a stir in Mickey Town. If they lingered any longer, they would surely attract unwanted attention, risking exposure of their identities. As the Pineapple departed from Mickey Town, one of Audi Shun's bodyguards remarked, Young master, why did you pay them so much? They are in a hurry. We could have driven the price down further. Audi Shun replied calmly, You are not a merchant. You would not understand. This is an investment in the future. I believe you will prove to be of immense assistance to us down the line. The bodyguard fell silent. As merely a protector, he was not privy to the intricacies of commerce. However, he could not discern what made Li Wenjin a worthy investment. Still, as the young master deemed him worthy, he felt it inappropriate to argue. After a moment of contemplation, Audi Shun commanded his bodyguard, Inform all our outposts to notify me immediately if Iron Rooster appears or if there are any leads regarding him. The bodyguard responded, I will do so at once. Young master. As the pineapple sailed away, Li Wenjin pondered the potential exposure of his identity. However, having just earned over 700 million berries, his spirits remained high, and he dismissed any concern regarding his anonymity. Upon returning to the cabin, he immediately commenced a supreme sevenfold lottery draw. Empty, the black cloak of Shanks. Defense 400, agility 400. Empty, the western sword of Shanks. Strength 500, critical hit chance 5. Empty. Having drawn 2 top-tier items, Li Wenjin was in high spirits. He promptly removed the ghost spider's longsword and Marco's feather coat, donning his newly acquired gear. The ghost spider's longsword and Marco's feather coat were intended for Ram, to enhance her combat prowess. After concluding the lottery, Li Wenjin exited the resting quarters, presenting the 2 items to an excited Ram before returning to Nami's quarters to enjoy some well-deserved rest. Given that both he and Nami had been occupied negotiating with Audi Shun all night, it was only fitting that they take the opportunity to recuperate now that the pineapple had set sail. Departing from Michi Town, Lin Xiao and his companions set their sights on Swallowtown, located on Swallow Island, an isle 5 times smaller than the kingdom of Radchiff. Swallowtown is the sole settlement on the island, which falls under the jurisdiction of the kingdom of Gadamus. The subsequent islands that Li Wenjin will traverse are also part of Gadamus. The entire territory of Gadamus comprises only 3 islands: Swallow Island, Chigar Island, and Gadamus Island, which collectively do not surpass the size of Radchiff Kingdom. After 2 days of navigation, the pineapple ship entered the tranquil waters of Swallow Island. This island exemplifies a typical summer locale. Though unlike Alabaston, it is not a desert island. It merely experiences warmer weather. As Li Wenjin stood at the bow of the pineapple ship and caught his first glimpse of Swallow Island's coast, he immediately perceived an intriguing spectacle ahead. He promptly urged the black cat to accelerate towards the unfolding drama. In the waters before him, 6 pirate ships were embroiled in a fierce skirmish, igniting a thrill within Li Wenjin. He felt compelled to join the fray. Otherwise, the absence of participation would leave him discontented. If fortune smiled upon him, and he could salvage some spoils post-conflict, his spirits would undoubtedly soar. As the pineapple ship drew closer, approximately 200 meters from the melee, Li Wenjin could distinctly discern the pirate vessels and their banners. Nami lowered her telescope and addressed Li Wenjin, stating, "Wenjin, the combatants ahead are the Qingbai pirate crew. The Ashes pirate crew, the Steel Frog pirate crew, and the Black Feather pirate crew, along with 2 unfamiliar crews, likely newcomers yet to be bounty listed." Upon scrutinizing the scene, Li Wenjin observed that the 4 established pirate crews were coordinating their assault against the 2 unknown crews, suggesting that seasoned pirates were preying upon the inexperienced, which piqued his interest even further. "My dear, what are the bounties on those 4 pirate crews?" he inquired, eager to ascertain their worth. Should the bounties be meager, he would delegate the task to the Black Cat and the others. If the rewards were substantial, he would engage personally. The captain and first mate of the Black Feather pirate crew were both wanted criminals, with a cumulative bounty of 72 million, while the other 3 crews had bounties exceeding 20 million. Armed with this knowledge, Li Wenjin resolved to take part in the fray, albeit waiting until the battle's conclusion for a more advantageous approach. Chapter 64. The Black Feather pirate crew. The 2 new pirate crews appeared to possess commendable strength, as they withstood the onslaught from the 4 veteran crews, holding their ground with considerable vigor. However, Li Wenjin could discern that the seasoned crews were, indeed, superior in strength. Should the battle prolong, victory would undoubtedly favor the veterans. The conflict among the 6 pirate crews went unmonitored, with no vessels daring to approach for a closer look, save for Li Wenjin's pineapple ship, which brazenly lingered nearby to witness the unfolding drama. Given that maritime battles do not pose a threat to the ordinary inhabitants of the island's authorities remain indifferent to the skirmishes occurring at sea. The 6 pirate crews naturally noticed the pineapple ship, yet they were preoccupied with their adversaries and had no time to pay heed to Li Wenjin's vessel. Moreover, with only 1 ship at their disposal, the 6 pirate crews felt emboldened, dismissing any potential trouble from the pineapple ship. Little did they know that aboard were a pack of merciless, man-eating tigers. Half an hour passed, during which Li Wenjin felt a bit drowsy as the 6 pirate crews continued their battle, transitioning from long-range cannon fire to close-quarters combat. Li Wenjin, should we intervene? I see all the wanted criminals are concentrated on the Black Feather pirate cruise ship. If we act now, we could capture them all at once. Nami, peering through her telescope, identified an opportunity to seize the moment and promptly informed Li Wenjin. Taking the telescope from Nami, Li Wenjin gazed towards the Black Feather ship and indeed spotted 5 men attacking 2 women, who, to his surprise, were quite beautiful. 2 female pirates? Li Wenjin exclaimed in astonishment. He turned to Nami. Why didn't you tell me the captains of those new pirate crews are women? Nami furrowed her brows, clearly annoyed. What? Do you have some sort of interest in them? Oh, I was just making an observation. You needn't take it to heart. Li Wenjin quickly clarified to avoid any misunderstanding. Enough of that. You need to decide whether to take action. If we delay, the battle will conclude, and they will return to their ships, Nami urged. Li Wenjin, not wanting to waste any more time, replied, I'll deal with those wanted criminals. You all focus on stopping their ship. That's our prize. With arrangements set, Li Wenjin elegantly soared towards the Black Feather ship using his moonwalk technique, landing close to the 7 individuals who were on high alert. As he approached, Black Feather noticed him and attempted to halt the conflict to discern Li Wenjin's intentions. While Black Feather sought to cease hostilities, the 2 women were undeterred, continuing their assault on him while keeping an eye on Li Wenjin's approach. Clearing his throat, Li Wenjin addressed the combatants. Everyone paused for a moment. I have something to say. However, the skirmish persisted, and none paid him any heed, inciting his ire. Drawing his golden staff, he charged at the 7, swiftly incapacitating them with a series of strikes, knocking them aside, with the weakest, the vice-captain of the Black Feather crew, rendered unconscious. Black Feather, the strongest among them, quickly regained his footing and warily confronted Li Wenjin. Who are you? Are you here to assist those women? Li Wenjin scoffed. Did you not see? I have already sent them flying. I intend to rescue them, but it need not be complicated. I simply need to eliminate you. Black Feather's expression darkened, utterly bewildered by Li Wenjin's motives. Yet, he recognized Li Wenjin's formidable strength and felt powerless to thwart his actions. If you do not wish to assist them, why involve yourself in our battle? This offers you no advantage. Hearing this, Li Wenjin chuckled. I am a bounty hunter, with so many wanted criminals gathered here. It is quite evident you are delivering me a fortune. How could I possibly resist? Black Feather's expression shifted dramatically, disregarding his 3 accomplices as he transformed into a winged blackbird, soaring towards Swallow Island. Goodness! Li Wenjin was taken aback by Black Feather's sudden metamorphosis, but quickly recalled that he was worth 54 million berries. He soared into the air with a moonwalk, positioning himself to obstruct Black Feather's escape route, and struck at him with his staff. Although Black Feather was not swift in flight, his agility in the air was remarkable, and Li Wenjin's 3 successive strikes missed their mark. Frustration creased Li Wenjin's brow. He found it impossible to land a hit while airborne, and the 3 wanted criminals aboard the Black Feather ship were already plotting their escape. Ultimately, he faced a choice of abandoning one side. After careful consideration, Li Wenjin resolved to let Black Feather go, as the combined worth of the 4 criminals below outweighed him. However, before allowing Black Feather to flee leisurely, Li Wenjin aimed a stealthy blow at him with his staff. As Black Feather turned to return to his ship, a sense of relief washed over him, but just then, he felt a sharp pain on his back, causing him to spit blood and plummet towards the sea. Fortunately, his Zoan-type body was resilient, allowing him to regain flight before hitting the water, fleeing towards Swallow Island without looking back. Li Wenjin lamenta, having hoped to incapacitate Black Feather upon his return to the ship, yet he was disappointed that Black Feather managed to evade capture. Nevertheless, he needed to address the 3 remaining wanted criminals aboard the Black Feather ship, and Black Feather's escape would merely be deemed a stroke of fortune. Returning to the Black Feather ship to confront the other 3 criminals proved far simpler, as Li Wenjin swiftly caught up to the fleeing trio and incapacitated each with a well-placed strike. With all wanted criminals subdued, he gathered the 4 of them together before turning to the 2 wary women, stating, "You 2 should behave. You carry no bounty, and I have no intention of troubling you. When we reach shore, I will release you." The women sighed in relief, understanding that should Li Wenjin choose to engage them, their only option would be to surrender willingly, much like the four incapacitated individuals on the deck. Chapter 65. The female pirates. After dealing with the pirates aboard the Black Feather, Li Wenjin turned his attention to the situation on the other ships, discovering that Nami and the others had already dispatched the minor henchmen. Once all matters were resolved, Li Wenjin contemplated his next steps and retrieved the transponder snail from Audi Shuen, dialing his number. Upon connection, the voice on the other end inquired, "Is this the bounty hunter, the masked man?" Li Wenjin refrained from revealing his identity. Thus, Audi Shuen could only address him as the masked man, Audi Shuen. "Please just call me Li Wenjin." "Masked man, are you not concerned about revealing your identity? Continuing to conceal my identity is futile, especially since I require further assistance from you, Mr. Audi Shuen." "Ha ha ha. Then I shall address you as young Wenjin, Mr. Wenjin. If there is anything I can assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask. I am currently on Swallow Island and am curious to know if the Spring Commerce has a branch here. I have a transaction to discuss with them, maintaining the same price as last time. What do you think, Mr. Audi Shioen?" "Ha ha ha. It seems Mr. Wenjin has once again captured a group of pirates. Congratulations, Mr. Wenjin. I will promptly notify the branch on Swallow Island to complete the transaction." "Thank you, Mr. Audi Shioen. I am just 1 kilometer off the coast of Swallow Island. Please have them come to the sea for the transaction, as I fear that going to the port may cause a commotion." "Ha ha ha. It appears Mr. Wenjin has made quite a significant haul this time. I will inform them immediately. Please wait for half an hour, Mr. Wenjin." "I thank you once more, Mr. Audi Shioen." There is no need for such formality, Mr. Wenjin. I must end this call to attend to your matters. Please proceed." The head of the telephone insect collapsed entirely, indicating the call had ended. Li Wenjin put away the device and approached the 2 female pirates, saying, "You two come aboard my ship. I will release you once we reach shore." The 2 women, both approximately 25 years of age, presented striking appearances, one with golden hair and the other with blue. They were both captivating beauties, though their clothing was torn, revealing much of their skin. Unfortunately, Li Wenjin merely admired their beauty and held no further interest. Upon hearing Li Wenjin's command to board his ship, the golden-haired woman became furious, exclaiming, "What do you mean? Are you planning to steal our pirate ship?" Li Wenjin glanced at her nonchalantly and replied, "You are my captives. Your treasures and ship are naturally mine. Do you have any objections?" The golden-haired woman, realizing Li Wenjin's intention to seize their vessel, became enraged and shouted to her companion, "Hyles, let us fight him." The blue-haired woman, equally incensed, shot a determined look at Li Wenjin and affirmed, "Sister, you are right. We shall fight him." The 2 women drew their swords and charged at Li Wenjin, their eyes ablaze with fury, eager to reduce him to ashes. However, Li Wenjin, unwilling to be lenient, swiftly brandished a golden club and rendered the exhausted women unconscious. After subduing them, Li Wenjin prepared to carry them back to the pineapple, but just as he was about to depart from the Black Feather, he heard Nami's voice. "Wenjin, I saw what just transpired. You were rather brutal to those ladies." Nami spoke with a smile, clearly teasing him. Li Wenjin, understanding her jest, handed the 2 unconscious women over to her, saying, "Then I entrust them to you to take back. I shall remain here to gather some treasures." Nami accepted the women and inquired, "What shall we do with the pirate ship here? Should we sail it to Swallow Island?" Li Wenjin shook his head and recounted his phone call with Audi Shioen to Nami, assuring her to stay on the pineapple, as he would need her for negotiations later. Nami took the 2 women away, and Li Wenjin, along with the Black Cat, Duman, and Ram, commenced a thorough search of the 6 pirate ships. They ultimately discovered over 30 million berries and a plethora of gold and jewels, with the most valuable haul found aboard the golden-haired woman's ship, worth at least 100 million, prompting Li Wenjin to reflect on the undeniable affinity women have for gold and jewels. After gathering the treasures from the ships, Li Wenjin noticed a vessel approaching in the distance and promptly returned to the pineapple, eager to meet the representatives of the Spring Commerce alongside Nami. 10 minutes later, aboard the pineapple, a middle-aged man accompanied by dozens of guards ascended and approached Li Wenjin, respectfully stating, "You must be Mr. Wenjin. I am Hoji Adermo, the branch manager of the spring commerce on Swallow Island. Considering the man a mere subordinate, Li Wenjin expressed, "Mr. Hojia Dermo, let us expedite the transaction. Once concluded, we shall depart from Swallow Island." Hojia Dermo nodded, directing his entourage to begin clearing the 6 pirate ships and apprehending the wanted criminals aboard. The transaction process was tedious and time-consuming, and Li Wenjin, lacking interest, delegated the entire affair to Nami while he ventured to another pirate ship, capturing an unconscious pirate who had not been marked for a bounty, interrogating him about the presence of other pirates on Swallow Island. The interrogation conducted by Li Wenjin proved remarkably successful. He discovered that there were indeed several pirates remaining on Swallow Island, albeit they were mere minor characters, whose capture would yield little monetary value. Consequently, Li Wenjin resolved to await the completion of the transaction before departing directly from Swallow Island. As for the recording pointers, it would take 3 days to fully absorb the magnetic force of Swallow Island. This was a trivial matter for Li Wenjin, as he had already located recording pointers filled with magnetic energy aboard 6 pirate ships, allowing them to set sail immediately. The transaction between Nami and the Spring Trade Association lasted 3 hours, concluding at 5 in the afternoon, at which point Nami had successfully completed the deal, acquiring over 380 million berries. With his share of 380 million berries, along with his existing 40 million, Li Wenjin now had the opportunity to partake in 4 premium lotteries. Chapter 66. System Level 2. With no further need to linger on Swallow Island, Li Wenjin prepared to set forth towards the next island, Gaimon Island, home to the Gaimon Palace. However, just as he was about to embark, he suddenly remembered his intention to purchase 2 female pirates. He promptly inquired of Nami, "Have you sent those 2 female pirates away?" Nami slapped her forehead in realization. "Oh, I was so preoccupied with the transaction that I completely forgot about them." Li Wenjin, somewhat exasperated, asked, "Where did you leave them?" Nami replied, "In the iron cell at the bottom of the ship where we detain pirates. Let's go take a look. Then, we must ensure nothing untoward has occurred," Li Wenjin stated, making his way towards the ship's hold. Upon entering the iron cell, both Li Wenjin and Nami were startled by the fierce glares of 2 enraged women. However, they quickly regained their composure, as the cell was securely locked, preventing the female pirates from escaping. "Please do not regard me with such hostility. I shall return you to Swallow Island shortly," Li Wenjin reassured them. The blonde-haired pirate glared at him defiantly. "What of our treasure and ship?" "Those have, of course, been sold," Li Wenjin replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the blonde's expression dimmed, and the blue-haired pirate began to weep, leaving Li Wenjin feeling quite at a loss. He nudged Nami and asked, "What should we do now? Should we still return them to Swallow Island?" Nami shot him a glare and exclaimed, "Can you not see they are crying? Have you no compassion?" Li Wenjin raturta. "Their tears are of no concern to me. I have done them no wrong." Nami glared at him once more. "You go outside. I will speak with them." "Very well. Please resolve this quickly. We must proceed to Gaimon Island," Li Wenjin conceded as he exited. Back in his quarters, Li Wenjin eagerly began to engage in the lottery. After 2 successful draws, he was met with a system notification. Lottery expenditure has reached 10 billion berries, upgrading system to level 2. The revelation that the system could be upgraded filled Li Wenjin with joy. He immediately sought to discover the changes within the system. As soon as he contemplated this, the system promptly responded. 1. The lottery probability has increased from 10 to 20. 2. The probability of obtaining special items from the lottery has risen from 1 to 5. Li Wenjin recognized this special item as equipment that does not enhance attributes, akin to Chopper's ointment or Buggy's nose. Elated by the increased chances, Li Wenjin realized that with 10 draws, he could now acquire 2 pieces of equipment. Should the system upgrade to level 3, he could even sell any surplus equipment to recover his losses. Currently, the system's level 2 could compensate for approximately 60 to 70 of losses at level 3. This would rise to 100 and, at level 4, to 120. At that juncture, Li Wenjin would no longer need to toil for wealth. Selling equipment would suffice for his fortune. As he contemplated this, Li Wenjin felt a rush of exhilaration, nearly salivating at the prospect. It was not until 10 minutes later that he regained his composure and proceeded with the remaining 2 premium lottery draws. Empty. Animal-type devil fruit, brown bear fruit. Upon drawing the animal-type devil fruit, Li Wenjin's excitement surged. He pondered whether it was possible to simultaneously wield 2 devil fruits, thus allowing him to harness the abilities of both. Without delay, he removed the least powerful weapon from his system's equipment slot, replacing it with the brown bear fruit, his heart racing with anticipation. Upon successfully equipping the brown bear fruit, Li Wenjin rejoiced and began to fantasize about wielding 10 devil fruits and dominating the world. His revelry was interrupted when someone knocked on the door. Hearing Nami's voice, he quickly opened the door to welcome her in. To his surprise, Nami immediately asked Wenjin, "Have you already spent the money you just received?" "I spent it already. Is there a problem?" Li Wenjin responded, "Pujlet." Nami sighed, her tone filled with resignation. "You are incredibly quick with your spending. This could truly spell trouble for us." Li Wenjin, confused, furrowed his brow. "Could you please clarify? You're leaving me in the dark here." With another sigh, Nami recounted her conversation with the 2 female pirates, and upon hearing her account, Li Wenjin felt equally bewildered. The story of the 2 female pirates was as follows. 1. They were not actual pirates. They merely flew a pirate flag to instill fear in others. 2. Their ship and treasure were vital for the survival of their entire village. They had ventured out with the treasure to procure essential supplies. 3. The island they called home was a unique, non-magnetic island, akin to Daughter Island, accessible only to them. 4. If Li Wenjin took their ship and treasure, it would lead to the demise of their village's thousands of inhabitants. Li Wenjin had not anticipated that capturing 2 female pirates would lead to such a convoluted situation. He felt a headache coming on as he mused. What should we do now? Should we simply cast them adrift? Nami was clearly displeased. "Wenjin, have you no humanity? You must return their ship and treasure." Li Wenjin lamented, "I have no means of doing so. The money is spent and cannot be reclaimed." With a resigned sigh, Nami replied, "Wait here. I will speak with him again to see if I can assist." Li Wenjin nodded. "I leave it in your capable hands." As Nami departed, Li Wenjin shook his head in frustration and set aside the matter of the 2 female pirates to experiment with his newfound ability, the brown bear fruit's powers. In 5 seconds, he successfully completed the first stage of transformation into a human form, feeling an increase in strength of approximately 500 points. Following this, he attempted the second stage transformation into a hybrid form, which proved more challenging and took him 5 minutes to accomplish. Upon completing the hybrid transformation, Li Wenjin gazed into the mirror, observing his bear-like visage. A moment of self-amusement washed over him, only to be swiftly dismissed as he began testing the increase in his strength. The hybrid form granted him an additional 1,000 points of power, which delighted him. Despite losing an equipment slot, he had not sacrificed any strength. With the powers of the 2 fruits combined, he felt he possessed the might of a Marine headquarters commander, leaving him in high spirits. Chapter 67. Gaimon Island. After experimenting with the second stage of the brown bear fruit's abilities, Li Wenjin intended to try the third stage, the full beast form. However, due to unfamiliarity with the fruit's capabilities, he found himself unable to complete this transformation. With the failure of the third stage, he shifted his focus to testing the fragmentation ability in his hybrid form. This ability functioned seamlessly, and Li Wenjin reveled in the experience, breaking his body into numerous segments and soaring around the room. As his bare head flew toward the door, it unexpectedly swung open, revealing Nami. Their eyes met, and she let out a shriek, "What on earth?" before delivering a punch that sent Li Wenjin's head flying, leaving him unable to utter a word. As he tumbled, he quickly reverted to his original form, reassembling his fragmented body and standing in the corner, rubbing his face as he exclaimed, "Dear, why did you hit me?" Having realized her mistake, Nami felt a twinge of regret. "Was that your ability?" she asked, curiosity piqued. "Indeed, it is my new power akin to Ram's ability, allowing me to transform into animals," Li Wenjin explained with a grin. Nami, displeased, retorted, "You are insane, frightening me with such antics in the room." Li Wenjin felt a wave of frustration wash over him, resigning himself to silence. Ignoring his plight, Nami asserted, "Hyles and Jimbis, the two sisters, will remain aboard our ship. Once we reach Gaimon Island and earn some money, we shall return what is theirs. Do you understand? You mean those two female pirates? Li Wenjin inquired. Precisely. When we pass Chigo Island, we will return them to their home. Until then, they will accompany us, Nami clarified. Chiga Island was merely the next stop after Gaimon Island, and not too far away. Li Wenjin pondered for a moment before agreeing. Very well, I shall comply. However, how much do we owe them? Nami considered. They require provisions. Just ensure you provide enough food for 1,000 people for 2 years. The cost of food was minimal, which pleased Li Wenjin. He readily concurred. I shall instruct the Spring Trade Association to procure the supplies. Nami nodded in agreement. That would be ideal. Jinbis and Hylies lack access to food sources, which is why they have been wandering between islands. Your assistance will help rectify the situation. Li Wenjin muttered under his breath. What does this have to do with me? I had no idea they were imposters. Nami shot him a glare. What did you just say? Nothing. Nothing at all. Li Wenjin hastily defended himself, waving his hands. Nami scoffed. Tonight, I will speak with the two sisters. You shall sleep alone. Li Wenjin, dejected, replied, Do as you wish. I will instruct the Black Cat crew to set sail. After Nami left, Li Wenjin made his way to the deck, handing the recording pointer for Gaimon Island to the Black Cat crew, directing them towards the Gaimon Kingdom. Gaimon Island was entirely within the domain of the Gaimon Kingdom, a thriving locale renowned for unique gray stone believed to enhance the hardness of weapons. This drew many merchants to Gaimon Island to procure the valuable material, further contributing to its prosperity. Of course, while it was flourishing, it could not compare to the likes of the Rajikov Kingdom or the vast nations like Alabasta, which boasted populations in the millions. The Gaimon Kingdom, across its 3 islands, had a modest population of only 500,000. The journey to Gaimon Island would take 3 days. During this time, Li Wenjin enjoyed his stay aboard the pineapple ship, particularly relishing the culinary skills of Hylies and Jinbis. Their expertise in the kitchen greatly pleased him, and he promptly entrusted the cooking duties to them. Despite their disdain for Li Wenjin, the sisters had no choice but to prepare meals for him, as they relied on his assistance to procure food and escort them home. Hylies and Jinbis appeared to possess combat abilities comparable to a Marine headquarters lieutenant, surpassing even Duman and Ram. Li Wenjin would be quite satisfied if they chose to join the pineapple ship, although they seemed disinclined, often glaring at him, and only showing warmth in their interactions with Nami. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, at 4 o'clock, the pineapple ship successfully entered the waters of Gaimon. At this point, Li Wenjin's crew had doubled, as they had encountered a pirate crew intending to rob them during their journey. Initially, Li Wenjin planned to intervene personally, but Hylies and Jinbis, eager to unleash their pent-up frustrations, launched a fierce assault on the rival pirate crew, decimating them and enabling Li Wenjin to effortlessly collect 5 million berries and capture a bounty of 26 million on a wanted criminal. The value of the enemy's ship and supplies would be assessed later upon selling them. Upon arriving at Gaimon Harbor, the crew discovered an impressive fleet of at least 50 vessels docked, including a dozen pirate ships, which delighted Li Wenjin. As they anchored at the port, the head of the Gaimon branch of the Spring Trade Association awaited Li Wenjin's arrival, warmly inviting him to the branch for rest. However, Li Wenjin ultimately declined the invitation, preferring instead to investigate the situation regarding pirates on Gaimon Island under the cover of darkness. He left the two sisters and Nami behind to conduct transactions with the Spring Trade Association regarding the pirate ship and purchase food supplies. Li Wenjin had already surmised that Audi Shun held a significant position within the Spring Trade Association, as the head of the Gaimon branch had bestowed upon him a VIP card, granting him preferential treatment whenever he encountered members of the association. This spared Li Wenjin from having to bother Audi Shun over trivial matters. Chapter 68. Gaimon Island 2 at the port of Gaimon. Li Wenjin parted ways with Nami and the others, taking the Black Cats with him to seek information at the taverns. Naturally, the primary investigators were the 3 Black Cats, while Li Wenjin merely accompanied them. Gaimon Island is home solely to the Grand Gaimon Kingdom, devoid of any other towns or villages, thus encompassing a vast area. While meandering through the kingdom, Li Wenjin and his companions discovered that there were over a dozen renowned taverns within the city, compelling them to split up. If they were to act as a quartet, they would likely not manage to visit all the taverns in a single night. Consequently, they decided to disperse from the center of the kingdom, each heading in a different direction to gather intel. Li Wenjin chose the eastern route, with his first destination being the Golden Bean Tavern, reputed to be a rather ordinary establishment, the specifics of which he would need to investigate personally. Although the kingdom does boast upscale bars, Li Wenjin did not believe that pirates would frequent such refined establishments. Upscale bars are typically frequented by nobles and the affluent. Making them anathema to the pirate lifestyle, pirates would have little desire to subject themselves to such an environment, and it is likely that those high-end bars would not even permit pirates to enter. In the Golden Bean Bar, Li Wenjin was largely overlooked, as he lacked any notable reputation on the Grand Line. Despite having captured numerous pirates on Ragekif and Swat Island, news of his exploits had yet to reach this locale. The absence of attention brought him a sense of satisfaction. He found a spot to settle down, ordered food and drink, and began to indulge while observing the bar's patrons, hoping to glean information about any wanted criminals. Half an hour later, Li Wenjin departed the Golden Bean Bar, having found no criminals, only ordinary residents. However, he did overhear some details regarding bounties on 3 formidable pirate crews based in Gaimon Island: the Golden Tiger Pirates, with a bounty of 60 million berries; the Daika Pirates, boasting a bounty of 5 million berries; and the Jian Pirates, with a bounty of 52 million berries. He was particularly intrigued by the Golden Tiger Pirates, not for their bounty, but for their connection to the Silver Tiger Pirates, whom they had encountered upon arriving at Gaimon Island. The relationship between the two crews piqued his interest, prompting him to delve deeper into information about the Golden Tiger Pirates. After leaving the Golden Bean Bar, Li Wenjin visited 2 additional establishments, gathering intelligence until the early hours of the morning, when he returned to the Pineapple Ship, the designated meeting point with Black Cat and the others. On board, Nami and her sisters had already retired for the night, while Li Wenjin convened with Black Cat and the crew to discuss the pirate intel they had collected. Firstly, in Gaimon Island, the only pirates with bounties exceeding 50 million were the 3 he had heard about. There were 10 pirates with bounties ranging from 10 to 50 million, while those below 10 million were numerous, far too many for Li Wenjin and his crew to apprehend. Secondly, the leader of the Silver Tiger Pirates they had captured was, in fact, the brother of the Golden Tiger Pirates captain, given that the Silver Tiger ship had been sold to the Spring Merchant Association. The Golden Tiger Pirates were likely aware of this development and might seek retribution against Li Wenjin in the coming days. Thirdly, the magnetic storage time on Gaimon Island was 5 days. The Jian and Daika crews would depart in 2 days, necessitating that Li Wenjin expedite his plans to avoid losing them. The gathered information elicited mixed feelings in Li Wenjin: excitement and a bit of a headache. Facing 3 major pirate crews simultaneously posed a daunting challenge. The source of his concern was that on the Pineapple Ship, only he and Black Cat were capable of combating pirates with bounties around 50 million. The remaining crew lacked the requisite strength, necessitating a staggered approach to confront the foes. Conversely, the escalating bounty amounts as they neared the Shambadi archipelago was a most fortuitous sign for Li Wenjin. After some time in the office, Li Wenjin inquired of Black Cat whether the 3 pirate crews were based in the same location. Black Cat shook his head, explaining that the 3 crews, each equally powerful, were unlikely to operate in unison. A smile finally graced Li Wenjin's face. This meant they could lure them out separately. Black Cat suggested that to confront the Jian and Daika crews, it would be wise to allow one to escape, simplifying their task. Li Wenjin frowned at the notion of letting a bounty of 50 million slip away, demanding an explanation. Black Cat elaborated that the next island, Chiga Island, had a magnetic storage time of 7 days, making it preferable to wait until reaching that island to engage them. Li Wenjin queried what made Chiga Island different. Black Cat explained that Chiga Island was home to a small village, predominantly occupied by pirates, where they could act without fear of intervention. Li Wenjin was taken aback, as he had believed the first route of the Grand Line was relatively safe, unaware that such a pirate haven existed. Black Cat continued, indicating that among the 9 islands on the first route, two were small and sparsely populated, allowing pirates to operate with impunity. Li Wenjin understood now that while the world government protected civilians, they likely disregarded small islands with minimal populations, which essentially became battlegrounds for pirates. After some contemplation, Li Wenjin determined they should allow one pirate crew to depart. Black Cat suggested that the leader of the Jian pirates was particularly composed, making him less likely to take the bait, hence they should let the Jian pirates go. Li Wenjin agreed to commence their operation the following day, eager to resolve matters concerning Gaimon Island and proceed to Chigar Island, where he envisioned freely capturing pirates without constraint. With a sense of excitement brewing, he prepared to rest and rejuvenate for the impending confrontation. After a night of restorative sleep, Li Wenjin summoned all crew members to the meeting room by 9 a.m. to strategize their approach to the pirate crews on the island. In the Pineapple Ship's conference room, as Li Wenjin discussed the plan for capturing high-value wanted criminals alongside lower-tier ones, they ultimately decided to split their efforts. Dumin and Ram would handle those with bounties under 20 million, while Nami, her sisters, and Black Cat would target those with bounties between 20 and 40 million, leaving Li Wenjin to confront those above 40 million. In fact, aside from the three major pirate crews with bounties over 50 million, the only other crew of note was the Chi Pirates, with a bounty of 44 million. The rest were all below 30 million. Initially reluctant to assist Li Wenjin, Hyles and Jimbis eventually acquiesced after he promised to procure more provisions for them, albeit begrudgingly. As the operational meeting concluded, Li Wenjin felt buoyed by their plans and prepared to announce the meeting's end and commence execution of their strategy. Just as he began to speak, a familiar and furious voice echoed from outside, prompting him and his crew to rush towards the ship's bow. Upon witnessing a group at the shoreline, Li Wenjin's expression soured as he recognized Silver Tiger, the wanted criminal he had sold to the Spring Merchant Association, now standing before him once more. Speculations raced through his mind. Had the Golden Tiger attacked the Spring Merchant Association to rescue his brother? Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. If the Golden Tiger were bold enough to stir trouble, he would not be brazenly present at the harbor, having long since fled. What seemed more plausible was that the Golden Tiger had simply paid for his brother's release, as the Spring Merchant Association, being mercantile in nature, would seize any opportunity for profit. While displeased by this turn of events, Li Wenjin recognized that he had no real stake in the matter. The Spring Merchant Association was not his concern. At the port, Silver Tiger, seeing Hyles and Jimbis behind Li Wenjin, shouted angrily, demanding their surrender in exchange for sparing their lives. Li Wenjin, unimpressed, dismissed Silver Tiger's bravado, remarking that a defeated foe should know their place. Infuriated, Silver Tiger attempted to board the Pineapple Ship for revenge, but was swiftly restrained by his brother, the Golden Tiger, who then turned to Li Wenjin, stating calmly yet confidently that despite his brother's shortcomings, he was still family. He invited Li Wenjin to meet him at the rubble outside the eastern city at 5 that afternoon, warning him not to flee, lest he pursue them relentlessly. Li Wenjin, irked by the Golden Tiger's air of superiority, retorted that he would be punctual, but reminded him that he was merely a commodity to him, intended for a bounty. With a sharp glare, the Golden Tiger led his crew away from the port. After their departure, Black Cat turned to Li Wenjin, inquiring about their next steps and whether plans should be adjusted. Li Wenjin, after a moment's silence, decided that the original plan would remain intact, asserting that he would handle the Golden Tiger situation alone. The crew, trusting in Li Wenjin's prowess, complied and returned to their preparations to confront their respective opponents. As the crew disembarked from the Pineapple Ship, Li Wenjin made his way to the Chi Pirates' lodging, intent on eliminating them within the 7 hours leading up to his confrontation with the Golden Tiger. The Chi Pirates resided not in luxury, but rather in a modest and tucked away in a secluded alley, as the Gaimon kingdom held a disdain for pirates, and ordinary residents remained fearful of their presence. Entering the inn's lobby, Li Wenjin spotted several pirates, though he did not wish to waste time searching for their captain. Instead, he approached 3 chatting pirates and inquired if they were members of the Chi Pirates. The trio turned, irritated, demanding to know his identity and purpose. Li Wenjin presented the bounty notice for Jack Chi, stating he was there to apprehend him and collect the bounty. giving them 10 minutes to relay his message to their captain. The pirates were incensed by his arrogance and prepared to retaliate. Before they could act, Jack Chi, the captain, intervened, having overheard the exchange, and warned his crew against escalating the situation. Chi, calm and unflappable, suggested they engage with Li Wenjin rather than retreat. Li Wenjin found Chi's demeanor intriguing, sensing a difference from the usual pirate bravado. Li Wenjin acknowledged Chi's composure, assuring him that he harbored no interest in his crew, only in capturing him. Chi thanked him, then proposed they find a suitable location for their duel, ensuring Li Wenjin wouldn't feel ambushed. With Chi leading the way, Li Wenjin followed him out of the inn, navigating through several streets until they arrived at an open grassy area. However, they were soon joined by a throng of onlookers, both pirates and residents drawn to the spectacle. Li Wenjin scanned the crowd, recognizing 3 minor criminals from the bounty list he had seen the previous night, though their low bounties of only a few 100,000 held no interest for him. In the open field, Chi proposed they settle their differences there. Li Wenjin surveyed the surroundings, noting the distance to the town, and agreed that it was an appropriate venue. He then activated the powers of the brown bear devil fruit, transforming into his hybrid beast form, charging at Chi unarmed, eager to test his combat capabilities. Chi, upon witnessing Li Wenjin's transformation, furrowed his brow, recognizing the power of the devil fruit and its formidable bear-like strength. He unsheathed his twin blades, preparing to confront Li Wenjin with utmost focus. As Li Wenjin charged, Chi opted to evade initially, seeking an opportunity to counterattack, knowing he could not match Li Wenjin's raw power. However, he soon found himself bewildered, as Li Wenjin's agility surpassed his expectations. After narrowly dodging the bear's charge, Li Wenjin swiftly pivoted and landed a powerful punch against Chi's weapon, sending it flying. Retreating 2 steps, Chi retaliated with his remaining blade, attempting to reclaim control. But Li Wenjin seized the handle of Chi's weapon, rendering him unable to withdraw it, while simultaneously delivering a blow to Chi's chest that forced him to abandon his weapon and retreat. In under a minute, Chi found himself disarmed, reduced to evading Li Wenjin's attacks with his body alone, clearly illustrating that he was no match for Li Wenjin's prowess. Growing bored with the one-sided contest, Li Wenjin utilized Shave to reappear beside Chi, delivering a swift kick that sent him hurtling backward. As Chi coughed up blood from the impact, 2 of his crewmates rushed to his aid, while the remaining 20 or so surrounded Li Wenjin. With irritation, Li Wenjin remarked that while he had promised not to capture the crew, he had not agreed to spare them. Urging me as Jack K observed Li Wenjin returning with 3 wanted criminals in tow. Despite being injured and supported by his crew, he remained remarkably composed and stated, "Your strength surpasses mine. I have no words to contest my defeat. I have a proposal that I wonder if you would be inclined to consider." Li Wenjin, in high spirits from his successful capture of the fugitives, responded to Jack K, "Speak your mind." Jack K then addressed his companion, Shinji. "Present the item for him to see." Shinji, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Captain, we fought hard to retrieve that." Jack K interjected firmly, "This is a command from your captain. You are to present it at once." Reluctantly, Shinji stamped his foot and produced a map from his pocket, handing it over to Jack K. Curious about the significance of the map, Li Wenjin inquired. Jack K wasted no time, declaring, "Should you choose to spare us, I can offer you this map to Silver Island along with the recording pointer." Li Wenjin frowned, asking, "Silver Island? What is that place?" Jack K was taken aback. "You do not know of Silver Island?" Li Wenjin shook his head, replying, "I have never heard of it." "What a country bumpkin," Shinji whispered under his breath. Li Wenjin shot a glare at Shinji, contemplating reprimanding him for such insolence. Noticing Li Wenjin's intent to act, Jack K stepped protectively in front of Shinji, pleading, "I beg you to show mercy and spare my brother this once." Li Wenjin cast a sidelong glance at Shinji and warned Jack K, "Only this once. Do not make me regret it." Jack K assured him, "Rest assured, there will be no second occurrence." Impatiently, Li Wenjin urged, "Hasten to inform me about Silver Island. If I find your explanation unsatisfactory, I shall not hesitate to hold you accountable." Jack K nodded and began recounting the tale of Silver Island, detailing how they had come into possession of the map. Upon concluding his narrative, Li Wenjin received the map from Jack K and also acquired the recording pointer from another pirate's possession. With the 3 wanted criminals in tow, he departed from Jack K's presence. Intrigued by the mysteries of Silver Island, Li Wenjin decided to spare Jack K, securing both the map and the recording pointer. Both Li Wenjin and Jack K were confident in each other's integrity, understanding their respective natures, which facilitated a smooth transaction. Chapter 71. The Golden Tiger Pirate Crew, when Li Wenjin delivered the 3 minor fugitives to the Spring Commerce Association in exchange for berries. News of his victory over Jack K had already spread across Gaimon Island. At the base of the Golden Tiger Pirates, one pirate was reporting to Captain Golden Tiger. "Captain, I witnessed Jack K's defeat with my own eyes." Golden Tiger furrowed his brow, contemplating before asking, "What became of Jack K?" The subordinate hesitated, confessing, "The bounty hunter unexpectedly targeted the bystanders, prompting my hasty retreat. I cannot provide further details, but I have heard that Jack K ultimately survived and was not captured." Golden Tiger pondered silently. Li Wenjin possessed the Bear Devil fruit and managed to defeat the bounty of 44 million on Jack K within 2 minutes, indicating Li Wenjin's formidable strength. Yet, the fact that Jack K survived suggested that Li Wenjin's power was not overwhelmingly superior. Nevertheless, given his current prowess, it would likely be a challenge for Jack K to eliminate Li Wenjin. The dealings between Li Wenjin and Jack K were known only to those within K's pirate crew. The Golden Tiger Pirates remained oblivious, as matters of trading treasure for life are not often spoken of, and K's crew would not divulge such information. After careful deliberation, Golden Tiger instructed Silver Tiger, who was standing behind him, to immediately seek out all the pirate crews in Gaimon Town and convey that Golden Tiger requested their assistance. Silver Tiger responded with excitement, inquiring whether they were planning to besiege the bounty hunter. Golden Tiger rebuked Silver Tiger with a glare, reminding him that the situation was of his own making and ordering him to carry out the task immediately. To ensure success, Golden Tiger himself would solicit aid from the Gan and Daika pirate crews. Upon hearing Golden Tiger's words, Silver Tiger's excitement intensified. Confident that with the combined might of the 3 major pirate crews, his vengeance would be assured, he eagerly rushed off to rally all the pirates on Gaimon Island, intending to intimidate the infuriating bounty hunter. Unbeknownst to Liam, his transaction with Jackie Coy had introduced a new twist to his dealings with the Golden Tiger Pirates. A twist that Liam might find welcome, as it could potentially allow him to confront the Gan pirates without having to wait until KokoYasi Island. Upon exiting the Spring Chamber of Commerce at precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Liam initially intended to seize a couple more pirates while he still had time. However, shortly after leaving the chamber, Black Cat and Nami located him. Liam was taken aback, questioning their return and reminding them that they were supposed to continue apprehending wanted criminals. Nami retorted with a dismissive eye roll, exclaiming that there was no point in continuing since the Golden Tiger Pirates had mobilized all the pirate crews on Gaimon Island to jointly confront him. Liam responded with delight, remarking that it was an unexpected turn of events. Nami, unfazed, remarked that she anticipated such a reaction from him. Liam promptly requested a detailed account of the situation. Instead of responding directly, Nami allowed Black Cat to provide Liam with a thorough explanation of the information they had gathered while capturing pirates. After listening to Black Cat's explanation, Liam inquired with curiosity whether Golden Tiger was not concerned about them fleeing, given the number of individuals he was gathering. Black Cat shook his head, explaining that the Golden Tiger Pirates had been monitoring the vicinity of their pineapple ship, ready to pursue them at sea if they attempted to escape. Liam pondered this and suggested that they remain at the Spring Chamber of Commerce until 4 in the afternoon before heading to the designated battle location with Golden Tiger. After reaching an agreement, the 7 individuals rested in the hall of the Spring Chamber of Commerce, awaiting the impending confrontation with the Golden Tiger Pirates. Time passed swiftly, and at 4:50 p.m., Liam and his companions returned to the port, spending 40 minutes sailing to the rendezvous point agreed upon with Golden Tiger. As they set sail, they were followed by 3 or 4 pirate ships, seemingly to prevent their escape. The designated battleground agreed upon with Jean, who is situated 10 kilometers from the port of Jayadamas, on a coastline adorned with a vast expanse of lush greenery and delicate wildflowers. However, at present, these blossoms and wild grasses lie trampled and broken under the weight of hundreds of pirates, their once beautiful meadow now ravaged beyond recognition. Li Wenjin cannot help but lament the destruction wrought upon this picturesque island of diademas in the spring, marred by a band of miscreants. He feels compelled to administer justice, ensuring they are confined within the Navy's prisons to atone for their transgressions. While Li Wenjin's words sound noble, the truth remains that he merely intends to apprehend the pirates and exchange them for their bounties. Ignoring the threatening gazes of the 300 to 400 pirates, Li Wenjin and his companions leisurely approached the grassy area to confront Jin Hu and his crew. Li Wenjin opened his mouth with audacious words. Jin Hu, it seems I owe you a word of thanks. I initially intended to capture all the bounty criminals on Gaimon Island, but to my surprise, you gathered them together for me, saving me a considerable amount of time. Jin Hu, infuriated by Li Wenjin's arrogance, decided to confront him. Captain Jin's Daika of the Daika pirate crew couldn't contain his irritation and cursed, wishing to challenge Li Wenjin directly. As Jin's Daika spoke, other pirates began to murmur among themselves, casting angry glances at Li Wenjin and his group. Hearing the commotion, Jin Hu roared, "Silence!" The pirates fell quiet under his fierce shout. Jin Hu then addressed Jin's Daika. Captain Daika, the challenge is ours as the Jin Hu pirate crew. Allow us to handle this first. Though Jin's Daika was displeased, he yielded to Jin Hu, acknowledging that Jin Hu is indeed stronger, and thus deserves some respect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to assist. After speaking, Jin Hu assembled over 60 members of his crew and stepped forward, declaring, "Kid, consider this your last chance. If you bow and admit your mistakes and call out those 2 women, I will let you leave here alive." Li Wenjin, feeling impatient with Jin Hu's delay, aware that nightfall might allow many of the wanted criminals to escape, ignored his prattling and instructed the Black Cat and his companions. "You handle the weaker ones first. I'll take on Jin Hu and the others." Upon hearing this, the Black Cat and Duman swiftly drew their guns and eliminated 2 pirates from Jin Hu's crew. Jin Hu bellowed for them to be killed, but they lunged toward Li Wenjin. Chapter 72. The counterfruit the battle between Li Wenjin and Jin Hu's crew had commenced, yet Li Wenjin held back, only transforming into a brown bear hybrid form to engage Jin Hu. His intent was clear, to buy time so that the Black Cat and others could dispatch more pirates, thus easing the chaos of the impending melee and minimizing the number of escaping criminals. As Jin Hu watched his crew fall to Li Wenjin's onslaught, he unleashed the full power of his cat fruit, yellow tiger form, transforming into a powerful tiger and fully engaging Li Wenjin. Both Li Wenjin and Jin Hu were strength-oriented fighters, exchanging brutal blows in a contest of might. However, while Li Wenjin feigned exerting his full strength, Jin Hu genuinely did so. After 5 minutes of grappling, Jin Hu realized he could not continue like this, having lost half his crew. Thus, while battling Li Wenjin, he shouted to his comrades, "Brothers, let us kill them together. I, Jin Hu, will fulfill the promises I made to you." His rallying cry inspired the watching pirates, who charged toward Li Wenjin. Amidst the chaos, Li Wenjin noticed that the Jin pirate crew remained strangely inactive. As the battle escalated, Li Wenjin had no time to concern himself with the Jin crew. As long as they did not flee, he would not waste his efforts on them. His immediate focus was to contend with Jin Hu and Daika, but to avoid revealing too much of his strength. He opted to wield his golden staff in the fight against them. Jin Hu fought barehanded, while Daika wielded a large cleaver, albeit his swordsmanship was lacking. Daika relied on his brute strength, using the cleaver merely to enhance his damage and range. While engaged with Jin Hu and Daika, Li Wenjin seized moments to check on Nami and her group, observing that they had gathered together and were managing to hold off their attackers. Nami and her companions boasted bounties exceeding 30 million, allowing them to withstand the numerous lesser pirates, who posed no significant threat. Moreover, none of the opposing pirates had bounties surpassing 30 million, ensuring Nami and her crew could hold their ground without the risk of life. 15 minutes into the fray, over 100 pirates lay defeated on the ground, most of whom were low-level thugs, while those with bounties remained largely unharmed, merely sustaining injuries. This outcome was precisely what Li Wenjin aimed for. They intended to clear out the ordinary pirates first before addressing the bounty criminals. This way, when the pirates inevitably panicked and fled, Li Wenjin and his crew could easily identify the wanted criminals and prevent them from blending into the crowd. Jinhu and Daika, unable to subdue Li Wenjin, grew increasingly impatient. Jinhu called out to the still inactive Jian, "Jian, I didn't invite you here to watch. Come help." Jian, however, remained unmoved, observing Li Wenjin as he contemplated his next move. After Jinhu called for him 3 times with no response, Jian suddenly ordered his crew to retreat, leaving everyone stunned. Seeing Jian flee, Li Wenjin glanced to the remaining 150 pirates, sighed, and unleashed his full power, disregarding Jinhu and Daika as attacks. With his full might unleashed, neither Daika nor Jinhu stood a chance. Daika, having just struck Li Wenjin, was caught off guard when Li Wenjin's upper half retaliated with a powerful strike from his golden staff, knocking him unconscious. Witnessing Daika's defeat, Jinhu was bewildered, having never heard of a Zoan-type devil fruit user surviving being cleaved in half. In his moment of shock, Li Wenjin struck him down as well. Though Jinhu was severely wounded, his devil fruit granted him remarkable recovery abilities, allowing him to rise and flee towards Gaimon City. Both Jinhu and Jian fled in the same direction, prompting Li Wenjin to utilize his rapid movement technique to appear behind Jinhu, delivering 5 successive blows that left Jinhu bloodied and unconscious. After subduing Jinhu, Li Wenjin employed the moonwalk technique to fly ahead, blocking Jian's path. Upon witnessing Li Wenjin descend from the sky, the Jian crew halted, and Jian, wearing a guarded expression, inquired, "We haven't caused you any harm, have we? Would you not grant us mercy?" Li Wenjin, pressed for time, had no patience for idle chatter. If he delayed too long, Jinhu might awaken, given the formidable recovery capabilities of Zoan-type users. Without hesitation, Jian launched an attack, his face paling as he shouted, "Everyone scatter and flee. Do not return to the port." This command drew Li Wenjin's respect. Jian's calm demeanor had led him to make a wise decision, recognizing that returning to the port would mean certain death. Li Wenjin's sole target was Jian. He paid no mind to the other fleeing pirates. However, Jian had 5 or 6 loyal followers who refused to abandon him, standing firm against Li Wenjin. Soon, to Li Wenjin's astonishment, after knocking down 2 of Jian's protectors, when he swung his golden staff towards Jian, Jian did not evade but instead braced himself against the blow, causing Li Wenjin to recoil a meter due to the immense force. Realizing it was the power of a devil fruit, Li Wenjin attacked Jian once more, eager to ascertain if Jian possessed such abilities. After dispatching more of Jian's crew, when his staff struck Jian again, he was repelled once more, confirming to Li Wenjin that Jian was indeed a devil fruit user. Jian's devil fruit appeared to be a power rebound type, as Li Wenjin felt that the force he exerted was equivalent to that which rebounded against him. Li Wenjin, however, was not concerned about being unable to defeat Jian. Although Jian's powers were impressive, his body still bore the repercussions, as evidenced by the blood trickling from his lips. Chapter 73. The transaction, though Jian's devil fruit was formidable, his mastery over it was still lacking. Under Li Wenjin's relentless assault, Jian could only endure 10 strikes before succumbing to unconsciousness. Defeating Jian consumed 5 precious minutes of Li Wenjin's time, prompting him to retrieve Jian and return to Nami's location to assess the situation. Upon returning to the battlefield, most pirates had fled, leaving only a few bounty criminals entangled with Nami and her crew, unable to escape in time. Time was of the essence, as several bounty criminals had already made a significant distance. Li Wenjin wasted no time with pleasantries, swiftly dispatching the pirates still engaged with Nami. He then commanded the Black Cat and Duman to return to port and prevent the pirates' escape, while Nami, Hylasai, and Jinbizi managed the battlefield. And Ram was sent to notify the Spring Commerce Association to come collect the wanted criminals. Meanwhile, Li Wenjin set out to hunt down the fleeing bounty criminals. The wanted criminals aimed to escape back to Gaimon City, which would take at least an hour. Li Wenjin had ample time to pursue them, ensuring that none escaped his grasp as he knocked them out one by one and dragged them back to the battlefield. An hour passed, and Li Wenjin ceased his pursuit. Though a few criminals managed to return to Gadama's city, he no longer cared. Having secured the most significant bounties, he could let the smaller fry slip away. Upon nearing the battlefield again, Li Wenjin struck the remaining criminals to prevent any sudden awakenings, while Jinhu, the Zoan-type devil fruit user, lay nearly lifeless, requiring at least a day's rest to recover. Nami, Jinbizi, and Hylasai were ecstatic as they calculated their potential earnings from this encounter. The reason for their excitement stemmed from Li Wenjin's promise to allocate 30% of the bounty from the criminals to purchase provisions for their return home. When they calculated their total haul to be 400 million berries, their joy was palpable. Moreover, considering the spoils from the pirate ships, they anticipated a significant share, causing their delight to blossom into exuberance as they incessantly expressed gratitude towards Nami. This left Li Wenjin feeling somewhat exasperated, as they ought to be thanking him instead. As Li Wenjin rested near the battlefield, he noticed some of the pirates who were not dead attempting to stealthily crawl away. This sight amused him. These individuals had no bounties, and he had no inclination to pursue them. Even if they managed to stand and flee, he wouldn't bother chasing after them. After waiting another half hour, Li Wenjin saw Ram approaching with more than 30 members from the Spring Commerce Association. The division chief of the Spring Commerce Association, Greif Garcia, arrived at the battlefield and immediately directed his subordinates to apprehend the wanted criminals. He then approached Li Wenjin respectfully, stating, "Mr. Wenjin, you are truly remarkable, having defeated the 3 strongest pirate crews on Gaimon Island. I am in awe." Li Wenjin smiled and replied, "This is merely a trifle. You should be more concerned about the wanted criminals. 2 of them possessed devil fruit abilities, so exercise caution." Garcia responded, "You must be referring to Jinhu and Jian. Rest assured, we are well prepared with sea prism stone handcuffs. They will not escape." Li Wenjin was astonished. "Your association possesses sea prism stone handcuffs? Might I procure 2 pairs? Garcia pondered for a moment before responding, "Normally, we would not sell the sea prism stone handcuffs. However, as you are our esteemed guest, we will provide you with 2 pairs. Li Wenjin expressed his satisfaction. "What is the cost per pair?" Garcia shook his head. "They are a complimentary gift for you, Mr. Wenjin. We merely hope you will look after our business." Li Wenjin understood that the Spring Commerce Association sought to curry favor with him due to his strength. Thus, he did not hesitate to accept, saying, "Then I shall accept graciously." Garcia smiled. "Mr. Wenjin is too courteous." The 2 engaged in casual conversation regarding the transaction of pirate ships and purchasing provisions while awaiting Nami and the Spring Commerce Association staff to verify the captured criminals. Marking the conclusion of their discussion, once the matter of the wanted criminals was settled, Li Wenjin and his companions boarded the pineapple ship, heading back to the port of Gadama's city to prepare for the transaction concerning the pirate ships. The Black Cat and Duman returned using the pirate ship that followed the pineapple ship back to the battlefield. As the vessel returned to the port of Gadimas, the night had fully descended, yet this did not hinder Li Wenjin's dealings with the Spring Chamber of Commerce. Nami and her 2 companions busied themselves aboard the pirate ship alongside the members of the chamber, while Li Wenjin consulted with Black Cat regarding his return to the port. Upon their arrival, Black Cat and Duman found that the crew guarding the pirate ship remained oblivious to the unfolding events. They swiftly incapacitated the pirates on watch, awaiting the return of Li Wenjin and his associates. The skirmish on the deck of the pirate ship was executed with such swiftness that it failed to attract the attention of the port's residents. It was only when a pirate attempted to flee back to the port that Black Cat brandished his firearm, threatening the pirate with dire consequences should he fail to comply. The sound of gunfire echoed through the port, inevitably drawing the attention of its inhabitants. However, no civilians were harmed, and thus no one intervened. It seemed that Li Wenjin and his companions had inevitably landed themselves on Gadimas Kingdom's blacklist, making them prime subject for scrutiny should they return. Black Cat's account left Li Wenjin somewhat perturbed. Should he venture to Chiga Island and subsequently to another, they would undoubtedly find themselves under intense surveillance, perhaps even facing expulsion. In such a scenario, Li Wenjin would have no recourse but to seek assistance from Smoker. Unbeknownst to Li Wenjin, the troubles that plagued him had already been resolved by Audi Shuan of the Spring Chamber of Commerce. Audi had long since alerted the branches across various islands to monitor Li Wenjin's every move. Given the significant events surrounding Li Wenjin and the Golden Tiger Pirate Group, the branch chief Garcia on Gaimon Island would naturally inform Audi without delay. Upon receiving this intelligence, Audi promptly instructed Garcia to assist Li Wenjin with subsequent arrangements. Otherwise, the Gaimon Island Guard would have already intervened to expel them due to the gunfire incident. Garcia's willingness to provide Li Wenjin with 2 pairs of sea prism stone gloves at no charge stemmed from his discernment of Audi's regard for Li Wenjin. Chapter 74. The island of Chiga, the potential for expulsion weighed lightly on Li Wenjin's mind, a mere headache that dissipated quickly, for he had the steadfast support of Smoker, capable of alleviating his concerns at any moment. Aware that the dealings with the spring commerce would extend over an extensive period, he instructed Black Cat and Duman to return and rest, confident that once the transactions were concluded, they could set sail, allowing Nami and her companions to enjoy a well-deserved respite. Having arranged for Black Cat and Duman's rest, Li Wenjin devoted his attention to Nami and her group, observing their negotiations with the spring commerce. The discussions persisted until the early hours of dawn, yet the matter of procuring provisions for Haliris and Anbais proved to be quite intricate, extending until 10 o'clock the following morning. Haliris and Anbais now possessed a vessel, laden with enough sustenance to adequately nourish the residents of their island for a decade without concern. With a population of merely over 1,000 in their hometown, the 200 million berries spent on provisions would undoubtedly suffice to satiate the hunger of their fellow islanders. Moreover, their island was not perpetually beset by famine, suggesting that the vast quantity of food might last them even longer. At the conclusion of trading at 10 o'clock a.m., while bidding farewell to Garcia on Gaimon Island, Li Wenjin inquired, "Mr. Garcia, does the Spring Chamber of Commerce have a branch on Kiga Island?" Garcia shook his head, replying, "Kiga Island doesn't even have a town of notable size. The Spring Chamber of Commerce wouldn't establish a branch there." Garcia's response left Li Wenjin disheartened. He had initially intended to hand over the pirates captured on Kiga Island directly to the Spring Chamber of Commerce, sparing him the need to transport them to the Splendor Kingdom. Now it seemed impossible. Li Wenjin could only hope that the Splendor Kingdom's guard would not expel him. Otherwise, he would have to seek assistance from Smoker. Sensing Li Wenjin's thoughts, Garcia smiled and said, "Mr. Wenjin, the Spring Chamber of Commerce has a shipment scheduled to arrive in the Splendor Kingdom in 2 days. If Mr. Wenjin can resolve the issue within those 2 days, our ship can receive your cargo when it passes by Kigo Island." Garcia's meaning was clear, and Li Wenjin understood the implication. If he dealt with the pirates on Kiga Island within 2 days, they would accept Li Wenjin's wanted criminals' pirate ships and the pirate crew's possessions. "Then I thank Mr. Garcia for your help." With the troublesome matter resolved, Li Wenjin felt relieved. As long as he could handle the wanted pirates on Kigo Island, he didn't need to dock at the Splendor Kingdom. He could proceed directly to the next island and continue capturing pirates, saving him the trouble of involving Smoker. With the issue settled, Li Wenjin bid Garcia farewell once more, boarded the Pineapple, and set off for Kigo Island. Black Cat steered the Pineapple, while Duman navigated the Harris and Jinbizi cargo ships. The 2 ships embarked on 3 days of monotonous sailing. During the voyage to Kigo Island, Li Wenjin and his crew encountered no attacks, arriving smoothly within the island's maritime zone. Upon reaching Kiga Island's waters, it was time for the Harris sisters to bid farewell to Li Wenjin and his companions. On the Pineapple, the gentle Harris tearfully embraced Nami, expressing her parting words. Jinbizi, with her more forthright character, approached Li Wenjin directly, saying, "Mr. Wenjin, thank you for your care these past few days, and thank you for the supplies you provided." Li Wenjin responded, "We were partially at fault in this matter, so there's no need to thank me." Jinbizi shook her head, saying, "Mr. Wenjin, don't be modest. If you hadn't purchased the food for us, we wouldn't have been able to buy so much, even with the money. Moreover, Mr. Wenjin also saved our lives." Li Wenjin smiled and said, "Then I'll accept your gratitude. I hope you can live well when you return to your island and not become pirates again." Jinbizi immediately rolled her eyes at Li Wenjin, saying, "We didn't want to be pirates in the first place." "Ha ha ha ha." Li Wenjin suddenly laughed and said to Jinbizi, "Take care of yourselves Both of you. Jinbezi and Hera stayed on the pineapple for half an hour before bidding farewell to Li Wenjin and Nami, setting sail back to their island, while the pineapple continued its journey to KokoYasi Island. In his heart, Li Wenjin also considered keeping the two sisters, as their culinary skills were exceptional, and their combat abilities were formidable. If Li Wenjin were to equip them with appropriate gear, they would undoubtedly surpass Black Cat in strength. Unfortunately, the two sisters had matters to attend to and couldn't join them on their voyage. Li Wenjin could only sigh in resignation. KokoYasi Island, a small island, even smaller than Little Garden, had only 100 or 200 residents. Moreover, these residents were not ordinary. They were retired pirates who had settled there to open shops, chat with other pirates, and pass their time after retirement. The world government was unwilling to manage such a small island, so the entire island was almost entirely inhabited by pirates. Even if Li Wenjin caused chaos there, no one would care. As the pineapple approached KokoYasi Island, dozens of pirate ships could be seen along the coast, exciting Li Wenjin. He immediately asked Nami to identify the pirate crews and determine the bounties on their heads. Nami, armed with wanted posters and a telescope, identified all the pirate crews on the island before the pineapple docked. However, the results were disappointing to Li Wenjin. On KokoYasi Island, the highest bounty was on the Iron Fist pirates, with a mere 36 million berries. Most importantly, they dared to call themselves the Iron Fist Pirates. If Vice Admiral Garp knew, he would undoubtedly be furious. Sensing Li Wenjin's disappointment, Nami said directly, "Wenjin, this is just a small place. Pirates with high bounties probably go to the Splendor Kingdom. It's where the first and second routes of the Grand Line intersect, and many pirates gather there. Let's deal with the pirates here and then go to the Splendor Kingdom." Li Wenjin sighed. "They're all ordinary characters. I'll leave it to you to handle them, and it will also give you some training. But don't act too soon, or we won't have anywhere to hold them. Let's wait until noon tomorrow to take action, so we can hand over the supplies and pirates directly to the Spring Chamber of Commerce when they pass by tonight." Nami immediately smiled and said, "Then let's do that. We'll go explore the island first and see if we can gather any information about the Splendor Kingdom." The pineapple docked at KokoYasi Island, and Black Cat and the others went to stroll around the island, while Li Wenjin stayed on the pineapple to continue training with his brown bear fruit powers, hoping to quickly master the third stage of his Beastman transformation. On the pineapple, Li Wenjin trained until 7 o'clock p.m. when Nami and Black Cat returned to the pineapple, with Black Cat carrying a pirate. Li Wenjin pointed at the pirate Black Cat was carrying and said, "This guy seems to be a wanted criminal. Why did you bring him back? Weren't we going to wait until tomorrow to take action?" Black Cat didn't answer, but Nami said, "Do you have any objections?" No objections." Seeing Black Cat's signal, Li Wenjin quickly said he had no objections. Nami snorted, "I'm going back to rest first." As Nami left, Li Wenjin quickly asked Black Cat, "What's wrong with her? She seems angry." Black Cat said awkwardly, "This guy tried to flirt with the missus, so she beat him up, and I just brought him back." Li Wenjin was furious. How dare someone harass his wife? He was courting death. Li Wenjin said directly, "Give him a good lesson, but leave him alive to collect the bounty." "I know what to do, master." Black Cat left with the pirate, and Li Wenjin asked Ram and Duman, "Did you gather any information about the Splendor Kingdom?" Duman said, "Only some ordinary news. We didn't get any important information." Li Wenjin said, "Tell me what you know." Duman began to recount the details of the Splendor Kingdom. First, the Splendor Kingdom is where the first and second routes of the Grand Line intersect, so the number of pirates in the Splendor Kingdom is very high. Second, the Splendor Kingdom is as large as Alabasta. It's known as the Splendor Kingdom because it produces various beautiful garments. Even the world government sometimes comes to the Splendor Kingdom to purchase clothing, and with merchants from other countries, the entire Splendor Kingdom is very prosperous. Third, the magnetic field storage time in the Splendor Kingdom is a full 20 days, forcing many pirates to stay in the Splendor Kingdom. However, pirates can only reside in the remote town of Elmiai in the Splendor Kingdom. The reason is that world nobles often visit the Splendor Kingdom. To prevent pirates from offending the world nobles, they only allow pirates to land in Elmiai town. Most importantly, the Navy headquarters has a branch in the Splendor Kingdom, and the branch's commander is Vice Admiral Rommel. Rommel is said to be a staunch supporter of Admiral Akainu and a hardline naval officer. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the Splendor Kingdom, Rommel will crush them into dust. After hearing about the Splendor Kingdom, Li Wenjin felt that the Splendor Kingdom seemed troublesome. He was considering whether to bypass the Splendor Kingdom and go to the next island instead. In the end, Li Wenjin still didn't decide to leave the Splendor Kingdom directly. He wanted to go to Elmi Town to see the actual situation before deciding whether to leave. After eating the dinner that Black Cat and the others brought back, Li Wenjin went to Nami's room to talk to her and cheer her up. After Nami felt better, he obediently returned to his room to rest. It would take 4 days for the pineapple to reach Elmi Town from KokoYasi Island. Li Wenjin continued to train with Ram on the deck every day, honing his animal-type devil fruit abilities. 2 days after the pineapple set sail, on the morning of the third day, Duman, who was on watch, suddenly shouted at Li Wenjin, who was training on the deck, "Captain, there's a ship behind us, and seems to be chasing us." Li Wenjin was surprised. They hadn't encountered a single ship in the 2 days since they had set sail, and now a ship was chasing them. This piqued Li Wenjin's interest, and he said directly to Black Cat, who was steering the ship, "Stop the ship and wait. I want to see who's coming after us." Standing at the stern of the ship, Li Wenjin gradually made out the shape of the ship. The ship approaching was the cargo ship that Li Wenjin had given to Harris and Jinbizi. This meant that the two sisters were chasing them. Li Wenjin immediately returned to Nami's room and shouted into the room, "Nami, the Harris sisters seem to be here. Come out and take a look." There was a sound of movement from Nami's room, and a minute later, Nami opened the door and said excitedly, "Where are Harris and Jinbizi? Their ship hasn't arrived yet. Go to the stern of the ship and take a look." As soon as Li Wenjin finished speaking, Nami ran out of the room towards the stern of the ship, and Li Wenjin had no choice but to follow her. On the pineapple, Nami waited for the Harris and Jinbizi sisters, who were chasing after the pineapple because they wanted to join the pineapple and become new members of the crew. The one who sent the two sisters was the village chief of their island, and the village chief sent them for 3 reasons. First, Li Wenjin saved their lives. The warriors of their Buggy Island must repay this debt. Otherwise, they are not worthy of being warriors of Buggy Island. The villagers of Buggy Island are also women. Harris and Jinbizi are her disciples. Her character is rigid, and her words and deeds are consistent. Li Wenjin felt very tired when chatting with her. Also, the honor of the warrior made Li Wenjin depressed. A small island actually adhered to the honor of the warrior, which surprised Li Wenjin. Li Wenjin now understands why the Harris and Jinbizi sisters did not mean to escape when the entire crew was killed. It turned out that they were all abiding by their own rules. Secondly, Helis and Jimbis, upon their return to the island, spoke solely of matters concerning the pineapple ship, which clearly indicated their deep affection for it and their desire to embark on voyages alongside it. The village chief of Buggy Island, discerning the sisters' sentiments, readily facilitated their return to the pineapple ship under the pretense of gratitude. Thirdly, the chief of Buggy Island harbored his own ulterior motives. Although the immediate crisis had been averted, future perils could still loom on the horizon. By sending Helis and Jimbis away now, he hoped that when they grew stronger, Buggy Island might benefit from their assistance. After seeing the sisters off, they set sail without delay, leaving Nami and Helis engrossed in lively conversation. Li Wenjin, uninterested in their affairs, instructed Black Cat and the crew to continue their journey towards Elmi Town. Half an hour into their voyage, Helis and Jimbis, having concluded their nostalgic exchanges with Nami, approached the deck before Li Wenjin and formally stated, "Captain, we, Helis and Jimbis, present our respects." Their words conveyed their intention to officially become Li Wenjin's subordinates, signifying that any act of betrayal from them would constitute a grave violation of a warrior's oath. Of course, while they regarded this oath with utmost seriousness, Li Wenjin himself held a rather indifferent view, considering such warrior vows to be mere fabrications. Li Wenjin, while preoccupied with peculiar thoughts, cheerfully proclaimed, "Welcome to the pineapple. You'll be in charge of the culinary duties from now on." The sisters responded with unwavering solemnity, "Rest assured, Captain, we will not disappoint." Li Wenjin found himself at a loss for words. A thought then struck him to distribute the surplus equipment from his system inventory to Heloise and Jeanette. He presented the Miss Valentine set, the Doberman blade, and the Floret Bacchus twin swords, declaring, as a token of welcome to the pineapple, "Please accept these gifts." Startled, Jeanette and Heloise recoiled at the sight of the feminine attire, their expressions conveying a mix of fear and suspicion regarding Li Wenjin's predilections. "Don't misunderstand," Li Wenjin hastily clarified, sensing their unease. "I assure you, I have no such proclivities." The sisters remained unconvinced, maintaining their distance. Li Wenjin, exasperated, called out to Nami, who was stifling laughter behind them. "Nami, please enlighten them." Nami, after composing herself, approached the sisters and elucidated the origins and properties of the equipment. Ultimately, Heloise claimed the Miss Valentine set and the Florette Bacchus swords, while Jeanette took possession of the Doberman blade. Donning their new gear, Heloise and Jeanette engaged in combat on the deck, testing its capabilities. This left Li Wenjin and Ram with no space to practice their devil fruit abilities, forcing them to postpone their training until the following day, ceding the deck to the exuberant trio of Nami and the sisters. The addition of new crew members revitalized the Pineapple, with Nami and the sisters seemingly having endless topics to discuss. Moreover, Li Wenjin and his companions benefited from the enhanced culinary offerings, alleviating their reliance on dry rations. The Pineapple's voyage to the Glamour Kingdom proceeded at a leisurely pace, with nightly stops at sea, delaying their arrival by a full day. Upon docking at the Glamour Kingdom's port, they encountered no resistance. Despite his uncertainty, Li Wenjin breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon inquiry at the port, they discovered that they had landed not at Loguetown's port, but rather at the Glamour Kingdom's commercial harbor. Returning to the Pineapple, Li Wenjin addressed Nami. "Shall we proceed directly to Loguetown, or would you prefer to rest here for a day before continuing?" Nami, her gaze fixed on the bustling streets and throngs of people, replied with palpable excitement. "Now that we're in the Glamour Kingdom, let's indulge in some window shopping." The prospect of shopping in the Glamour Kingdom, renowned for its fashion, filled Li Wenjin with apprehension. He cautioned Nami, "I'm afraid my berry reserves are rather limited. Perhaps we should forego the shopping spree." Nami retorted, "Who said shopping necessitates purchases? I merely wish to browse." Li Wenjin lamented inwardly, dreading the prospect of accompanying Nami on a shopping excursion in a nation teeming with thousands of clothing boutiques. Sensing Li Wenjin's reluctance, Nami challenged him. "Are you averse to my company on a shopping trip?" Forcing a smile, Li Wenjin replied, "Not at all. I relish the prospect of shopping." Nami, appeased, declared, "Then let us depart forthwith." Upon hearing this, Heloise and Jeanette's eyes lit up, and they eagerly followed Nami's lead. Black Cat, Ram, and Duman, however, maintained a stoic facade, declaring, "Captain, the Pineapple requires a guardian. We shall remain here to safeguard her." Li Wenjin, casting a disdainful glance at the trio, retorted, "Fear not. I shall not compel you to join us." Understanding their motives, Li Wenjin refrained from pressing the matter. With a snort, he trailed after Nami and the sisters, leaving the relieved men to mop their brows and celebrate their reprieve. Chapter 78. Loguetown 3. The Glamour Kingdom's commercial harbor was a vibrant spectacle, teeming with flamboyantly adorned matrons. Amidst this throng, a few beauties could be found, though the former predominated. Men were a rarity on the streets, mostly congregating near the harbor, awaiting the return of their wives from their shopping sprees. Li Wenjin longed to join them, but Nami's piercing gaze reminded him of his obligation to accompany her. He resigned himself to his fate. The town boasted a kilometer-long thoroughfare lined with clothing emporiums, causing Nami, Heloise, and Jeanette to exclaim with delight, while Li Wenjin's knees buckled in apprehension. After exchanging glances at the street's entrance, the trio launched their assault on the clothing stores, marking the commencement of Li Wenjin's arduous day. As Li Wenjin accompanied Nami and her companions, Vice Admiral Rommel, stationed at the Glamour Kingdom's Marine Branch, received a report from one of his commanders. "Vice Admiral Rommel, the individual you've been monitoring has arrived in the Glamour Kingdom," the commander stated. Rommel, stroking the sapphire ring on his finger, inquired calmly, "What is their current location?" "They're in the commercial harbor, accompanying 3 women on a shopping expedition," the commander replied. Rommel tapped his fingers on the table as he pondered, then issued his orders. "Maintain close surveillance. If they attempt to depart the Glamour Kingdom, intercept them. If they head to Loguetown, allow them to proceed." The commander hesitated. "Vice Admiral, Are you certain that executing this plan will not incur the marshal's disapproval? Rommel retorted sternly. Do you not believe that these pirates deserve their fate? However, Loguetown is also home to numerous civilians, the commander interjected, his voice laced with compassion. Rommel's gaze hardened. Sacrifices are inevitable in the pursuit of eradicating these pirates. Furthermore, I shall deploy marine soldiers covertly to safeguard Loguetown and minimize collateral damage. Faced with Rommel's unwavering resolve, the commander reluctantly acquiesced. Understood, sir. I shall make the necessary preparations immediately. After the commander departed, Rommel's eyes narrowed. He had recently received intelligence from the kingdom of Gadamas regarding a formidable bounty hunter named Li Wenjin, who had been decimating pirate strongholds across 3 islands and was en route to the Glamour Kingdom. Rommel seized the opportunity to exploit Li Wenjin to rid Loguetown of the pirates he despised. Rommel was aware of Li Wenjin's familial connection to Commodore Smoker, but he remained unconcerned given the strained relationship between Smoker's superior, Admiral Akiji, and his own superior, Admiral Akainu. Rommel believed that if Li Wenjin were to perish at the hands of the pirates, Smoker would be powerless to retaliate, and even if he did, Akainu would protect him. Exhausted from the shopping spree, Li Wenjin remained oblivious to Rommel's machinations, unaware that his impending journey to Loguetown would be fraught with peril. From noon until 8 in the evening, Nami and her companions shopped for a full 8 hours, yet their purchases amounted to a mere 2 outfits each, totaling less than 1,000,000 berry. Nami and her companions returned to the pineapple radiant and invigorated, while Li Wenjin felt more depleted than after a day of battling formidable adversaries. Back on the pineapple, Li Wenjin announced that they would depart for Loguetown the following morning, opting to rest at the harbor for the night. As Li Wenjin slumbered peacefully, Rommel's plan was set in motion. Word spread throughout Loguetown's pirate community that a formidable bounty hunter was approaching, intent on capturing them all. Another rumor circulating in Loguetown claimed that the bounty hunter was an enemy of the Glamour Kingdom's royal family, and that anyone who succeeded in assassinating him would be rewarded with a bounty of 100 million berry in immunity from prosecution for any actions committed within Loguetown between midnight and the bounty hunter's demise, provided that they refrained from damaging the town or harming its citizens. The 4 most powerful pirate crews in Loguetown were the Long-Eared Pirates, led by Captain Christine, with a bounty of 78 million berry; the Black Gold Pirates, led by Captain Blackgold, with a bounty of 72 million berry; the Lone Wolf Pirates, led by Captain Owen Becky, with a bounty of 72 million berry; the Jess Pirates, led by Captain Carol Jess, with a bounty of 70 million berry. Upon receiving this information, the captains immediately dispatched their subordinates to engage in skirmishes on Loguetown streets, testing the veracity of the rumors and observing whether the kingdom's guards would intervene. At 2 in the morning, the pirates' antics went unchecked, confirming the rumors' validity. The pirate crews of Loguetown began to congregate, preparing to confront the impending bounty hunter, enticed by the substantial bounty of 100 million berry. In reality, only the smaller pirate crews assembled, as the 4 major pirate crews had no intention of uniting. Confident in their ability to handle the 7 individuals, they saw no need for collaboration. Furthermore, their pride prevented them from joining forces, believing that the bounty of 100 million berry suggested that their adversary could not be too formidable. In the early hours of dawn, the town of Irmai bustled with fervor, filled with pirates scurrying about, preparing for an impending clash with bounty hunters as soon as daylight broke. Meanwhile, Li Wenjin and his companions remained peacefully ensconced in slumber, blissfully unaware of the turmoil they were soon to encounter, a formidable assault from a coalition of over 1,000 pirates. At precisely 7 o'clock in the morning, aboard the Pineapple, after enjoying breakfast prepared by the 2 sisters, Li Wenjin declared the ship's departure toward Irmai Town. Nestled along the southern coastline of the dazzling kingdom, Irmai Town was a considerable distance from the commercial port located to the north. The Pineapple would require an additional 2.5 hours to reach its destination. At the port's cargo square in Irmai, the ordinary residents had been driven away, leaving only 100 pirates masquerading as civilians, biding their time. The moment Li Wenjin and his crew set foot on land, these pirates would swiftly sever any chance of retreat to the ship. Chapter 79. The ambush. The pineapple meandered steadily towards Town, with Li Wenjin taking the time to appreciate the scenic ocean vistas. Nami and the two sisters engaged in leisurely conversation, all of them awaiting the vessel's arrival with a sense of calm. As they approached the port of Town, Li Wenjin felt an unsettling peculiarity. Only a handful of pirate ships, merely a dozen, were anchored in the nearby waters, with no merchant vessels in sight. Having previously seen both merchant and pirate ships docked together at other islands, the absence of commercial ships in naturally struck him as odd. Although it seemed peculiar, Li Wenjin paid it no mind, for the Kingdom of Yamli had designated commercial ports, making the absence of merchant vessels in Town quite ordinary. As they prepared to disembark from the ship at harbor to gather information, Nami suddenly halted Li Wenjin, exclaiming, "Wenjin, observe those individuals at the port. Their gazes do not resemble those of ordinary workers, but rather those of pirates." Li Wenjin immediately turned to scrutinize the people along the harbor's edge, and quickly discerned that they bore malevolent expressions. Upon noticing Li Wenjin's gaze, they hastily averted their eyes. The situation grew increasingly sinister, causing a sense of unease to settle within Li Wenjin. After some deliberation, he resolved to investigate further. Nami, Hilasai, and Jinbizi remain aboard the ship. The four of us shall descend to the port to assess the situation. He decided to leave the three women on the pineapple, leading the four men to the port. Nami, casting a serious glance at the workers on the shore, cautioned, "Be careful." Li Wenjin nodded in acknowledgement, assuring her, "I will be cautious." As Li Wenjin and his companions disembarked from the pineapple, they had barely advanced 5 meters along the harbor's edge when an unsettling feeling washed over him, prompting him to halt. He observed that the pirates were moving away from them, showing no inclination to obstruct their path, a clear indication that something was amiss. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Li Wenjin instructed Black Cat and the others, "Return to the pineapple. I will cover your retreat." They turned to comply, but as they took their first step, a cacophony of gunfire erupted around them, forcing them to abandon their return. Within a mere 10 seconds, the workers at the port had transformed into armed pirates, surging toward Li Wenjin and his group, while numerous others rushed from the building area toward the pineapple. Faced with this alarming turn of events, Li Wenjin could not afford to be complacent. Even without counting, he understood that the number of charging pirates vastly exceeded 500. He prepared to eliminate as many of the shoreline pirates as possible before the onslaught from the building area commenced. Utilizing his swift techniques, he unleashed a relentless assault on the pirates along the shore. In just 5 minutes, the majority of the minor pirates had been dispatched. Yet a new wave of pirates, 5 times more than before, was now rapidly closing in. Nami's voice reached Li Wenjin's ears, warning, "Among the approaching pirates are numerous bountied criminals, some with rewards exceeding 50 million. Exercise caution." Li Wenjin turned to find Nami, Hilasai, and Jinbizi had joined him on the harbor. "What are you doing down here?" "I instructed you to stay on the ship," he said, somewhat irked. Nami disregarded his admonition, focusing instead on confronting the pirates alongside her sisters. Li Wenjin understood that Nami and the others merely sought to assist, yet he was reluctant to put them in jeopardy during such a perilous encounter. Although the pirates at the port did not appear particularly threatening to him, he was acutely aware that their grand display indicated that this was not the full extent of their forces. The priority was to eliminate the pirates on the shore. In that moment, Li Wenjin abandoned any restraint regarding the pursuit of bounties and began to ruthlessly engage in combat. Any pirate struck by him faced near certain demise. In his beast-human form, Li Wenjin unleashed his full might, rendering the ordinary pirates incapable of withstanding even a single blow. Only those with bounties exceeding 20 million could endure his strikes. Nevertheless, Li Wenjin specifically targeted the more formidable pirates to prevent them from posing a threat to Nami and her companions, resulting in the swift demise of 12 high-bounty pirates within 10 minutes. Li Wenjin's overwhelming prowess dissuaded the lesser pirates from approaching him. Currently, he was engaged with 3 pirates boasting bounties above 50 million. The captain of the Kegi pirate crew, with a bounty of 56 million and armed with a spike club. The captain of the dual pistol pirate crew, with a bounty of 54 million and wielding 2 pistols, and the captain of the Wild Wolf pirate crew, with a bounty of 52 million and a user of the dog fruit, gray wolf form, armed with his razor-sharp claws. Confronting these 3 captains posed little challenge for Li Wenjin, who opted not to reveal his full capabilities as he anticipated stronger adversaries ahead. Enduring their assaults, he allowed Nami and her companions to handle the lesser pirates, significantly reducing their danger. With assistance from Black Cat and Hylasai, they began to gain the upper hand against the pirates in the square. Black Cat and Hylasai, possessing the strength of a Marine headquarters colonel, found it effortless to deal with the ordinary pirates. As time slowly passed, the pirates along the coastal port had dwindled significantly, with many even beginning to flee. At this juncture, Li Wenjin no longer lingered with the leaders of the 3 pirate crews. He directly withstood Keg's mace, allowing it to strike his head, while seizing the opportunity to break Keg's leg with his golden staff. Undeterred by the bullets fired by the dual gun captain, he decisively struck the kneeling Keg, cleaving his skull open. Although Keg was slain, Li Wenjin sustained some injuries. After all, the attacks from Keg and the dual gun captain were formidable, and Li Wenjin's defenses could not entirely mitigate the force of their onslaught. Upon Keg's demise, the Wolfpack captain and the dual gun captain immediately fled, prompting Li Wenjin to pursue the nearest, the Wolfpack captain, while allowing the distant dual gun captain, who was firing from afar, to escape momentarily. Chapter 80. Encirclement and Annihilation. 2. The Wolfpack captain's speed could not match that of Li Wenjin, resulting in his capture. Li Wenjin unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes with his staff, ultimately slaying the Wolfpack captain. After dispatching the Wolfpack captain, Li Wenjin set his sights on the fleeing dual-gun captain, who was already making his way toward the building district. Li Wenjin furrowed his brow, knowing that if the dual-gun captain reached the building area, it would become exceedingly difficult to apprehend him, as he could easily conceal himself in any available nook. Thus, Li Wenjin quickened his pace in pursuit. Regrettably, just as Li Wenjin approached the vicinity of the buildings, the dual-gun captain had already entered the area, forcing Li Wenjin to halt and return to assist Nami and the others. Within 5 minutes, the plaza had been cleared of pirates, leaving only the bodies of those who had fallen, while the fleeing pirates escaped. Yet, before Li Wenjin and his companions could catch their breath, the 4 major pirate crews of Elm Town, accompanied by their crew members, advanced toward them. Wenjin, be cautious. They are all pirates with bounties exceeding 70 million, Nami gasped, a note of concern in her voice. Li Wenjin turned to observe his 6 crew members, aside from Black Cat, who showed no signs of fatigue. The other 5 appeared weary after half an hour of relentless combat. Li Wenjin fell silent, realizing that without devising an alternative strategy, they might face defeat today. While he could ensure his own survival, the fate of Nami and the others was far less certain. After a prolonged silence, Li Wenjin retrieved an apple from his system backpack and hurled it toward the 4 major pirate crews, located 200 meters away. Initially, the 4 major pirate crews had no intention of allying, but Li Wenjin's formidable combat prowess made it clear that they could not deal with him individually. Thus, they ultimately united to confront the already weary group of 7 led by Li Wenjin. The captain of the Black Gold Pirates, one of the 4 emperors of the sea, regarded the ordinary apple tossed by Li Wenjin with suspicion, assuming it might be some sort of trap. He immediately instructed his crew to evade it, lest it be an explosive. However, the apple simply plummeted to the ground and splattered into a pulpy mess, clearly just an ordinary piece of fruit. Black Gold, feeling as though he had been made a fool, was incensed. He roared at Li Wenjin, vowing to tear him limb from limb. Li Wenjin, for his part, was somewhat frustrated. The apple, imbued with Q's poison, only had a 50% chance of transforming into a cloud of toxic mist. It was not his intention to provoke Black Gold. Noticing that the number of uses for Q's apple had decreased to 2, Li Wenjin sighed and produced another, tossing it towards Black Gold once more. Black Gold, already beside himself with rage, felt his fury reach a boiling point upon seeing the second apple hurled his way. He snatched the projectile from the air and crushed it with all his might. Black Gold had been poised to unleash another torrent of abuse upon Li Wenjin as he pulverized the apple, but he was quickly taken aback. The crushed fruit erupted into a dense cloud of green mist, engulfing the entire black gold pirate crew. Seeing his plan succeed, Li Wenjin turned to Nami and the others, stating that they should attack in 1 minute. The pirates, he explained, had been poisoned and would experience a gradual weakening over the next 9 minutes, reducing the strength of the 4 strongest to that of ordinary marine lieutenants, and rendering the rest weaker than common soldiers. Nami, astonished, questioned why he hadn't used such a powerful weapon sooner. Li Wenjin explained that he only had one left, and, as they had just witnessed, the poison mist only materialized half the time. Nami nodded in understanding. Their strength would only be diminished for 9 minutes, Li Wenjin cautioned, urging them to leave no survivors to prevent a counterattack once the effects wore off. 40 seconds had already elapsed as he spoke, so without further delay, he instructed them to charge, predicting that the mist would dissipate just as they arrived. Li Wenjin led the charge towards the green mist. As he reached the edge, the mist obligingly vanished, revealing a scene that surprised even him. Most of the pirates were sprawled on the ground, unable to move. Only about 7 remained standing, their faces etched with terror and dread. Li Wenjin instantly understood that the poison mist reduced all 3 stats by 1,000 points. Those whose stats were already below 1,000 were rendered completely powerless, their bodies unable to support them. This realization filled Li Wenjin with elation. He had anticipated that those with insufficient stats would merely become ordinary people, but the reality was far more advantageous than he had imagined. Without hesitation, Li Wenjin flew towards the 7 standing enemies, delivering a swift blow to each of their heads, sending them into eternal slumber. As for the pirates on the ground, he systematically knocked them unconscious. Nami and the others were relieved to see that Li Wenjin was not killing them. The prospect of slaughtering hundreds of defenseless individuals was something they found difficult to stomach. As Li Wenjin and his companions incapacitated the ordinary pirates, Marine Vice Admiral Rommel, observing them from the rooftop of a nearby building, frowned deeply. Rommel had intended to wait for Li Wenjin and the pirates to weaken each other, or for either side to emerge victorious, so he could then arrest them all for disturbing the peace, thus eliminating the pirates without spending any bounty money. However, Li Wenjin's apple attack had given him pause. He hesitated to rush in and claim the credit, fearing that the notoriously stingy Li Wenjin might launch an apple attack on the Marines, causing him considerable embarrassment. After much deliberation, Rommel decided to intervene and apprehend the pirates. As for Li Wenjin, he would simply have to be rewarded with bounty money. After all, the funds came from the world government, not from Rommel's own pocket. Once all the pirates had been subdued, Li Wenjin and his group sat down to rest, preparing to deal with the bounty hunters later. However, barely 5 minutes had passed before they saw a large contingent of Marine soldiers approaching, putting Li Wenjin on high alert. The arrival of the Marines made Li Wenjin very wary, but the soldiers showed no signs of aggression, which relieved him somewhat. Li Wenjin's strength was not yet sufficient to openly defy the Marines, but he would not hesitate to fight them if they attempted to steal the bounty hunters he had worked so hard to capture. He was even prepared to become a pirate if necessary, as it might be a faster way to earn money than capturing wanted criminals. Although it was not his preferred path, 2 minutes after the Marines appeared, Vice Admiral Rommel approached Li Wenjin, extending a cordial greeting. He introduced himself as Vice Admiral Rommel of the Marine branch in the Kingdom of Glamour, and acknowledged Li Wenjin, noting that he was the younger brother of Commodore Smoker, and praising his youthful heroism. Rommel's friendly demeanor prompted Li Wenjin to respond in kind. He inquired about the purpose of the Vice Admiral's visit. Rommel gestured towards the prone pirates, stating his intention to take them back to the Marine base, and questioned whether Li Wenjin had any objections. Li Wenjin frowned, asserting that even as a Vice Admiral, Rommel had no right to seize his bounty money. Rommel sighed inwardly, admitting to himself that he had been testing Li Wenjin's resolve. Had Li Wenjin hesitated or remained silent, he would have denied him the bounty. Li Wenjin's reputation for being a tight-fisted miser was clearly well-deserved. He was both stubborn and petty. Rommel chuckled, assuring him that the Marines would pay the full amount of the bounty. Li Wenjin nodded in satisfaction and instructed Nami to accompany the Marine soldiers and record all the bounty hunters they had apprehended, so they could claim the reward money later. Rommel paid little attention to Li Wenjin's words. Having already committed to paying the bounty, he would not withhold a single belly. It was his firm belief that he should always honor his word. With the arrangement settled, Rommel invited Li Wenjin to visit the marine base. Li Wenjin declined, explaining that he needed to dispose of the pirates' ships first. Rommel was speechless, casting an odd glance at Li Wenjin. He mused that Li Wenjin was indeed determined to squeeze every last drop of profit, even refusing his invitation in favor of scavenging for wealth. He was truly a unique individual. As Li Wenjin was unwilling to go to the marine base, Rommel did not press the issue. He took his leave, promising to send someone with the bounty money. Li Wenjin thanked the vice admiral, pleased that he would not have to travel to the marine base to collect his reward. After Rommel departed, Li Wenjin's expression darkened. The Marine's timely arrival suggested that Rommel had orchestrated the ambush, while Li Wenjin's strength was insufficient to challenge him directly. He vowed that if he were stronger, he would have struck Rommel down, teaching him the consequences of crossing him. Having suppressed his anger and feigned politeness for some time, Li Wenjin was now in a foul mood. He led Black Cat, Doman, and ran back to the harbor to scour the pirate ships for any remaining treasure, hoping to recoup some of his losses and alleviate his anger. Nami, Hyles, and Jinbei, who were busy verifying the bounty hunters, completed their task in just 1 hour. They returned to the harbor to join Li Wenjin and the others in looting the pirate ships. As Li Wenjin was collecting the loot, he realized that he should contact the Spring Trade Company. However, he did not want to travel to their branch in the Kingdom of Glamour, so he contacted Audie. "Sean by phone. Is that Mr. Wenjin?" "Yes, it's me, Boss Sean." The line fell silent for a moment, and then a helpless voice replied, "Mr. Wenjin, you're not calling to sell me bounty hunters and pirate ships again, are you? Didn't I give you a VIP card? You don't need to call me for such trivial matters." You guessed right. Alas, I knew it. Boss Sean, don't sigh. I have something good to sell you this time, something that your Spring Trade Company will definitely like." "Alas, I hope so. Where are you now?" "I'll send someone to pick up the goods right away. I'm at the port of Elmi Town. This time I defeated 16 pirate groups, but the bounty hunters have already been taken away by the Marines. You can just come and take the pirate ships." "Mr. Wenjin, you're really getting more and more amazing." "Just SOSO. I suffered a great loss this time too." After exchanging a bunch of pleasantries with Audie, San, Li Wenjin hung up the phone and continued to loot the ships with Nami and the others. 2 hours passed, and Li Wenjin's feelings of being used as bait by Rommel had finally improved. After all, being used as bait once had resulted in the collection of over 900 million bellies worth of treasure, which Li Wenjin could accept. Li Wenjin only had 200 million belly on him now. The rest of the money would have to wait until he sold the gold and jewelry to the Spring Trade Company and claimed the bounty money for some of the criminals. Back on the pineapple, Li Wenjin told Nami and the others to rest, as they would be busy again when the people from the Spring Trade Company arrived. Nami and the others were already tired from the battle, so they sat down on the deck, leaning against the railing to rest, waiting for the Spring Trade Company to arrive. As for Li Wenjin, he also sat on the deck, but he did not rest. Instead, he used 100 million belly to draw 100 times in the intermediate lottery. This time, Li Wenjin wanted to prepare some equipment for Ambaisai and give the rest to the Spring Trade Company as a thank you to Audie. Sean for his help. The equipment that Li Wenjin drew was Sugar's red bear coat, defense 80. Sugar's white orchid skirt, defense 80. Sugar's slippers, agility 80. Sugar's crown, defense 80. Sugar's purple candy. When you eat the candy, your strength increases by 500 points for 5 minutes. Could be used 3 times. Jorah's mermaid skirt, defense 70. Jorah's pearl necklace, strength 50, agility 50. Jorah's pearl bracelet, strength 50, defense 50. Jorah's high heels, agility 70. Jorah's glasses, doubles the distance of vision. Elmi's pearl necklace, strength 80. Ice Witch's pink scarf, defense 90. Ranger's red headscarf, defense 75. Sosha's brown coat, defense 70. Sosha's knife, strength 80. Broca's brown round hat, defense 70. Ruby bracelet, strength 50, agility 50. Ruby ring, strength 50, defense 50. Ruby earrings, strength 50, defense 50. Ruby necklace, strength 50, agility 50. After Li Wenjin finished the lottery, he immediately put away Sugar's purple candy, materialized all the other equipment and walked to Li's and Jinbei, throwing the equipment in front of them, saying, "Take a look, you can choose these equipment yourself." Li's and Jinbei, who were already a little tired, immediately rummaged through the pile of equipment to find what suited them. In the end, they chose jewelry, but they didn't even look at the other strange-shaped clothes and decorations. Sure enough, women love beauty. The two female warriors were no exception. Even though wearing those strange equipment would make them stronger, they would rather not increase their strength than wear those strange clothes. Li's and Jinbei happened to pick 9 pieces of intermediate equipment, and Li Wenjin put away the remaining 10 pieces of intermediate equipment, preparing to give them to the people from the Spring Trade Company later. After resting for half an hour, the Spring Trade Company's merchant ship arrived at the port of Loguetown, and Li Wenjin immediately asked Nami and the others to get up and go to meet with the trade company. 5 minutes later, Nami had already gone with the staff of the Spring Trade Company to count the supplies on the pirate ship, leaving only Carlos, the branch manager of the Spring Trade Company in Glamour Palace, to talk with Li Wenjin on the pineapple. Li Wenjin took out 10 pieces of intermediate equipment, placed them on the table, and said to Carlos, "Mr. Carlos, here are 10 items to be sent to your boss, Audie. San, please keep them safe." Carlos looked at the equipment that Li Wenjin took out, which were all little girls' clothes and some strange costumes. He immediately felt strange, thinking that their young master had a fetish for collecting exotic costumes, or that Li Wenjin was a pervert who deliberately wanted to fix their young master. Li Wenjin could guess what the other party was thinking from his expression, so he directly picked up Sosha's knife and handed it to Carlos. "Mr. Carlos, try holding this knife." Carlos felt a little relieved. Fortunately, Li Wenjin asked him to take the knife. If he had asked him to take other women's items, he would have been embarrassed to take them. If he was seen taking women's and children's clothes, he would not be able to explain himself. Carlos took the knife that Li Wenjin handed over, and he immediately felt a surge of power in his body, making him an ordinary old man, feel like he could fight 10 people at once. This inexplicable feeling shocked him, and he was stunned for a moment. Li Wenjin did not wake Carlos up, but waited quietly for Carlos to wake up. Carlos was already in his 40s, and although he was shocked by the increase in strength, he quickly woke up and asked excitedly, "Mr. Wenjin, can you tell me what's going on?" Li Wenjin did not hesitate to tell Carlos about the attributes of the equipment. After listening to Li Wenjin's words, Carlos considered it for a while and then directly found a working male clerk, with a very aggrieved expression on the male clerk's face. He put a few pieces of women's equipment with defensive attributes on the clerk. Carlos took Sosha's knife and slashed at the male clerk's waist, scaring the already aggrieved male clerk into fainting, causing Carlos to miss the slash. Looking at the male clerk who had collapsed on the ground, Carlos was also speechless and asked Li Wenjin, "Mr. Wenjin, he has already fainted. Will there be any problem if I cut him again?" Having observed the recent events, Li Wenjin found himself stifling laughter at the sight of Carlos's serious demeanor. When Carlos posed a question, Li Wenjin could no longer contain his amusement, exclaiming, "Mr. Carlos, please feel free to proceed. The lad will be unharmed." Carlos, undeterred by Li Wenjin's laughter, was preoccupied with thoughts regarding the equipment's attributes. After Li Wenjin assured him that no harm would come, Carlos swung his blade towards the lad on the ground, only to discover that it failed to even cut through the fabric of the boy's clothing. Momentarily taken aback, Carlos delivered 3 more strikes, yet the young man remained unscathed. This revelation excited him, as the potential profits from selling such equipment could be substantial. Even if unsold, it could augment the strength of the guards at the Spring Chamber of Commerce, enhancing their ability to protect the establishment. With a serious expression, Carlos sheathed his sword and addressed Li Wenjin, stating, "Mr. Wenjin, I shall promptly return these items to the proprietor. They are merely a token of goodwill for our future collaboration. Should our partnership flourish, I will provide even more formidable equipment for auction at your Spring Chamber of Commerce." Carlos felt a surge of joy at the prospect of Li Wenjin supplying a significant quantity of equipment to the Spring Chamber, envisioning their business flourishing in the new world and greatly expanding their influence. In high spirits, he meticulously secured the 10 pieces of equipment and informed Li Wenjin, "I must attend to matters concerning the pirate ship. Rest assured, I will ensure the equipment reaches the owner." Li Wenjin had little desire to engage further with Carlos, recognizing him as a mere minor player, and instead sought to inquire with the naval officers at the port regarding the delivery of his bounty. In Town, the pirates had been entirely eradicated by Admiral Longmiki, leaving the town eerily silent and devoid of any lively atmosphere. The townsfolk remained confined within their homes, awaiting the completion of the naval search for remaining pirates. Li Wenjin approached a commanding naval officer, inquiring about the bounty. The officer, recognizing Li Wenjin from the morning's skirmish with the pirates, was courteous in his response, stating that the bounty would be delivered to Li Wenjin by 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Satisfied with this confirmation, Li Wenjin returned to the Pineapple, joining Nami and the others in addressing the matters of the pirate ship and its cargo. By 5 o'clock that afternoon aboard the Pineapple, Li Wenjin had received the bounty from the naval soldiers, as well as the transaction funds from the Spring Chamber of Commerce. After finalizing their dealings with the Spring Chamber, Nami, Hylasai, and Jinbizi returned to their quarters to rest, while Duman and Ram, exhausted from the battle, had already fallen asleep on the deck. The only awake souls aboard the Pineapple were Black Cat and Li Wenjin. Standing at the bow of the Pineapple, Li Wenjin gazed toward Town and said to Black Cat, "Let us depart at once for the next island, Pom Pom Island." "Young master, is there truly a need for such haste?" Black Cat inquired, puzzled. Li Wenjin, with a keen gaze fixed on the town, replied, "We have been ensnared by Longmiki's scheme, causing our identities to be revealed. Word of our actions will soon spread. It is imperative that we clear the first route and the subsequent 3 islands before our identities become widely known." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Black Cat promptly returned to hoist the anchor, setting sail alongside Li Wenjin towards Pom Pom Island. As for the log pointer they would use to navigate to Pom Pom Island, they had naturally acquired it from the pirate ship, already imbued with magnetic properties. Chapter 83. Bouncing Island. Bouncing Island is a diminutive winter isle perpetually enshrouded in ice, where tiny snow seeds frequently descend, landing upon the hard, frozen surface. These snow seeds bounce for a moment upon impact, colliding with others, creating a unique spectacle reminiscent of countless miniature marbles ceaselessly leaping and colliding upon the icy ground. The island derives its name from this extraordinary phenomenon. On Bouncing Island, there exists but a single ordinary village. Due to the frigid climate, few pirates are inclined to linger for any considerable duration. Those who do remain are merely awaiting the completion of a 3-day magnetic record pointer storage, after which they promptly depart. As the Pineapple ship approached the waters surrounding Bouncing Island, it encountered a sky blanketed with pristine clouds, and snow seeds were cascading down, playfully bouncing on the deck. A delightful sight indeed. Li Wenjin and his companions, clad in thick, plush coats, stood on the deck, gazing at the approaching Bouncing Island. Upon reaching the port, they observed a solitary, small pirate crew. Inquiring with Nami about their bounty revealed that they were mere unknowns, completely absent from the wanted lists. As the Pineapple ship docked, Li Wenjin was disheartened to find the port utterly desolate, devoid of even a single soul, amplifying his disappointment in Bouncing Island. After anchoring at the coastline, Li Wenjin instructed the Black Cat to remain aboard as lookout while the others accompanied him to the village, located a kilometer from the port, to inquire if there were any magnetic record pointers available for purchase for their next destination. Li Wenjin was determined not to spend 3 tedious days in such an isolated place, fearing he might succumb to ennui. Thus he sought a well-stored magnetic pointer to facilitate their swift departure from this wretched locale. Upon setting foot on Bouncing Island, Li Wenjin cautiously navigated the transparent, icy ground, wary of slipping. The journey to the village took them 20 minutes, and upon arriving at the entrance, they were met with a desolate scene. Houses with tightly shut doors and windows, and no pedestrians in sight, as though the villagers were all huddled indoors, sheltering from the harsh cold. However, a small signboard advertising a modest establishment caught Li Wenjin's eye. Although he could not decipher the inscription, the chimney atop the roof was emitting smoke, indicating it could be an inn or a restaurant. Thus, the group made their way toward the smoke-emitting building. The Bouncing Village Inn bore the name of the village itself. Upon reaching the inn, Li Wenjin pushed open the unlocked door and entered the warm lobby, where a fireplace crackled, imbuing the space with warmth. Inside, 8 other patrons were present, whom Li Wenjin recognized as the crew from the pirate ship docked at the port, as one man's attire bore the same emblem as their flag. Esteemed guests, do you require lodging or a meal? The innkeeper greeted them warmly. After surveying the situation in the lobby, Li Wenjin responded, "Let us dine first. Please prepare some dishes." Upon hearing this, the innkeeper promptly guided Li Wenjin and his companions to a table near the fireplace, returning to prepare their meal. The innkeeper did not inquire about their food preferences, as the bouncing village offered merely 3 types of food, eliminating the need for a menu. While the innkeeper arranged for the meal, Li Wenjin turned to the 8 pirates seated across from them, saying, "That pirate ship at the port must belong to you." The man dressed in clothing adorned with the pirate flag's design furrowed his brow at Li Wenjin's interrogative tone. "Who are you, and why should I answer your questions?" he retorted. Li Wenjin replied calmly, "You may choose not to respond, but I assure you, you will find it impossible to set sail." The 8 pirates glared at Li Wenjin in anger, and one, incensed, stood up and said, "Captain Rant, I want to teach him a lesson." Captain Rant, the man in the pirate flag attire, interjected, "Shao Qi, do not cause trouble in the inn. It would be detrimental to us." Shao Qi huffed in frustration. "Then I shall confront them outside. That should suffice." Shao Qi refrained from inciting conflict. "We must attend the gathering at Gaimon Island. If we attract trouble now, we risk missing the pirate gathering," Rant warned, causing Shao Qi to hesitate, ultimately muttering, "Humph, if it weren't for the gathering, I would surely defeat these fellows here." Curiosity piqued within Li Wenjin regarding the mentioned pirate gathering. He inquired further, "What exactly is this pirate gathering you speak of?" Rant and his companions ignored Li Wenjin, engrossed in their meal and conversation, igniting his irritation. He contemplated directly confronting the 8 pirates to interrogate them, reasoning that with only 1 pirate crew on Bouncing Island, any ensuing trouble could be swiftly resolved, perhaps with a mere monetary compensation to the innkeeper. As Li Wenjin was about to rise, the innkeeper sensed the precarious situation and hurried over to Li Wenjin and his companions, saying, "Esteemed guest, if you wish to know about the pirate conference, I possess some information. Allow me to share it with you." Li Wenjin sat back down and replied to the innkeeper, "Since you are knowledgeable about this matter, please enlighten us. I shall compensate you for your efforts." "No need for that," the innkeeper responded. "Once you arrive at Gaimon Island, you will learn all about the pirate conference. Allow me to tell you what I know." The innkeeper then began to recount the events surrounding the pirate conference. The tale began with the notorious White Feather Pirate crew, which had a bounty of 120 million. Their counterpart, the Black Feather Pirate crew, had been annihilated by a bounty hunter, with only the severely injured leader managing to escape back to Gaimon Island. Naturally, the White Feather crew sought to avenge their fallen brethren and initiated an investigation into the bounty hunter. They acquired alarming information from the Black Market Intelligence Network. The bounty hunter was exceptionally powerful, having captured 4 pirates with bounties of 70 million, with countless others falling victim to him. Furthermore, this bounty hunter exhibited despicable behavior, seizing not only the pirates but also their treasures and ships, leading to the loss of over 50 pirate crews along the Grand Line's first route. Upon receiving this intelligence, the captain of the White Feather crew disseminated the news throughout Gaimon Island, rallying the island's pirates to unite against the contemptible bounty hunter. The reason there were so few pirate crews at Pong Pong Island was that they had all received invitations from the White Feather crew to attend the conference aimed at dealing with the bounty hunter. Chapter 84. Gaimon Island. Li Wenjin listened to the innkeeper's account with a grim expression, for the vile bounty hunter he spoke of was none other than himself. Naturally, being insulted by a stranger weighed heavily on his spirits. What vexed him further was the realization that the leader of the Black Feather crew, who had fled during his rescue of Hylasai and Jinbizi, had unwittingly brought him such trouble, leaving Li Wenjin at a loss for words. Once the innkeeper concluded his tale regarding the pirate conference, he promptly departed. Hylasai and Jinbizi exchanged apologetic glances with Li Wenjin, fully aware that they bore half the responsibility for the events unfolding. Nami expressed her concern, saying, "Wenjin, this situation is rather precarious. Gaimon Island is a gathering place for pirates. Who knows how many may appear? It might even surpass the number at Elmtown." Li Wenjin shook his head, responding, "Since we are forewarned, we must turn the tide and eliminate all the pirates on Gaimon Island in one fell swoop." Nami, perplexed, struggled to comprehend Li Wenjin's mindset, believing it more prudent to evade danger at such a time rather than rush headlong into conflict. With a sigh, she lamented, "Wenjin, can't you be a bit more sensible? If we encounter such situations frequently, we are bound to face calamity. No need for concern, Nami. This time, we shall not confront them head-on. Instead, we will employ ambush tactics to resolve this matter," Li Wenjin declared, his excitement palpable as he conceived a clever plan. Nami, feeling increasingly exasperated, could only sigh in resignation, hoping for the success of his scheme. "Rest assured, Nami. The fact that White Feather has summoned numerous pirates to confront us indicates that he lacks the strength to face me alone. Our chances of victory are quite favorable," Nami cautioned. "Yet there are more pirates on Gaimon Island than just White Feather. There may be those even stronger than him. You must remain vigilant," Li Wenjin reassured her. "Do not worry, my dear. I shall not allow them to unite against me. I will confront them one by one. Allow me to share my strategy with you." As Li Wenjin discussed his plans while dining, 8 pirates seated nearby listened in trepidation, their legs trembling with fear. They lacked the courage to stand and leave the Pong Inn, especially with Duman stationed near the entrance, gun in hand, watching them intently. The innkeeper, oblivious to the conversation between Li Wenjin and his companions, merely observed the 8 pirates sitting motionless, curious but unwilling to intervene as long as no disturbances arose. Half an hour later, Li Wenjin finished his meal and approached the 8 pirates, his tone remarkably calm as he inquired, "I hear you intend to participate in the pirate conference." Rant, visibly frightened, shook his head vigorously, proclaiming, No, we were merely jesting. We are an unremarkable crew and would not receive an invitation to the pirate conference." Li Wenjin scoffed, "How long until your log pose is fully charged?" In a panic, Rant produced a log pose from his pocket and presented it to Li Wenjin, saying, "Esteemed sir, this log pose will be fully charged by midnight." Li Wenjin took the log pose, tossing it lightly in his hand before casting a sideways glance at Rant. "Do you still wish to attend the pirate conference? I can take you along to witness it." Rant's face turned pale as he shook his head fervently, stuttering, "Sir, we have no desire to participate in the pirate conference." Observing the 8 pirates, who appeared utterly deflated, Li Wenjin felt he had sufficiently intimidated them and declared, "I will take your ship. You have no objections, I presume?" "We have no objections, Rant replied, relieved, knowing that the loss of their ship merely meant confinement to Pong Island, thus sparing their lives. As for the ship, Rant resolved to abandon the life of a pirate, recognizing the peril it entailed, and determined to return home, vowing never to venture out again. Li Wenjin's plan to annihilate the pirates on Gaimon Island had left Rant, a mere novice in the pirate world, utterly terrified, shattering his dreams of piracy. Li Wenjin was unperturbed by the possibility of Rant exposing their plan, confident that it would be executed swiftly, as Rant and his crew had no means of reaching Gaimon Island. Furthermore, he doubted that such a remote place as Pong Island would possess any means of communication like a transponder snail. Li Wenjin entered the Ping Inn at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, where they would have to wait for 9 hours before departing for Gaimon Island to confront the pirate assembly. In the inn's lobby, the only sound was the crackling of the firewood in the hearth. 8 pirates sat motionless in the hall, paralyzed by fear, while Li Wenjin and his companions simply closed their eyes in silence. As time languidly passed, they approached the innkeeper at 11 o'clock to settle their bill and bid farewell, making their way to the port where the pineapple ship was docked. Upon their departure, half of the members of the Lant pirate crew collapsed to the ground, stretching their legs before hastily rushing to the restroom. For the past 7 hours, they had dared not move, let alone attend to such a pressing matter as using the toilet, fearing that any misinterpretation could lead to disastrous consequences. Li Wenjin had no inclination to involve himself with the affairs of the Lant pirates. Returning to the pineapple ship, he instructed Black Cat and Ram to scavenge supplies from the Lant pirate vessel before sinking it into the sea. The Lant ship was merely a small pirate craft, worth only 2 to 3 million if sold. Li Wenjin aimed to embark on a grand endeavor, potentially requiring more hands than a dilapidated vessel could accommodate. while Black Cat and the others rummaged through the pirate ship. Li Wenjin retreated to his quarters to utilize the wealth he had amassed in the Radiant Kingdom for a chance at a lottery draw, hoping to bolster his strength by the time they reached Gaimon Island. With over 860 million belly at his disposal, he proceeded to draw 8 times from the top-tier lottery. The results were as follows: empty, 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 Blackbeard's green pearl necklace, strength 400, agility 400, empty, Charlotte Lean's hatchet, strength 450, increases critical hit chance by 3, empty, empty. Li Wenjin was relatively satisfied with the 2 pieces of equipment he received, yet he remained perplexed regarding the weapon's critical hit enhancement. He had yet to encounter an opponent capable of enduring 10 strikes at his hands, leaving him uncertain if his violent prowess had ever truly been utilized. During confrontations, to avoid sustaining damage and preserve the durability of his equipment, Li Wenjin would evade whenever possible, resorting to his weapon only as a last resort. This strategy resulted in a remarkably low number of attacks from him, and whenever he did strike, it was typically in 2 or 3 swift moves to incapacitate his foes, leaving his critical hit potential untested. Chapter 85. Gaimon Island 2. Li Wenjin gazed at his 2 new pieces of equipment alongside the white shirt of Shanks in his system backpack, providing a defense boost of 500 points and agility boost of 300 points. He promptly removed the 5-piece Admiral set from his equipment bar and equipped the 3 new items. As for the Admiral set, Li Wenjin intended to bestow it upon Black Cat, enabling her to unleash greater prowess during the pirate conference. Li Wenjin himself was unconcerned about the absence of 2 pieces of equipment, for with the 3 new items, his strength remained virtually unchanged. Currently, Li Wenjin's attributes were Strength, 3,950 points defense, 1,870 points agility, 2,180 points critical hit. 11. Li Wenjin's raw strength was now comparable to that of a Vice Admiral from the Navy headquarters. And with the abilities bestowed by 2 Devil Fruits, he no longer feared enemies of the Vice Admiral caliber. With over 60 million berries remaining, Li Wenjin contemplated drawing high-level prizes 6 times, aiming to acquire a piece of advanced equipment to temporarily fill the 2 vacant slots in his system. Empty, 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 he drew the yellow belt of Jesus Burgess. Defense 280 points. Navy 6 Styles Training Notes, one-time use. Elated, Li Wenjin noted that he had drawn 2 items from 6 attempts, one of which was the Navy 6 Styles Training Notes, which he could give to Nami. Nami, disliking odd pieces of equipment, had only slightly surpassed Ram and Doman in strength aboard the Pineapple. Now, with the Navy 6 Styles, her self-defense capabilities would significantly enhance. As for the yellow belt of Jesus Burgess, Li Wenjin would wear it temporarily until he acquired a new top-tier piece, at which point he would pass it on to the other members of the Pineapple. Once the drawing concluded, Li Wenjin left his room and approached Nami's door, knocking and calling, "Nami, I have something for you." "Come in," Nami replied from within. Upon entering her room, Li Wenjin found her seated at the edge of her bed, engrossed in a nautical book. He approached and handed her the Navy 6 Styles Training Notes, saying, "Nami." Simply read the text on this. Curiously, Nami accepted the brief notes, inquiring, "What is this?" Before she could finish, a sudden realization struck her, rendering her momentarily speechless. Li Wenjin understood that Nami had instinctively absorbed the contents of the training notes upon glancing at them, leading to her astonishment. He chose not to interrupt her as she regained her composure. After a considerable pause, Nami exclaimed excitedly, "I think I've learned the Navy 6 Styles." "Indeed, you have. But diligent practice is essential for mastery," Li Wenjin advised. Thrilled, Nami declared, "I'm going to the deck to try out the Navy 6 Styles." With that, she dashed off, prompting Li Wenjin to follow her to the deck, where he would also share his experiences using the techniques. On the deck of the Pineapple, Li Wenjin spent an hour instructing Nami in the Navy 6 Styles until they encountered Black Cat returning from the raid on the Ramp Pirate ship. He encouraged Nami to continue practicing on her own and approached Black Cat, asking, "Have you completed the task?" Black Cat nodded. "Sir, the Ramp Pirate crew was quite impoverished, with only around 300,000 berries, and their ship has now sunk." Li Wenjin contemplated for a moment, then stated, "Let us depart. The recording pointer has completed its magnetic storage. Then I will make the arrangements immediately," Black Cat affirmed. Li Wenjin added, Once the pineapple sets sail, please visit my room. I have something for you. After concluding his discussion with Black Cat, Li Wenjin returned to his room, materializing the 5-piece Admiral set. Pondering how to manage these 5 pieces of equipment, his concern was not about who would wear them, but rather that the Admiral's attire was far too conspicuous. Should the Navy discover a non-admiral donning their uniform, they would undoubtedly seek trouble. After careful consideration, Li Wenjin devised a clever solution and scoured the pineapple for usable materials, ultimately finding a jar of squid ink. Back in his room, he used the ink to dye the entire Admiral's set black. Feeling satisfied as he hung the garments to dry, he planned to present the 5-piece Admiral set to Black Cat once the ink had dried. Realizing that the squid ink would not provide a lasting color, Li Wenjin remained unconcerned, as he intended to purchase a proper dye once they reached the nearest city to resolve the matter permanently. Half an hour after setting sail, Black Cat arrived at Li Wenjin's room, and Li Wenjin presented the Admiral's attire for her use, instructing her to pass any excess equipment to Ram. Black Cat would be outfitted in high-level gear, while Ram would don the mid-tier equipment, thus enhancing both their strengths. With the equipment matters resolved, Li Wenjin dedicated his time to daily training with Nami in the Navy's 6 styles, eagerly anticipating the pineapple's arrival at Gaimon Island. Gaimon Island was a small island, the 8th in the first line of the Grand Line, and one of 2 islands without governmental oversight, the other being Chigar Island, a haven for pirates. Beyond Gaimon Island lay Yakiki Island, the Devil's Triangle, and the Shambadi Archipelago, indicating that Gaimon Island was not far from the latter. Gaimon Island was also a forested autumn island, making it an ideal location for the ambush plan Li Wenjin had devised. His strategy was to avoid directly approaching Gaimon Island upon entering its vicinity. Instead, he would wait until nightfall to land on an uninhabited stretch of coastline. Once ashore, they would stealthily assault the pirate encampment on Gaimon Island under the cover of darkness, minimizing enemy numbers. When dawn broke the following day, Li Wenjin would launch a full-scale assault to eliminate all pirates on the island. At this juncture, Li Wenjin was unperturbed by the prospect of not receiving the full bounty for eliminating wanted criminals. Unlike the East Blue, where the majority of bounties demanded capture alive, most wanted individuals in the Grand Line were subject to a death or alive mandate, with only a few pirates requiring capture. This time, the White Feather pirate crew had allied with other pirate factions to seek Li Wenjin's demise. He harbored no intentions of showing mercy to those who sought his life. He resolved to eradicate every pirate on the island without leaving a single survivor. However, this was merely Li Wenjin's inner contemplation, for the number of pirates on Gaimon Island might exceed 2,000, making it impossible for the 7 of them to eliminate them all. Chapter 86. Gaimon Island 3. The pineapple arrived in the waters surrounding Gaimon Island at 10 o'clock in the morning. 3 days later, with plans to wait until nightfall to commence their operations, the pineapple casually anchored in an uninhabited area to rest and rejuvenate for the evening's endeavors. Li Wenjin felt a sense of fortune. Having received information about the pirate conference early, he realized that had he followed his original plan to dock at Gaimon Island, they would have likely encountered dangers far greater than those faced in Irmi Town. His timely acquisition of the news regarding the conference could certainly be deemed a stroke of luck. After a day of rest, at 8 o'clock in the evening, the pineapple set sail towards Gaimon Island. Li Wenjin and the Black Cat surveyed the surroundings with binoculars, ensuring that the pineapple would not cross paths with other pirate crews. 2 hours later, they finally approached the coast, which was overgrown with thorny bushes. Li Wenjin employed the moonwalk technique to transport all members, except for Nami, in batches to a location devoid of thorns. At 10 o'clock, the 7 of them entered the forest, silently navigating deeper into the wilderness. Half an hour later, they stumbled upon the first pirate camp, which consisted of approximately 30 members, a crew identified as the Rage Pirates, boasting a bounty of 54 million. Observing through her binoculars, Nami noted that the camp was lively, with the crew gathered around a bonfire, engaging in conversation. This scene caused Li Wenjin and his companions, concealed in the forest, to hesitate. They understood that taking on over 30 pirates at once would be no simple feat. Nami informed them that nearby, there were additional pirate camps. Li Wenjin contemplated that if there were no other crews in the vicinity, He could simply eliminate this one without drawing attention. Nami, however, sighed and suggested, "Let us wait until dawn to act. There are still 4 other pirate crews nearby. We should first deal with those 4 smaller crews before confronting the rage pirates." Curious, Li Wenjin inquired if the surrounding crews were weaker than the rage pirates. Nami confirmed, "Indeed, the other 4 crews have bounties not exceeding 30 million. Li Wenjin pressed further, asking if those were the only crews within a kilometer. Nami replied, "Within a kilometer, there are only 5 bonfires, indicating that those 5 crews are the only ones present. I cannot see beyond the trees that obscure my view." Li Wenjin smiled, saying, "That matters little. If we cannot see them, they cannot see us. It works to our advantage." The group established which pirate crew to attack first and settled in to wait until all crews were fast asleep. At midnight, the forest was filled with the sound of howling winds and rustling branches, enveloping the area in an aura of mystery. The 5 bonfires nearby flickered like ghostly flames swaying with the wind. At this moment, Li Wenjin turned to Nami and said, "The time is ripe. Let us commence our operation. Everyone should minimize noise. If faced with an overwhelming opponent, retreat immediately and let me handle it." The other 6 members of the Pineapple nodded in agreement, replying, "Understood. Let's move." With a command from Li Wenjin, they stealthily approached the first pirate crew, who were obliviously resting by the bonfire. Upon reaching the vicinity of the fire, Li Wenjin pointed out the captain of the crew, whose bounty was 22 million, signaling that he would take care of him while the others handled the remaining pirates. Once their targets were determined, Li Wenjin unsheathed his golden staff, caressing it with a sense of resolve, stating, "It seems you shall quench your thirst for blood tonight." Ready for action, Li Wenjin charged forward, executing the moonwalk to appear beside the bounty criminal, delivering a crushing blow that shattered the pirate's skull, resulting in instant death. Having dispatched the first target, Li Wenjin swiftly dealt with the other pirates who had just begun to stir, stifling their cries. It was impossible for 7 individuals to eliminate over 30 pirates without producing any noise, but amidst the gusty night, a few muffled shouts were easily drowned out. After neutralizing the first pirate crew, Li Wenjin and his companions hastened towards the other crews, aiming to resolve encounters before the others were alerted. The second and third pirate crews fell swiftly to their assault. Upon reaching the 4th crew, however, they found the members had awakened, albeit still bewildered by their circumstances. At this point, Li Wenjin and his companions ceased their stealthy approach and confronted the 20 pirates head-on, swiftly eliminating them before rushing towards the rage pirates. In merely 10 minutes, they had taken down 4 pirate crews. Yet, that brief span was sufficient for the rage pirates to prepare themselves. With the screams of the 4th crew echoing in the night, it was inconceivable that the rage pirates could remain oblivious to the attack. Rage, a dual-wielding swordsman, quickly assembled his crew near the bonfire upon learning of the invasion, ensuring they would not fall victim to a surprise assault. Li Wenjin and his team had no intention of sneaking in. As they approached the rage pirates' bonfire, they launched an immediate offensive, denying the opposing crew any opportunity to speak. Rage, witnessing the 7 masked figures charging at them, had no desire to engage in conversation. It was abundantly clear that these intruders were intent on claiming their lives. Li Wenjin's adversary was naturally Lygia, who wielded dual swords with formidable sword energy. With merely 2 strikes, Li Wenjin had already sent Lygia hurtling backward, causing him to cough up a substantial amount of blood. As Lygia attempted to flee, Li Wenjin had no intention of granting him that chance. He still needed to ambush other camps, and allowing Lygia to escape would completely jeopardize their plans. As long as Lygia was eliminated, the other pirate groups would only become somewhat alert, yet Li Wenjin's ambush strategy could still proceed. Despite Lygia's speed, he could not outpace Li Wenjin, who caught up to him in just 5 seconds and swiftly dispatched him. Following that, Li Wenjin returned to the campfire area to deal with the remaining pirates. Within 15 minutes, 158 pirates had been eliminated by Li Wenjin and his companions. He turned to Nami and the others, saying, "Let us move on and continue our search for other pirate crews, aiming to eliminate as many as possible before nightfall." Chapter 87. Gaimon Island. For Li Wenjin and his companions discovered the second gathering place of pirates, located 2 kilometers from Lygia's camp. The members of the pirate crews here were deep in slumber, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. Recognizing their ignorance, Li Wenjin and his team proceeded without hesitation, following the previous plan to tackle the weaker pirate crews first, before confronting the formidable Shuangjia pirate crew, which boasted a bounty of 57 million. This second gathering point housed 6 pirate crews. By the time Li Wenjin's group dealt with the 4th crew, the 5th crew had already joined forces with the Shuangjia pirate crew. The battles against the Shuangjia were reminiscent of those with Ligia, characterized by direct confrontation. However, this crew proved to be considerably easier to handle, as their strength relied on teamwork between 2 captains. Regrettably, their individual abilities were rather weak, allowing Li Wenjin to dispatch them with just 2 strikes. After neutralizing the second gathering point, Li Wenjin's group swiftly sought out the 3rd pirate gathering location for an ambush. When they resolved the bounty of 64 million at the 3rd site, Li Wenjin captured the pirate captain and interrogated him, yielding information that delighted him. There were indeed around 3,000 pirates gathered at Gaimon Island, with the strongest being White Feather Pirate Crew, bounty of 120 million berries. Iron Leg Pirate Crew, bounty of 94 million berries. Battle Axe Pirate Crew, bounty of 86 million berries. Cotton Pirate Crew, bounty of 84 million berries. The sheer number of pirates at Gaimon Island, coupled with the small size of the village, forced the 4 major crews to occupy the village for rest, leaving the other crews to seek refuge in the surrounding forest. Within the forest, the pirate crews with bounties ranging from 50 to 80 million could not rest together, as many were bitter rivals. Consequently, they each sought secluded areas with their more amicable crews to avoid contact with others, ensuring that the pirate alliance remained intact until Li Wenjin, the bounty hunter, arrived. Having eliminated 3 pirate gathering points without any inquiries, the pirates remained indifferent, even if issues arose amongst themselves. This information invigorated Li Wenjin, compelling him to resolve all 7 gathering points outside the village before nightfall. With 3 gathering points already dealt with for remained, and at 2 o'clock in the morning, they had 4 hours left to eliminate the other pirate crews. Once equipped with the necessary intelligence, Li Wenjin and his team became bolder in their actions. If their ambush was discovered, they would swiftly switch to an all-out assault to eliminate the pirate crews. At 4:40 in the morning, while tackling the 6th gathering point, Li Wenjin found himself in a predicament, as the 7th gathering point was alarmingly close to the village. If they attacked now, the pirates within the village would surely notice the disturbance in the forest. Li Wenjin yearned for the power of Conqueror as Haki, for it would be immensely effective against the common pirates, unlike his current struggle to defeat over 1,000 lesser pirates. As they stood in the forest near the 7th gathering point, they observed the pirates already patrolling, indicating that they had sensed something amiss. In fact, while dealing with the 6th gathering point, Li Wenjin had already noticed that the opposing crew seemed to be preparing, though their efforts were futile against his overwhelming strength. What should we do about this 7th pirate gathering point? Nami inquired, glancing at the alert pirates. Li Wenjin remained silent for a moment before producing 3 purple candies that enhanced attack power by 500 points for 5 minutes. He handed one each to Nami, Ram, and Duman, instructing them to seize the opportunity to bolster their strength before he launched an assault on the 7th point, aiming to eliminate all the pirates before the White Feather Pirate crew arrived. After resting for 10 minutes in the woods to regain some stamina, Li Wenjin led the charge toward the 7th gathering point. The pirates there were prepared. Li Wenjin had to rely on his formidable attacks to scatter them before confronting them individually. However, just as he dispatched 15 minor pirates, a powerful kick struck toward him, forcing him to block the attack with his staff. The assailant was the captain of the Iron Leg Pirate crew, with a bounty of 94 million. Upon hearing Nami shout his name, Li Wenjin immediately transformed into his human bear form, engaging in battle with the Iron Leg captain. The Iron Leg captain had sensed something was amiss in the forest and rushed to the nearest gathering point, only to find himself facing a masked assailant within minutes of his arrival. He had hoped to receive assistance from his crew, but upon glancing around, he realized that the other pirates were preoccupied with 5 masked figures, leaving him without aid. Upon recognizing that the individual before him was the Iron Leg Captain. Li Wenjin felt a surge of excitement. Eliminating him would alleviate a quarter of the pressure he would face against the White Feather pirate crew. Thus, as he confronted the Iron Leg Captain, Li Wenjin unleashed his devil fruit powers in an attempt to swiftly vanquish him. However, the Iron Leg Captain proved to be quite formidable, making a quick resolution rather challenging. Chapter 88. Gaimon Island 5 in the village of Gaimon Island. White Feather had received word that something was amiss in the forest. However, before he could investigate, he learned that the Iron Leg Captain had already gone to check. Nevertheless, just 10 minutes later, the sounds of battle and death echoed from outside the village, prompting him to venture forth. As White Feather exited his room, he encountered the captain of the Cotton Pirate crew, inviting him to join in assessing the situation. The Cotton Captain, who sought White Feather's company for the same purpose, accompanied him toward the pirate gathering area. As they approached, Li Wenjin and his team had already eliminated all the pirates at the 7th gathering point, including the formidable Iron Leg Captain, who lay unconscious near the campfire. Li Wenjin assessed the Iron Leg Captain's strength to be comparable to that of a Marine Rear Admiral, with an estimated power level of around 2,500, categorizing him as a strong pirate. Unfortunately for the Iron Leg Captain, he faced Li Wenjin, a bounty hunter whose power was double his own, resulting in his defeat. Having cleared the 7th gathering point, Li Wenjin spotted figures approaching from a distance and promptly called his team to gather, preparing for the stronger opponents ahead. White Feather and the Cotton Captain, upon reaching within 500 meters of the gathering point, were shocked to find the entire camp had been razed, leaving White Feather stunned to the point of nearly transforming to investigate further. Ultimately, White Feather restrained his emotions and commanded his subordinates to return to the village to summon all pirates before proceeding with the Cotton Captain to the gathering point. Upon entering, White Feather immediately spotted the Iron Leg Captain, who had been incapacitated by Li Wenjin, and his heart sank. The Iron Leg Captain was not an ordinary foe. Even White Feather would find it a challenge to defeat him. The swift resolution of the Iron Leg Captain indicated that Li Wenjin's strength far surpassed his own. Confronted by 7 masked figures, White Feather's expression darkened as he demanded, "Who are you?" At this point, the masks served little purpose. Li Wenjin removed his mask, revealing a cold smirk as he addressed White Feather. "I believe you recognize me, White Feather." Upon seeing Li Wenjin's face, White Feather was taken aback. "It's you. You are the bounty hunter who injured my brother. You've come to Gaimon Island." Li Wenjin casually wiped the blood from his golden staff with the mask he had removed, stating, "Not only have I arrived, but I've also eliminated over 1,000 pirates in the forest. What can you possibly do to me?" Hearing this, both White Feather and the Cotton Captain's expressions changed drastically, their resolve hardening. The audacity to kill over 1,000 pirates indicated that Li Wenjin would show them no mercy. Accompanied by only a little over 100 pirates, they were ill-prepared to face such a formidable opponent. After a brief exchange, Li Wenjin seized the opportunity for a surprise attack while Nami and the others took a moment to regain their strength. As they completed their rest, it was time to strike. Li Wenjin's sudden assault caught the Cotton Captain and White Feather off guard. They deftly evaded his attack and simultaneously transformed. White Feather's Devil Fruit ability, the Bird Fruit, White Sparrow form. The Cotton Captain's ability, to soften targets and ensnare them with white threads, though the thread's resilience was quite poor and easily torn. White Feather launched an aerial attack at Li Wenjin's head, while the Cotton Captain attempted to ensnare Li Wenjin with his cotton threads. Faced with 2 Devil Fruit users, Li Wenjin had no choice but to endure their assaults, knowing that overcoming them would require considerable time otherwise. He focused his attacks on White Feather while disregarding the encroaching cotton threads that wrapped around him. Seeing Li Wenjin becoming increasingly entangled, White Feather closed in, hoping to create an opening for the Cotton Captain to bind Li Wenjin completely. At this juncture, Li Wenjin sensed the cotton threads were impeding his agility, causing a slight delay in his attacks. He promptly transformed into his Bear form, utilizing his formidable strength to sever the cotton threads binding him, and resumed his assault on Captain Bayou. Captain Bayou, observing Li Wenjin's liberation from the cotton threads, remained unperturbed, continuing his entanglement with Li Wenjin. He knew that the cotton threads, once severed, would automatically reconnect. He merely needed to encase Li Wenjin in a greater quantity of threads to deprive him of the strength to break free again. After 5 minutes, Li Wenjin had inflicted grievous injuries upon Captain Baiyu, causing him to hemorrhage. However, Li Wenjin's own joints were now thickly enveloped in cotton threads, diminishing the force of his attacks and rendering him unable to break free. Captain Baiyu, witnessing the Cotton Captain's successful ensnarement of Li Wenjin, felt his injuries were not in vain. He had, at the very least, created an opportunity for the Cotton Captain to seize Li Wenjin. With a few more layers of cotton threads, Li Wenjin would be a sitting duck. Li Wenjin's primary concern was not his own predicament, but rather the battle between Nami and the others against the 100-odd pirates. Upon seeing that a significant portion of the pirates had been vanquished, his spirits lifted. Li Wenjin's prolonged engagement with Captain Baiyu and the Cotton Captain served 2 purposes. First, to inflict sufficient damage on Captain Baiyu to prevent his escape in a crisis, and second, to buy time for Nami and the others to deal with the pirates. With both objectives achieved, Captain Baiyu wounded and unlikely to fly far, and the majority of the pirates subdued, Li Wenjin decided to cease his game with the 2 pirate captains. To the consternation of the Cotton Captain and Captain Baiyu, Li Wenjin unleashed his Quake fruit ability, causing the Cotton Captain's threads to bind to the air itself. Then, wielding his golden staff in his 2 separated hands, Li Wenjin struck Captain Baiyu on the back of the head, rendering him unconscious. His body, except for his hands, broke free from the cotton threads and reassembled. With a swift shave, he appeared beside the Cotton Captain and kicked him away. Li Wenjin, having dispatched the Cotton Captain, immediately pursued him, unleashing a barrage of blows until the Cotton Captain's body hardened, at which point he ceased his assault. Li Wenjin's relentless beating of the Cotton Captain stemmed from the fact that his initial blows felt like striking a soft, yielding surface, inflicting minimal damage. Only after repeated strikes did the Cotton Captain's body harden, prompting Li Wenjin to relent. Having dealt with the Cotton Captain, Li Wenjin approached the unconscious Captain Baiyu and struck him once more on the head with his staff, exacerbating his injuries to prevent his body from recovering too quickly, given his Zoan-type devil fruit abilities. Seeing that the surrounding battle had concluded, Li Wenjin called out to Nami, "Nami, come here for a moment." Nami, resting on the ground, responded with annoyance, "What do you want? Can't you let me rest?" Li Wenjin quickly placated her. "I have an important task for you. You can rest after you've completed it." Nami inquired, "What is it?" "I need you to return to the Going Merry and sail it to Gaimon Island's harbor. Kuro will accompany you to prevent the pirates from escaping by sea." Nami expressed concern. "There are still over 1,000 pirates coming from the village. Can the 5 of you handle them?" Li Wenjin scoffed. "Without any formidable opponents, they're all trash to me. You 2 can go back without worry. Take Captain Kuro and the Cotton Captain with you, and use the sea stone handcuffs on the ship to secure them." Nami began to speak, but Li Wenjin interrupted. "Hurry up. I see the pirates from the village approaching. If you don't seal off the harbor quickly, they'll escape by ship." Without further ado, Kuro and Nami, carrying Captain Baiyu and the Cotton Captain, hurried back into the forest. Li Wenjin and the remaining 4 members sat down to recover their strength, awaiting the arrival of the pirates from the mountain. Captain Axe, the leader of the Axe Pirates, was roused from his slumber by his subordinate, who informed him that Captain Baiyu and the Cotton Captain had invited him to the pirates' stronghold on the mountain. This greatly displeased him, as he loathed being disturbed while sleeping. After reprimanding the subordinate who had awakened him, Captain Axe leisurely rose and headed toward the stronghold in the forest. However, he soon noticed that the entire village's pirates were converging on the stronghold, piquing his curiosity. He led his subordinates to the front, arriving at the pirate gathering point first. Upon seeing the pirate stronghold, Captain Axe could scarcely believe his eyes. 200 to 300 pirate corpses lay on the ground, and even the formidable Iron Leg Pirates captain was among them, lying unconscious. Captain Baiyu and the Cotton Captain were nowhere to be seen. In the center of the stronghold, around a bonfire, sat 5 individuals resting. Captain Axe, maintaining a cautious distance, called out to Li Wenjin and his group. "Who are you people?" Li Wenjin glanced back at Captain Axe and replied, "Aren't you here to deal with me? Don't you even recognize me?" Captain Axe's expression changed drastically. The other party's open admission implied that Captain Bayou and the Cotton Captain had likely been defeated, hence their lack of fear toward a mere pirate captain. Realizing this, Captain Axe immediately turned to his crew and ordered, "Return to the port immediately." Before Captain Axe could finish his command, he felt something fly toward the back of his head. He instinctively ducked, and the object sailed over his head, landing on the head of a pirate standing in front of him. Captain Axe frowned, having clearly seen that the object was merely an apple. He wondered who the lunatic was who had thrown it. After a brief thought, Captain Axe shook his head, dismissing the matter and preparing to reiterate his order for the pirates to retreat to the port. However, he then saw the apple on the pirate's head explode in a cloud of green smoke. Upon seeing the green mist, Captain Axe's first thought was a poison gas attack, and his second was to flee to avoid being poisoned. But as he took his first step, he felt his strength drastically diminish. He found himself unable to move quickly. Realizing he was doomed, Li Wenjin, who had thrown the apple, was elated. He had merely been trying his luck, as the probability of the toxic mist appearing was only 50%. He had not expected to succeed. He immediately told the four behind him, "Attack in 1 minute." Understood? Hylas, Jinbei, and the other two had witnessed the potency of the apple's poison gas and fully understood Li Wenjin's meaning. They stood up, ready to attack, as soon as the mist dissipated. Li Wenjin was pleased. He had originally intended to act himself, but now Hylas and the others could handle it. He stood up and walked toward the Iron Leg Pirates captain. Li Wenjin lifted the Iron Leg Pirates captain, intending to grab Captain Axe once the mist cleared, and then take both captains to the port. He believed that no one would dare approach the port with them there. Li Wenjin intended to leave Captain Axe and the Iron Leg Pirates captain at the port, hoping that the sight would deter any pirates from attempting to escape, thus allowing Li Wenjin to seize the pirate ships for himself. As the green mist dispersed, Li Wenjin called out to Hylasai and her companions, "You may handle this. I shall proceed to the port." With that, he soared directly towards the leisurely retreating leader of the Battle Axe Brigade, swiftly rendering him unconscious with a single strike. Grasping the incapacitated leader in his right hand, he flew towards the port of Gaimon Island. Upon arriving at the Gaimon village, the morning sun's rays illuminated Li Wenjin's figure, casting a radiant glow that astonished the pirates of Gaimon village. Li Wenjin, however, had no time to ponder the thoughts of the pirates. He landed at the village entrance and began to dispatch the pirates one by one as he steadily advanced towards the port. Li Wenjin did not wish to use the moonwalk technique to reach the port. Rather, the overwhelming number of pirates within the village necessitated a thorough clearing to ensure that Hylasai and her companions would not face any hindrance. Additionally, while airborne, he observed that no pirate ships were fleeing from the port, prompting him to prioritize the elimination of the pirates in the village. Chapter 90. Gaimon Island 7. After a brief 10-minute endeavor to cleanse the village of pirates, Li Wenjin felt compelled to make his way towards the port. An overwhelming mass of pirates was hastening towards the harbor, eager to board their vessels and flee Gaimon Island. Those pirate ships were rightfully Li Wenjin's, and he was decidedly unwilling to let them sail away. Upon reaching the port, he swiftly incapacitated all the pirates in close proximity. For an hour, Li Wenjin steadfastly defended the harbor, encountering some pirates who were already aboard their ships, attempting to escape directly. However, before they could even raise the anchor, Li Wenjin swiftly dispatched them with remarkable ease. After eliminating over 30 pirates at the port, the remaining ones ceased their advance and retreated into the forest. As the hour passed, Hylasai and Jinbei were diligently clearing the members of the pirate crew from the village, while Ram and Duman ventured into the woods to apprehend all the wanted criminals and escort them to the port. Nami and the Black Cat took on the task of guarding the harbor in Li Wenjin's stead, ensuring that the pirate crew could not slip away. Meanwhile, Li Wenjin pursued those wanted criminals who had fled into the forest, including Bayu's brother, Heiyu. The expanse of Gaimon Island was not particularly vast, and Li Wenjin primarily searched the forest for the concealed pirates, which consumed a considerable amount of time. It was not until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that he finally caught sight of the fleeing Heiyu at sea, simultaneously ensuring that all the escaping pirates from the forest met their demise. Fortunately, Heiyu's fruit was merely an ordinary bird fruit of the sparrow variety. which inherently lacked the capability to fly far or fast. Otherwise, he might have evaded capture once more. The pursuit of Yu proved to be quite taxing on Li Wenjin's stamina, as the latter, feeling the pressure of Li Wenjin's pursuit, disregarded the limitations of his fruit's abilities and took to the ocean in a desperate bid for survival. In his determination to catch Yu, Li Wenjin resorted to incessantly using the moon step technique on the water, which ultimately drained a significant amount of his energy, leaving him in a rather irritable mood. Given Li Wenjin's displeasure, Yu's fate was bound to be equally grim, as he found himself on the receiving end of Li Wenjin's overwhelming strength, barely clinging to life. As for the slain pirates, Li Wenjin felt no sympathy whatsoever. Their audacity to participate in the siege against him was, in his eyes, an unforgivable sin. Naturally, he had no intentions of sparing them. Furthermore, as he awaited the arrival of the Spring Chamber of Commerce on Gaimon Island for 3 days, he preferred not to leave those pirates behind to potentially trouble him. Upon returning to the Pineapple, the port's coastline had quieted, devoid of any pirate presence, which greatly eased Li Wenjin's spirits. He leaned against the deck of the Pineapple to rest. The 7 crew members of the Pineapple were also resting aboard, while the villagers began to fervently discuss various topics concerning Li Wenjin. Among these villagers were indeed some pirates. However, since they neither fled nor caused any disturbances, Li Wenjin chose to disregard them. On this occasion, at Gaimon Island, the bounty for the pirate crew, led by Li Wenjin, exceeded 1.5 billion, in addition to the presence of 3,000 ordinary pirates. Ultimately, it seemed that only a mere fraction would survive. Most significantly, Li Wenjin and his companions numbered merely 7. Such a circumstance, even if one wished to conceal it, would likely prove impossible, and it was entirely natural for the villagers to engage in discussions about it. In the following 2 days, Li Wenjin's task was to incapacitate the wanted criminals daily to prevent any disturbances. The remainder of his time was spent assisting Nami and her crew in clearing the pirate supplies. During this period, a few civilian ships approached Westgate Island, but none belonged to any pirate crew. Li Wenjin, who had hoped to stake out for pirate vessels, could only lament his ill fortune. On the morning of the 3rd day, a ship from the Spring Trade Association and a naval warship arrived at Gaimon Island, which piqued Li Wenjin's curiosity about whether the pirates he had captured had some connection to important naval figures. While aboard the Pineapple, he was surprised to find Shun, that rotund figure, standing on the deck of the Spring Trade Association's vessel, stirring his curiosity about the purpose of his visit. After a brief wait, Shun boarded the Pineapple and began discussing trade matters with Nami, while engaging in conversation with Li Wenjin on the deck. Shun remarked, "Brother Wenjin, you have accomplished something quite remarkable this time." Li Wenjin understood that he was referring to the eradication of 3,000 pirates at Gaimon Island. With a sigh, Li Wenjin replied, "I never anticipated encountering such a situation. They sought to kill me. I acted solely in self-defense. I hope to avoid such scenarios in the future." Shun chuckled. "You won't have the chance to face such matters again. For any pirate who sees you will surely flee in terror." Li Wenjin furrowed his brow. "Surely it cannot be that exaggerated." Shun asserted confidently, "It is indeed certain. Just consider whom you have vanquished. If those pirates dare to provoke you again, it would truly be a stroke of misfortune." Li Wenjin felt somewhat helpless. Without pirates to hunt, what profit could a bounty hunter hope to gain? The more he contemplated, the more he lamented the grim reality that his future success hinged solely on luck. Finally, he sighed and addressed "Shun, what brings you here personally? And what are the naval presents?" Shun replied curtly, "Those pirates you captured are formidable. We at the Spring Trade Association cannot take them in. It is prudent for the Navy to assume control." Li Wenjin sheepishly admitted, "I had not considered that." He nearly forgot that the Spring Trade Association was merely a commercial entity, not a military organization. Taking on 4 wanted criminals with bounties exceeding 80 million could indeed pose a significant risk. Shun continued, "Let's not dwell on the wanted criminals. I came to discuss equipment. If you seek to purchase gear from me, I must inform you that my stock is limited. I possess only 5 items." Li Wenjin replied directly. Shun inquired, "Are those items difficult to produce?" Li Wenjin nodded affirmatively. The item I provided you costs $1 million to manufacture. Consider that. Outie. Shun sighed. It seems my trip has been in vain. I had hoped to discover a promising venture. Li Wenjin pata audi. Shun on the shoulder. Those items could enhance the military strength of your Spring Trade Association. Surely that is advantageous. Outie. Shun agreed. You are correct. Any future equipment should be sold to us. Li Wenjin smiled. Let's conclude it thus. I have exactly 5 items available. I shall sell them all to you. Chapter 91. Alabasta, after the discussion regarding equipment had reached an impasse, Li Wenjin and Outie. Shun engaged in conversation about other matters while awaiting Nami, the Spring Trade Association, and the Navy to finalize their transactions. The pace of this trade was remarkably swift, as Nami and her crew had diligently accounted for the goods over the prior 2 days. The Spring Trade Association and the Navy merely needed to verify, and within 3 hours, the transaction was complete. Upon completion, as Outie, Shun took his leave from the pineapple. He advised, Mr. Wenjin, it will be best for you to head directly to the Sabeti archipelago. Li Wenjin was taken aback, but I still have an island to pass. How could I go straight to the Sabeti archipelago? Outie. Shun chuckled, Mr. Wenjin. Your actions in the Rajikuf Kingdom and the Beautiful Kingdom have been reported to the world government. It is likely that on your next island, you will be deemed an unwelcome visitor, possibly denied entry. Li Wenjin inwardly cursed the triviality of the 2 nations for lodging complaints, deeming it utterly outrageous. Ah well, I know what I must do. You need not worry about me, he sighed. Outie. Shun nodded. Then we shall take our leave, Mr. Wenjin. Standing at the ship's bow, watching the naval vessel and the Spring Trade Association depart, Li Wenjin remained contemplative, pondering his next course of action. Wenjin, what troubles you? Shall we depart from here? After 20 minutes of reflection, Nami's voice roused him from his thoughts. As he turned to face her, it suddenly dawned on him that it was time to meet Robin. His strength was now sufficient to confront Crocodile. Resolving his thoughts, Li Wenjin lifted Nami into the air, spinning her around on the deck, planting a kiss on her cheek, and exclaimed, Let us set sail for Alabasta. Nami wiped away the remnants of his affection, exasperatedly retorting, If we are to depart, then let us simply go. What is all this nonsense? Nami dashed away to converse with Hyles and her sisters, while Li Wenjin organized the Black Cat crew for their journey to Alabasta. Once the pineapple had set sail, he returned to his quarters to utilize the 27,650,000 berries he had just earned for a lottery draw. Upon entering his room, he first conducted 10 rounds of premium draws. Empty, 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 empty Blackbeard's white pearl bracelet, 500 defense, 300 strength. Empty Charlotte Lean's white cloak, 400 defense, 400 agility. Empty, empty. Having drawn 2 pieces of equipment worth 1 billion berries, Li Wenjin deemed the outcome satisfactory. He promptly removed Jesus Burgess's yellow belt and donned the 2 new items, bringing his system's equipment count to 10. In high spirits, he began a second round of 10 premium draws. Empty, 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 cannon fruit, capable of transforming body parts into various cannonballs for firing. Empty, empty. Shanks's sandals, 500 agility, 300 strength. Upon acquiring a devil fruit, Li Wenjin felt pleased. At least he had obtained a relatively potent one. Now, he understood that in the system's lottery, devil fruits were essentially top-tier equipment, not classified as special items. As for the cannon fruit, he intended to gift it to Dumont, the pineapple's gunner, allowing him to harness its power and alleviate his jealousy towards Ram's devil fruit abilities. With over 700 million berries remaining, Li Wenjin pondered and decided to conduct 5 more premium draws. Empty, 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 Kaido's black boots, 500 defense, 300 strength. After concluding this round of draws, Li Wenjin ceased his lottery pursuits and began to adjust his equipment. Ultimately, he organized his gear as follows. System equipment inventory, 10 items. Shanks's Western Sword, 500 strength. 5 critical hit rate. Shanks's Black Cloak, 400 defense, 400 agility. Shanks's White Shirt, 500 defense, 300 agility. Shanks's Sandals, 500 agility, 300 strength. Charlotte Lean's White Cloak, 400 defense, 400 agility. Charlotte Lean's Hatchet, 450 strength, 3 critical hit rate. Kaido's Black Boots, 500 defense, 300 strength. Blackbeard's Fire Control, 450 strength, 3 critical hit rate. Split Fruit. Bear Fruit, brown bear form. Personal equipment inventory, 10 items. Blackbeard's Green Pearl Necklace, 400 strength, 400 agility. Blackbeard's White Pearl Bracelet, 500 defense, 300 strength. Inaru's Golden Staff, 260 strength. Inaru's Golden Wristband, 200 strength, 200 defense. Inaru's Golden Anklet, 200 agility, 200 defense. Inaru's Golden Toe Ring, 300 agility. Inaru's Golden Earrings, 300 strength. Complete golden set of Inaru, 500 strength, agility, defense in total. Jesus Burgess's Pearl Necklace, 260 strength. Sapphire Ring, 160 strength. Akainu's Black Gloves, 150 strength, 150 defense. Li Wenjin's latest attributes were Strength, 4,730 points. Agility, 2,700 points. Defense, 3,000 points. Critical hit rate, 11. Having adjusted his equipment, Li Wenjin took the 3 surplus items and the cannon fruit, stepping out of his room to find Nami, instructing her to distribute the 3 items to Hyli's and her sisters. As for the cannon fruit, he personally delivered it to Dumong, who was at the lookout, surveying the distant horizon. Dumong had long envied Ram's devil fruit abilities, and upon seeing Li Wenjin approach with a devil fruit, he was instantly thrilled. "Captain, is this devil fruit for me?" Li Wenjin smiled. "This is the cannon fruit, perfectly suited for your combat style. If you consume it, your strength should significantly increase." Upon realizing it was the cannon fruit, Dumong eagerly took it and bit into it, only to grimace and gag shortly thereafter. 10 minutes later, on the deck, Li Wenjin remarked to Dumong, "The devil fruit abilities require considerable physical strength to unleash their full potential.